I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker. And this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny and absolutely beautiful California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another Monday. That's right. I'm here to fill your ears and your brain with some motherfucking news, of course, as always, because Mondays are news days. Monday, February 20th, 2023, 11:27 a.m. And I guess I'm a tad bit late, I'll admit. Tad bit. Just a little bit. You will notice some eye bags that I have under my eyes, noticeable eye bags, and there's a reason for that. It's because I didn't sleep too well last night. I will just straight up say that ahead of time before people go, oh man, you know, you look tired. Well, I'm tired. I am tired. It's because deprem oldu. Ne? Yine mi deprem oldu? You're so brave, says JFK Rowling. Thank you, JFK Rowling. Not as brave as being transphobic on the main, of course, like JK Rowling. She's the bravest. Anyway, what was I saying? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I took a day off from streaming yesterday, and I did a lot. One of the things I did, I'm wearing right now. That's right. You guys already know this. Hatay'da deprem mi oldu bilmiyorum. Bakarız yani birazdan. I'll cover it in a little bit. Okay. Anyway, folks. I'm live and alive, and you know, I got to give you guys the juice, the updates, everything that happened in my life in between the time I hit stop streaming and the time I hit start streaming. And let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you. First and foremost, let me put the glasses on. So, I don't even remember what the fuck I was doing Saturday night, because I feel like it's a lifetime ago. Okay, but I was feeling very tired on Saturday. Ended the broadcast early. And that was basically one day after I had, injured my back while doing Pendlay rows. For those of you who don't know, Pendlay rows, invented by Glenn Pendlay, are basically bent over rows for your upper back. It's an upper back workout, but of course you can activate your legs a little bit while you're doing it. Get a little bit of the legs in. Problem is, I fucked it up. I tweaked my back a little bit, and that's fine. That's okay. That's not the end of the world. It's okay. It's not as bad as like last time when I actually snapped my back while I was doing a deadlift. So yeah. It was an experience. It's whatever. Take CBD, dude, 10 milligrams. No. It wasn't even an ego lift. That's the funniest part. A Pendlay row is not an ego lift. That's what makes it so whack. Last time I fucked my back up and actually snapped it, like I heard a snap while I was doing it, I was doing an ego lift. That was a deadlift. This was a Pendlay row. This is just like a accessory work, basically, And, but I didn't work out. I did not work out on Saturday, and I did not work out yesterday. Normally yesterday I play basketball, and it fucked me up. Honestly, I was just like sitting at home going fucking crazy, even though I did do a lot regardless. But, I know I'm in the throes of it. When I get like really, really, really uneasy. No, I did the wrong form on the rows. Yes, that's why guys, there is no ego lifting on Pendlay rows. Like, I mean, you could, I guess. I just did the wrong form. That's it. Do I see a Cairo? No, I do not. Anyway, I just did the wrong form. I know I did the wrong form. I even know how I did it wrong. And it doesn't matter. Sometimes you still fuck up. Turks are saying that there's a new earthquake in the chat. Turks, I will get to it, okay? I don't know what's going on. Please. Türkler. Bilmiyorum ne oldu. Gözükmüyor burada. Bakacağım, tamam mı? Bakacağım ama daha değil. Sakin olun abi. Bir şey olduğu zaman hemen buraya geliyorsunuz. Çok hoşuma gidiyor. Teşekkür ederim ama yani yapacak bir şey yok. Benim yani bilmiyorum daha ne olduğunu. Bakacağız. Apparently a new earthquake has struck Hatay, the same area, the exact area that was like most devastated by the previous earthquake at 6.4 or a 6.8 magnitude. And it's pretty fucking devastating, apparently. So we'll see what happens. I mean, they're literally at like 46,000 dead. Anthony Blinken is there too, so we'll see. I will cover it in a second, okay? When I get more details. I am unfamiliar with what's going on. It just happened, okay? I will get to it. Don't worry. I will obviously, of course, talk about it. Anyway. And it's not an aftershock. Like, this is straight up a earthquake in its own right, I think. It was two more, yeah. Okay. Back to my personal news. What is this?
Okay.
Maya's honest opinion on Cutie.
I hate her. I hate her.
That's crazy.
Okay. So there's beef. Got it. Yeah, I hate her.
That's crazy. I mean, I knew it because like Maya is, an evil person, like a very, very, very aggressive person, famously. So that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's drama. There's big drama. How dare you? We are Maya Higa. I am Maya Higa. You are Maya Higa. We're all Maya Higa. Did you know that orange cats are known for their affectionate nature more so than other cats? I thought orange cats were assholes, right? Was I wrong? Anyway, yesterday I didn't work out in the morning again. I just literally spent the entire fucking morning working on my back, just rolling. It was really nice out. I got to sit in the sun, take my shirt off, roll, and just muscle gun and fucking do heat treatments and everything else. And no matter what happens, basically, like, when I'm cold, my back hurts when I first start, walking. But at the same time, I can still work out. I can still do most of my movements. It's just that there's one area in my hips that is kind of fucked up, kind of tweaked. And I went in to work out this morning, did a little bit of fucking soft tissue work, absolutely eviscerating my hips. Like, call me fucking Shakira. My hips don't lie. My hips are also on fire. And then did some leg work, worked out, dieting well, still on that good diet train. So everything's good, basically. I'm just giving you guys updates. Things are going very well. I'm feeling real tight. I think, shirtless summer is going to be upon us. I'm going to be extra slutty. That's where I'm at. That's how I'm feeling. So would love to see some coverage of the book bans in Florida, and DeSantis' pathetic backpedaling. Hair's looking great today, bro. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. Diet might be hard in Japan. Honestly, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about the diet in Japan because I feel like I'm going to be walking a lot. My goal in Japan is to basically start stream at 6 a.m., which will place me at, I think, here at 11. I'm gonna do desktop streams from 6 a.m. to like we are 7 hours ahead. Isn't it 17? It's plus 17, right? $6 a.m. in Japan is 1 p.m. 6 a.m. in Japan is 1 p.m. in California. So that's what I'm going to be trying to do there. It's 4:30 there right now. Yeah, like 4:30 in the morning. Like right now it's 4:30 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah. And obviously I can't wake up at 4:30 in the fucking morning because that would be insane. So no shot you're going to be a 6 a.m. streamer. 6 a.m. in Japan would put me at 1 p.m. And I think that's like basically the best time for me to be able to do that. I'm going to try to do it at like 6 a.m. so I have like at least 3 hours, 6 to 9. At least 3 hours of like desktop streaming, and then afterwards I'm probably going to do an IRL stream, in the morning. And then afterwards I'll probably just do my own thing, fuck around. So, won't you ruin your trip streaming that early? I'm a fucking beast, dude. I'm a beast. Overall, I'll probably be like lowering my streaming hours regardless. And therefore I'll be, taking time to myself. And I'll be all right. Like I think ultimately because I'm like going to be doing less hours anyway in comparison to in comparison to what I would be normally doing desktop stream wise, I'll still be able to like appreciate Japan. I'll just have like a weird hour basically where I'll have like weirder hours where I will most likely just go to sleep earlier. I don't think I'll be streaming every day either. But, you know, I'll try and do the thing. Are you going to be hanging out with AOC? No, unfortunately, I have been talking to AOC. She's literally not going to be in Japan. Like they're leaving the day that we're getting to Japan, her delegation. Which, I mean, why the fuck would I hang out with AOC in Japan? I could just hang out with her here in America. That's the other funny part of this is like I could just do that. You know what I mean? I could just like hang out with her here. I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, it'd be cool to have her on like the podcast or something in Japan. And then I thought about it and I was like, why the fuck would I do that in Japan when I could just do that in America? Will you be doing stuff with the Trash Taste Boys? Yes. Connor, I believe, has my computer that Ludwig graciously donated to me. It's a Starforge computer that will be getting passed down to me. Connor currently is holding on to it. I will see him. I will have some fun with him as well, with the Trash Taste Boys in general. I am obviously uninitiated in the world of anime, so I don't know if they would want me to be on the podcast. I feel like Trash Taste has like a very... they have a very like no politics type thing. I don't know. Their fan base is like interesting. So I don't know if they would want me to be on it. I would love to though. I mean, as someone who's like, I would love to talk about like Oda's background in general. They don't watch anime anymore. Don't worry. Okay, well, they stopped talking about anime 5 episodes in. Good. Love that. Collab with PewDiePie most likely will not be happening. I don't think he wants anything to do with me. But, I mean, I'd love to get to see him and, get updates. I've never met him before, but it could be interesting to see, like, what he's up to, what his life is like. I doubt that he wants to be, put on blast like that, though. He's, like, a new dad and shit. So yeah. Yeah, if you guys already watched the Fear End episode, you already know I'm making him the new Will. You know what I mean? But yeah. I mean, it was good that I took a day off. I feel renewed. I feel refreshed. I missed streaming. You know what I mean? I'm getting more used to taking a day off, which is kind of crazy. And yeah. That's it. I'll be getting a haircut before I go to Japan by Jeff. So there's that too. So let's blast out. When you're in Japan, go here. Okay, I got a lot of Japan suggestions. I'm going to be fielding them later in the day. You know what's interesting? Yeah, we'll look at the Streamer Awards nominations. Of course, I will do that in a little bit. Okay. Another. I don't know what's interesting. I don't know why I said, you know what's interesting, and then I stopped myself because I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, I would love to hang out with Rob CD. I'd love to, follow Jake's suggestions. I'm going to try my best. I also watched the Last of Us episode, the last of Us episode. It was pretty good. I can't be alone in this. I know a lot of people have been like shitting on Ellie, but I just don't really like Ellie. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe people, I don't really, it's not like annoying where I just like don't like her. I'm not gonna say I despise her, but I do feel as though like Joel is so good. Pedro Pascal is so fucking good at being Joel. Like, there's a moment where he's being a fucking asshole to his brother, and you're like, God, I know Pedro Pascal is such a nice guy. What a great actor he is that, like, he really sells you, like, Joel being a fucking douchebag. But, yeah. I'm just not the biggest fan of Ellie, okay? I just don't know what it is. Maybe it's, like, the fact that it's like the juxtaposition of having the GOAT, you know what I mean? Like, then you have to have an even more goated fucking actress play that role. You know what I mean? Because Pedro's so good. Bro, Bella is literally the perfect Ellie. The cadences of her tone are 1-to-1 to the game. Maybe it's just like Ellie was a bit of a fucking asshole in the first game, and even a fucking asshole in the second game. I don't know. Yeah, you're comparing Pedro fucking Pascal to a teenager. I don't think Ellie's a fucking teenager in real life, dude. I think she's like 20, no? Oh, she's 19, yeah. Like, okay, she's still a teenager, technically. People finding out that, like, actors are older than the age that they represent on screen is so funny. They're like, dude, you're dunking on a fucking 14-year-old, dude. It's like, no, this is an adult still. I thought she was 20. Regardless, though, I mean, look, I think maybe it's because it might be the lines, you know what I mean? It might be the lines. That's what I'm thinking. One day you'll have the Riz. What is this? Did you just? Like, it could potentially be. It could potentially be that, like, Ellie as a character, especially in like the first game, is like kind of annoying. So maybe that's what it is. You know what I mean? From what I understand, the actor that plays Ellie, Bella, is non-binary, is what people are saying, but she uses all pronouns, so it's not a big deal, if I'm not mistaken. So everybody calm down in the chat. Okay. Anyway, she's 100%, she's good at playing an unlikable person. She's doing great in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I just love Joel so much. It's like hard. And also Pedro Pascal is such a good fucking choice for Joel that I feel like it's hard when you're seeing anyone on screen with Pedro Pascal. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, did you finish Thriller Bark? I did, yes. I finished Thriller Bark. I'm in the Laboon arc, the Laboon stuff, and now I moved on to the next season. But I haven't gotten fully into it yet. Just like Fish Island, clearly is going to be an arc that revolves around like human trafficking and slavery, very obviously. So that's kind of cool. That's going to be interesting to see. Speaking of slavery, as a matter of fact, another anime that is surprisingly, I'm not going to say Marxist, but like literally recognizes the concept between indentured servitude and wage slavery is Vinland Saga, which I never would have guessed would be the type of anime to address such an issue. I'm on Vinland Saga season 2, and honestly, it's kind of slow. It's kind of hectic. It's kind of traumatic. It's kind of hard to watch. Okay? I'm going to give you guys this. I'll tell you this much. If you watch Vinland Saga season 1 and you think Vinland Saga season 2 is going to be similar, well, you got another thing coming your way. Okay? It's going to fuck you up. It's going to be hard as fuck to watch at first. Like, it literally is hard to watch. I think ultimately it will be worth it though, because I do love Thorfinn, so we'll see what happens. I assume it's worth it. I assume it's worth it, but like there is a lot of like farming simulator shit going on, which will piss you off. But there are points. Hard to watch as in gory or boring. No, hard to watch as in like literally no gore happens for a while. It literally went from like Berserk style murder porn to fucking farming simulator, Animal Crossing with slavery. Which is like such a wild shift and a change of pace from one season to the next. You're like, what the fuck just happened? Why did you just like slap me in the face with this Stardew Valley shit, you know? And honestly, I think it'll get good. But there's a couple lines where like literally a slave, they show you from the perspective of like, they show you from the perspective of slaves how even though this master technically is like very nice to them and says like you can buy out your indentured servitude and is like significantly nicer than the expectation, the farmhands that work under the master literally mistreat the slaves worse than the master does. And very quickly the slave finds out, like one of the two slaves finds out, like it's like they're doing this to us because they themselves are no better than we are as far as their class position, but they're doing this to us specifically so that they can feel like there's someone underneath them, which is something that even liberal academics have talked about as far as what's his name? I can't believe I'm forgetting. I'm blanking out on his name now. God damn it. Obama's like favorite author or whatever, favorite black author, one of his favorite black authors. No. He's no, not Baldwin. No, it's a fucking liberal. God damn it. Oh, Ta-Nehisi Coates. Thank you. Ta-Nehisi Coates famously wrote about this exact, I mean, many people have, but Ta-Nehisi Coates famously wrote about this as far as like in the Reconstruction era and how, white working class people were pinned against recently freed African men and women. And the concept was, at least I'm not an N-word. Like that was always the motivating principle behind what indentured servants and literally fucking white people who were also wage slaves, that was the attitude. Which is how, racial dynamics utilized by capital owners have oftentimes destroyed class solidarity among the working class, which is, that is very prescient to this day. Obviously, that is, that is very real. And it's interesting seeing that play out in Dane law in England, amongst enslaved Danes. It's very interesting. Obviously, it's not the same as chattel slavery because this is indentured servitude. There is there's a prospect of liberation at the end of it. You can buy your way out, even though the conditions are still awful, and they show that very well. So Vinland Saga season 2, surprising, shocking, wonderful as well. Very good. Lamau Anglophile anime is hilarious. Yeah. It is actually really interesting to see that. The reason that Marx disliked the bourgeoisie more than the aristocracy, he laid out that really clearly, and he hated that after the Industrial Revolution, the aristocracy acted as they always did, but the factory owners who were very recently the same as the lower class were mistreating their fellow people so much. Do you think racial disparity should be discounted as to emphasize class solidarity? No, I have never made that argument, and I do not think that that's an argument that is adequate. I think that's ahistorical. I think racial disparities should be recognized, acknowledged. Racial wrongs need to be corrected. This is something that I talk about quite frequently. I think that as far as racial animosity, it should be abolished. Yes, racial animosity should be abolished, especially in an effort to build a successful working class movement. Yes, especially in a country like the United States of America, you need to move beyond racial resentment, because racial resentment works to divide the working class, even though black men, black women, when they are working class, they are united by their interests with white men and white women, and white people need to recognize that. White people need to acknowledge that. So that's a huge problem. Until racial wrongs are corrected, we can't approach the subject of being colorblind. Exactly. And racial wrongs have not been corrected, and most likely will never be corrected. Let's be fucking real, because it kind of makes the world go round. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and act like we need to have a colorblind approach to American issues, like when the systems themselves are not colorblind. All you're doing is blinding yourself to the realities that, you know, black and brown people face in this country. Anyway, okay, let me blast off. I keep forgetting. At 6.4 magnitude. Are you planning on playing Atomic Heart? Saw someone playing it on stream and it looked pretty good. Yes. Is that out today? Is that already out? I haven't really been keeping up to date with like games and whatever is available and shit, so I don't even know. But yeah. In about 5 hours. All right, when it comes out, I will play it. Camo drop update release date. It's coming soon. The camo drop. Two things I'm gonna say about the camo drop. The John Brown Hunters Club merchandise is domestically manufactured in Los Angeles, but it's not union made because we couldn't work with Bayside. But there's still T-shirts that are union made in Bayside that aren't Realtree. We made this Realtree pattern ourselves. So all the Realtree shit is still domestic manufactured, still Los Angeles manufactured. The dude who owns the company is literally a fucking labor rights advocate. He's the one who, but he works with everyone on a contracting basis because they don't get a lot of work, is what he described to me. He's the reason why, like, the garments industry was, I forget the bill he pushed, the bill he co-sponsored, but the bill he co-sponsored basically eviscerated undocumented immigration. Well, not undocumented immigration, but like the fucking low-cost sites that they had for what's it called? LA Apparel, American Apparel. Atomic Heart is no bueno, but it looks cool and has some bombastic set pieces. Be prepared to be annoyed by the main character. Tummer, I literally said that was... I knew it. You just confirmed my suspicions. I fucking knew it. I knew it was going to be booty. I watched the fucking game. I wanted it to be so good. But of course, I can't have nice things, okay? I can't. I mean, I called it. I literally called it. I was like, this is going to be fucking annoying. It's going to be like... I'm doing something with Bayside, maybe too. Have you seen West Coast Blends or LAA? I heard they were union made too in LA. Yeah, with the numbers that we're pumping out, I think, like, or at least this is what Warren James have informed me on. It's hard to work with some as far as pieces that are cut and sew, pieces that are different than what you normally would get, because this is like totally fucking custom. It's a little difficult to get a union shop to do it. The only union shop Bayside is the one that I can only work with. But there's still going to be regular Bayside tees and also regular Bayside union made, domestic manufactured sweatshirts and things like that. So you'll see. We'll post it all on the website. Anyway, we'll see what happens with this manufacturer. They're sizing some stuff up. I did another fitting with them. But yeah, I keep fucking forgetting. All right. No, it's coming out. The clothing and stuff is going to be coming out soon, very soon. This merch drop is going to be the AmeriCorps collection, and it's going to be coming out very soon. There's a lot of pieces in there. If you don't want Realtree, there's more. It's not just camo. Do not worry. Anyway, it's crazy that like I've been stalling so much. I forgot to fucking run the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour, and I forgot to do my blast off. Normally I would have blasted off by then. Realtree is so expensive. RIP my wallet. No. This is our Realtree. We made this, so it's not. This is cheaper than fucking Realtree shit. Quick Quitter, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I'm gonna talk about news now. We're gonna get to the news. It is tall people friendly, my brother in Christ. Of course it is. James O'Keefe kicked off Project Veritas. Child labor pops off in the U.S. Biden in Ukraine and more. Oh, I'm going to Japan soon. And new apparel. Oh, also, we took some sneak previews, some sneak peeks of like the next line that's coming after that, and that one's gonna have even better fucking designs. We're changing the designs up a lot. I'm really, really happy with the next line as well, especially design-wise. So you'll love it. I think you guys are gonna love the next shit. Okay. Anyway, we blasted off here. Let the people know we're starting. The one after the Realtree. Yes, Realtree is not just Realtree. We're not doing just camo. Okay, this next line is not just camo. Here, this is from the next line, and this is not camo. I'll show you. This is Bayside. And that's not Realtree. It's Bayside, and it's not camo. It's a NASCAR. It's like a faded, worn out NASCAR crew neck. Okay. What kind of truck I got on that bad boy? A motherfucking Hilux, baby. You already know. You already know what kind of truck I got on it. I got two. I got two Hilux. What the fuck is this? I had to see this so you do too. What the hell is this?
Relax.
I don't even understand what this is. Well, so what is this? You said.
Hey, did you just say you watched all 20 seasons of One Piece? So, you like commitment.
That's fire.
Hey, did you just say you watched
That's funny. That's funny. Anyway, see, I hit you with a bad TikTok and then I hit you with a good one. What is this? Okay, dude. All right. All right, here you go. I know there's another earthquake in Turkey, in Hatay. I know. I just tweeted about it, and we're getting started. Just fucking blast off, retweet it, like it, interact with it. Let the people know. Let your friends know. Let your foes know. Just finished Water 7 on Netflix with, manly tears. Yeah. I just wish the rest of the fucking seasons were also on Netflix. Like, it's just annoying. Oh yeah, I am hosting the red carpet alongside Ludwig as well. You know, we wanted to make it so that all matter of politics were represented at Cutie Cinderella's streamies. So I'll be representing left wing politics. Ludwig, of course, is a right wing commentator. He will, because he's a YouTube guy, so he'll be representing right wing politics. Horseshoe theory, alt-right, alt-left, you already know. You already know what it is. So, okay. Yeah, Cuties Awards are live now, but we're going to get to that later. We're going to get to that later. We're not going to do that right now, but the voting is open now. We're going to get to that later as well. New nomination just dropped. That's not true. Stop saying that I was nominated for Best Valor Streamer. I was not. I'm pretty sure I wasn't, actually. I haven't looked at it yet. So can you recreate this? Possibly. Where can we watch? Brother, this is not happening until like March 11th. Okay. Calm down. There's like... the Streamer Awards, not the Streamies. Sorry, I can't believe I said the Streamies. Fuck, I'm literally hosting the fucking thing. Didn't you say you already had 100 hours? What do you mean? Will you vote on stream? Yes, I will vote on stream, of course. Someone's going to sue you and use your mistake as evidence? What? No, I'm not hosting the entire thing. I will not be hosting the entire thing. The fridge is not new. Okay, we'll do this in a second. Jesus Christ, let's get to the fucking real news, okay? Here.
We've just got some news into us. Another...
They're calling it a powerful aftershock, but it's not actually an aftershock. It actually is a whole-ass earthquake on its own.
Earthquake has struck the Turkey-Syrian border region. Now, at this point in time, we understand it has a magnitude of 6.4. We don't have any other details at this stage about further damage. This, of course, comes 2 weeks after that devastating quake that killed more than 47,000 people and left mass destruction across that area. I want to...
Now, one of the parts about this, I guess, like the weird silver lining, is that because the earthquakes and the recovery was already happening, I think like this one is not going to have as much immediate damage, I think, but I'm not sure. Given how fucking awful the Turkish infrastructure has been thus far, the buildings are already damaged, so most people are not like going back into buildings. At least like we never did. We never did in the Istanbul earthquake, right? In the 99 earthquake. So I hope people were not inside of the remaining standing buildings. because from what I understand, they this basically like took down a lot of the other remaining buildings as well. So far from the old earthquake, the number is at 47,000. From the new earthquake now, 200. Recent. This is like the most recent news from literally 8 minutes ago from Ibrahim Haskololu. And right now in Hatay, which is one of the other, this was one of the most impacted sites from the prior earthquake, which again, like I said, has led to 47,000 casualties. Same area. The new earthquake has led to at least 213 injured and 3 dead on top of the 47,000. So, yeah.
Go to Adana, Turkey, where our Nada Bashir is standing by. Nada, we're just getting some very brief information into us, but I understand you've been speaking.
But it just happened
again to survivors of that major earthquake from 2 weeks ago. I can't imagine how traumatized many more people are with another earthquake having just hit.
Linda, it is astonishing that people here are still, of course, reeling from this earthquake, and now there is news of another earthquake, 6.4 according to the Emergency Disaster Management Authority here in Turkey. Epicenter so far reported in the province of Hatay, which was one of the hardest hit by this month's earthquake. Some 80% of the buildings there collapsed, about to collapse, or have been deemed unnecessary of demolition because they are simply so unsafe. And I have to say, here in Adana, we are quite a way away from that epicenter reported just in the last half hour or so, and we felt the tremor to the extent that this entire hotel that we're currently...
I'm going to show you videos in a second. Yes, I'm going to show you videos of the new earthquake and the devastation here. I mean, this is one of the immediate ones here. This is the new one that just happened, okay?
Allah. Son. Abi bu neydi ya? Artçılar olabilir. Devam ediyor çünkü. Mustafa. Yola çıkalım abi. Dur bu.
The earthquakes in Turkey, as we've...
This is a drone footage from the previous earthquake from...
Something during that
drone footage,
what
I
we're
guess.
talking about here is from above. It was an Earth's crust. The local people said that at the time they thought
The earthquake ripped a huge chasm in what was once an olive field near Antakya. Look at this shit.
it was outside Antakya. There is a very good example of that. This is the world's newest valley. During that awful night, as they cowered in their homes, the locals knew that something cataclysmic had happened. But imagine their surprise when they first saw this chasm. We went to the bottom of it for the perspective from down there, but actually the best way to illustrate what we're talking about here is from above.
Bro, just casually built another Grand Canyon, you know what I mean? Obviously, it's not as big as the Grand Canyon, but like, they just casually fucking built a canyon. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, what's up? Here's a valley. Here's a new valley in the middle of your fucking olive field. You know what I mean? This shit is fucked up. And this is the first one. This just basically shows you how devastating the first one was.
That at the time they thought it was an air raid. The sound of explosions created by cracking rock, the flashes by the sparks that flew as the Earth's crust was torn apart. It used to be a flat field. I would ride my motorbike on it, said this boy. It was all an olive grove, which is now bisected by a gorge that in places...
That shows you a little bit better. Neden ezan sesi koymuşlar arkasına? Oğlum ne bileyim, Allah Allah, çektikleri zaman da ezan çalıyormuş yani arkada, ne? Yapmayın etmeyin, o kadar da değil be, Allah Allah. Ezan sesi ezan yani, normal.
Is the width of a football field. The rift is so deep.
Takıldığın şeye bak amına koyayım. Resmen yeni am açılmış dünyada, hala ezan sesi niye var arkada diyor.
13-story building could fit in it. This boy said that just after first light that morning, they came out here and found this. They were terrified and started crying. We thought we had witnessed something that's out of this world.
Translate what you said. I said there's a new pussy on the planet. They put a new pussy on the planet, and this dude is still worried about the ezan being featured in the background of a video.
Eventually, the cities and towns will be clear of rubble. But this rupture, shaky ground permitting, will endure as a reminder of the power of the quake, the power of 7.8. John Irvine, News at 10, Southern Turkey.
Anyway, new pussy just dropped, pussy 2. So, I mean, this shit is, I mean, that was from the previous earthquake, just to show you how massive that was, just to show you how insane that was, just to show you the magnitude, the impact. We're going to talk about this in a second. Don't worry. The Jordan Peterson, they, them conundrum.
And at the moment evacuated the building, many rushing out, children being pulled out of fear. And you can imagine the trauma, the emotional trauma that these people in southeastern Turkey have already been through. So much loss, so much destruction. There is still so much fear here in southeast Turkey. So to go through that again is difficult to explain, and we felt it over here, but of course it is reported that that epicenter, that the worst of the tremors was felt further east towards Gaziantep and Hatay. And we are still learning more details about this, still waiting for more information from the authorities regarding the extent of this latest quake, regarding the extent of the potential destruction and damage this may or may not have caused. But of course there is a real sense of urgency, growing pressure on the Turkish government and authorities, a real sense of fear here amongst the Turkish population. And of course there's already been so much devastation, so much destruction, and we are learning that the Turkish authority is trying to step up calls for accountability. They are carrying out investigation into reports of building codes not being respected or enforced properly. So far, more than 400 people identified as potential suspects, at least 120 people arrested. And when we're talking about the destruction and the devastation, more than 100,000 buildings have been so far examined and have been deemed as requiring either demolition or have already collapsed. And there are still hundreds more thousands of buildings to be assessed and evaluated. So this is a significant feat for the Turkish government, and this latest tremor, this latest quake is only going to add to that. Now, we've been speaking to some of those impacted by the earthquake. Some of them have already been evacuated to other parts of the city, including in Istanbul, where we were able to meet with some of the children who have sadly lost their loved ones, been separated from family. Some have lost their parents, and their names still aren't known. Take a look.
Their laughter hides their loss. Pulled from the rubble, their parents still missing. The identities of some, a mystery. This orphanage has become home to some of Turkey's youngest earthquake survivors. Authorities say the search for living relatives continues, but some of these children are believed to have lost everyone.
When we first received these children, we observed signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. The children were very fragile. So, as well as providing shelter and security to these kids, we also began providing psychosocial support.
The devastation wrought by the earthquake has left countless children orphaned or separated from their loved ones. And while authorities say they have so far managed to reunite more than 900 children with their families, many are still waiting to be processed. And NGOs fear that millions could be at risk of acute psychological distress.
They already have their loved ones lost. They already have their homes lost. They already have their schools lost. All schools exact are gone. But if they also lose their hopes, that means loss of generations.
That loss is all too familiar to this Syrian family. 3 generations now temporarily hosted in this small one-bed apartment in Istanbul. Their home in Antakya, now a mountain of rubble. 26-year-old Ragad says she was the first to wake when the earthquake struck, pulling her mother and 4 sisters to safety just moments before their home collapsed.
When the earthquake happened, I think it's Yom al-Qiyamah.
Judgment Day.
Yes, there is a very big sound that it's not going out from my head. Every time it's here.
You still hear it?
Yes.
But this is not the first time Ragad and her family have faced a tragedy of this magnitude. Originally from the Syrian city of...
Oğlum bakın Türkler bunun türbanlısı türbansızı yok. Günün sonunda fark etmez. Herkesi aynı şekilde sikiyor earthquake. Yapmayın etmeyin. Gördüğünüz zaman bunlar Türk değil, bunlar türbanlı bilmem ne gibi laflar etmeyin yani. Saçmalamayın. No, this is not Syria, this is Turkey. I think those were Turkish families. Yeah, those were Turkish families. Türk olmasa ne olacaklar amcıklar? Ya. Saygı gösterin arkadaşlar yani. Bunlar insan günün sonunda.
The constant barrage of airstrikes forced the family to flee their home in 2014. But having her life upended by catastrophe time and time again has taken its toll on Ragad's mental health.
They were Syrian, my bad. Okay, regardless. Suriyeli de olsa, Türkiye'de yaşayan Suriyeli de olsa ne fark eder? Günün sonunda insan yani. Türbanlı Türk olsun, türbanlı Suriyeli olsun, türbansız Suriyeli olsun. Ne fark eder? Günün sonunda insan. Evi, ailesi ölmüş, evi yıkılmış. Ne fark eder? Hiçbir şey değiştirmiyor yani. Yapmayın etmeyin böyle laflar. Yeah, no, she is Syrian.
And every time I
living
say
in
why.
Turkey.
And now I'm asking myself why I'm alive. Maybe it was easy if I'm not. Yeah.
Easier than going.
What is
to
turban?
Yes,
turban.
it's not
They're
my
wearing
first time that I'm
headscarves, which is a big
zero.
point of political contention in Turkey.
Starting from zero for these children may not be as challenging. It's a catastrophe they are simply too young to understand. But just like Ragad and her family, their lives have been changed forever by the earthquake.
And look, there is still mounting pressure on the Turkish government. There are still further calls for international support. And just over the weekend and today, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken was visiting those affected areas, announcing further funding support for that humanitarian relief effort from the US government, now totaling about $180 million to both Turkey and Syria.
Why is it controversial? Turks are Muslim too? Brother, that is the most American ass fucking take I could ever hear in my entire life. This is like, no disrespect to this person. Don't make fun of this person. But this is why you will truly never understand it. Okay? You think even Muslim nations internally have this kind of struggle between people who believe that the path forward is like secularism, forcible secularism, people who believe the path forward, and people who basically adorn the aesthetics of being Islamist, a political Islam, a social Islam, people like Erdogan, utilizing that as a political point, political perspective. There's a lot of internal struggle in Turkey, historically and to this day, especially so. Okay? And then on top of that, there's a lot of additional political issues amongst, Muslim nations, amongst Muslims in general. issues, Lamau. I mean, yeah, war, bloodshed, so much devastation. Sunni versus Shia. So sectarian violence that goes beyond Sunni versus Shia, and nations that, you know, fight against one another. The point I'm trying to make, and the point I always try to make, is that Islam is not a monolith, okay? And nations with a bunch of Muslim people living in it are certainly not monolithic. There is always the same exact international nation-to-nation division that you see in Christian nations. There's always the domestic disputes internally. That's how it is. So, one thing for Americans and for the Westerners who watch this kind of stuff, for you to develop a better perspective, one thing I always tell you, okay? Look within. It's no different. Okay? It's no different. Look within and look at your own country and look at your own history. If you understand the never-ending struggle between conservatives in your country, like conservatives here in America versus leftists here in America, conservatives versus liberals, Republicans versus Democrats, and the many different kinds of never-ending conflict, understand that the very same type of conflict, conflicting worldviews, happen internally in Muslim nations as well. They are not united under the umbrella of Islam. That's not a thing. The unfortunate byproduct of, or one of the many unfortunate byproducts of America's war on terror was this wide paintbrush that they claimed all nations with Muslims were like. And it's just not true. That has never been true. It's a laughable concept. That's why I always used to say, whenever people talk about like ISIS and then try to claim that, like, you know, everyone is like ISIS, every Muslim nation is like ISIS, okay? Like, they throw gay people off of fucking rooftops. I'd be like, who are the gay people? You think they're gay Americans? No, they're also gay Arabs, you fucking idiot. Some of which also consider themselves to be Muslim. They are still under that Muslim umbrella. And yet they're fucking getting murdered. Like, that is literally, you're watching internal conflict happen in front of your eyes and, like, refusing to recognize that, you know, people might have different perspectives living in these countries, you know? The women that get stoned in a fundamentalist nation are still Muslim women, you know? If you can't realize that is a victim, but very much doubly a victim as a consequence of American imperialism on top of the fundamentalist internal structures within the government, I don't know what to tell you. So think about it always. If you can't comprehend it, if you cannot comprehend it because you've only been taught a certain way about how it's the world is, go back to the fundamentals. Just remove the Muslim patina, okay? The veneer of Islam, and turn it back into how things work in your country and extrapolate. Because it's exactly the same. Human beings are the same no matter where you go in the world. But Turkey is not an Arabic country. Sal Dilhan. Yeah, no shit, dude. No fucking shit. I love the Turks. You know how I know this motherfucker's Turkish? One, because he popped off immediately with a Turkey's not an Arabic country. And two, he's got the E, the uppercase I, which is Turkish. They don't have that in America. Okay? This is not a letter in the American alphabet. Dilha. Calm down. I know. Abi sen gittiğinden beri çok değişti. Yeni nesil 90% ateist. Nefret ediyorlar bütün dinlerden. Tabii mültecilerin etkisi de var. İnsanlar nefret ediyor şu anda dinden. Biliyorum abi, biliyorum. Biliyorum. Benim perspektifim biraz daha değişik.
In support of that aid effort, but of course the destruction is widespread. This is a process that is going to take months, if not years, and that need for international support is only going to grow. Linda?
Bro, I don't get the races between Turks and Syrians. They're pretty similar to each other, but with a different language and a governmental system. Yeah, I personally feel that way about Greeks, Armenians, Turks, Syrians, Kurds in general. We are all human beings. We are from the same fucking background. And maybe not Armenians and Greeks, but like if you look at Turks and Syrians, in the eyes of an American, they don't give a fuck. In the eyes of the West, Turks and Syrians are still Muslims. So they are, you know, no matter how much some atheist Turks like to say, we're different, we're different, we're different. In the eyes of the West, you're not, okay? They don't give a fuck. Same with the Kurds, too. They don't give a shit. You're still Muslim. You're the same. Obviously, Turks are not Arabic. Okay, they're not. And Turks are very upset about that. They get very mad about that because, you know, that's the West has painted every Muslim nation with one broad brush. Çok farklıyız amına koyayım. Taşak mı geçiyorsun? Abi günün sonunda insanız. Aynı zamanda dedim Yunanlıyla da hiçbir farkın yok aslında senin. Gerizekalı salak salak konuşma. Günün sonunda hiçbir farkımız yok. Sadece dilimiz değişik. Sadece daha fakir bir devlet. O kadar. Sen de oturduğun yerden laf ediyorsun. Amına koyayım onların. Biz çok değişiyiz diye. Hiçbir değişiklik yok aslında günün sonunda. Ne değişikliği var abi? Güneydoğu'da yaşayan adamla mesela Suriye'de yaşayan adam. Benim ailemin ana tarafı Kilis'ten. Biliyorsunuz. Söyledim size daha önce. Baba tarafı Yunanistan'dan. Selanik ve Girit'ten. Tamam mı? Ne farkı var benim ana tarafının Suriye tarafında olan aileyle? Hiçbir farkı yok amına koyayım. Dayımı görmüyor musunuz? Cenk. Resmen kara kuru adam yani. Ne farkı var aslında günün sonunda? Amerikalıların gözünde hiçbir fark yok zaten. DNA farkı. Yarrağımın DNA senin kardeşinle de senin aranda DNA farkı var. Ne fark eder? Uzaktan bakarsan maymunla senin aranda da DNA farkı yok yani neredeyse. O zaman ne konuşuyorsun? Ne kadar yaklaşırsan ya da ne kadar uzaklaşırsan bulabilirsin yani DNA farkı. Anyway. There's a larger issue at play given the mass refugees, an actually sizable amount of refugees that Turkey took in from Syria that has created a lot of political problems because of who did it, what reasons why Erdogan did it, okay? And what it implies to a lot of Turks that are anti-Erdogan. So there's a lot of anti-immigrant sentiment, anti-refugee sentiment in the country. Partially because, yes, 5 million refugees is a lot of refugees to take in as a country that is relatively poor and also is a nation with 80 million people, 90 million people. That's an insane amount of refugees to take in comparison to like the tiny fraction that the United States of America takes in. Okay, now people are saying 10 million refugees, but I think the official number is like 5, but why did he really take him in? I mean, partially because he wants to be seen as... Erdogan took him in for a couple different reasons. Because he took him in because he wanted to come across like the savior of Islam. He's always had this like idea of like basically being the caliphate guy. The other reason is because he utilizes the millions of Syrian refugees as a political pawn, as a political tool. He constantly threatens Europe and has like good leverage basically. So optically speaking, he looks like a leader in the Islamic world, which he wants to be. right? And then on the other side, he gets to use it as leverage against the European nations who do not want the Syrians inside of their borders, and they're terrified of that idea. They're terrified of that prospect. So they're like, oh, thank God, they're just in Turkey. Okay? Those are the main reasons. It's not real altruism, but what is real altruism anyway? I have a more unique perspective on this. I think it's the right thing to do, and I do. It's like one of the few things that I think was still a relatively good thing. It's just that integration, especially when you're a poor country, is very difficult. Integration into Turkey from Syria is still very difficult. Okay. People think, oh, well, they're fucking the same people. We are the same people. Okay. That is true. But integration is still a very difficult process, whether it be Germany, whether it be the United States of America, or whether it be fucking Turkey. Okay. It's not just because of racism. That's a very easy out. This is a more complicated situation than that. Obviously, it is mostly not about racism, but mostly about material conditions, okay? Ama komik. Türkler burada diyorlar, Suriyeliler ülkemize geliyor, amına koyuyorlar diyorlar ama aynı şekilde sen de Amerika'ya gelmek istiyorsun. Amerikalının gözünde senin hiçbir farkın yok, haberin olsun yani. Onu söyleyeyim size. Suriyeliymiş, Türkmüş hiçbir sikinde değil Amerikalının. Onu anlayın. Ama sen nasıl Amerika'ya gelmek istiyorsun ve entegre olmak istiyorsan burada Amerika'ya, Suriyelinin de aslında her Suriyeli senin sandığın gibi değil. Nasıl ki Meksikalılar da buraya gelip entegre olmak istiyorlarsa Amerika'da ve ben inanıyorum yani gelip entegre olabiliyorlar normal bir şekilde. Suriyelilerin de Türkiye'de entegre olabilme ihtimalleri var ama günün sonunda zengin adam hoşuna gidiyor. Güzel 5 milyon 10 milyon Suriyeli geldiği zaman amına koyabiliyor. Suriyelileri kullanıyor şey için, iş için. Para vermeden. Meksikalı ile Suriyeli versus çok farklı. Hayır, hiçbir farkı yok. Meksikalı'nın Amerika'ya, Suriye'nin Türkiye'ye hiçbir farkı yok. Bu günün sonunda bu doğruya doğru. Burada Türkiye'deki liberaller ama sadece şey olduğu için Erdoğan'ın yaptığı hareketlerden dolayı böyle görüyorlar. Anlıyorum neden böyle gördüğünüzü. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about this any further. It's because it's irrelevant to the main point of contention here. It does not matter in this conversation. What matters is hopefully getting some help to the areas that need it.
All right, Nada Bashir for us in Adana, Turkey. Thanks so much for that.
Bak Meksikalılara toplu tecavüz gelenek mi? Evet abi, onu da aynı şekilde Amerikalılar da öyle söylüyor. Sağcı Amerikalılar. Aynı zamanda anlayın. Siz bunu söylüyorsunuz Suriyeliler, Amerikalılar sizin için de aynı şeyi düşünüyor. Haberiniz olsun. I love how you have to convince Turkish chatters the Syrians are humans. Yes, I do. Because liberals, just like liberals in Israel have a dramatically different perspective. Even if you're a fucking liberal or consider yourself to be a pacifist liberal in Israel, for example, you still see Palestinians as like fucking, you know, subhuman. And it's the same attitude. It's like very difficult to fucking educate people on this process. And this is not the best part. This is not the best time to educate people on this process, but I try to explain it by making Turkish people who all want to come to America and love the United States and think it would be great if they got here, that like in the eyes of Americans, there is no difference between them and a Syrian person. And Americans also treat Mexican people like a lot of Turkish people treat Syrian people, as though they are, not supposed to be here. But I'm not going to sit here and act like it has been a wonderful experience for Turkey in general, because I understand when you put a very poor country, when you migrate millions of people, almost 10 million people to a very poor country that is only 80 million fucking people, that's a little bit different than America's immigration policies. And you will never understand that because America's 330 million people, and the number of immigrants, undocumented and documented, that we take in, number of refugees that we take in, is fucking not even a fraction of that. So even if it was done under like the most pacifistic, humane conditions and humane interests, which it wasn't, certainly, it still doesn't change that reality because it's a very complicated process, especially when the country doesn't have enough money, especially when the funds that the European governments are giving to Turkey for that integration process to keep the Syrians at bay, to keep the Syrians inside of Turkish borders. God forbid they immigrate to God forbid they immigrate to EU. Okay. All that money is going to the fucking Erdogan's pockets anyway. None of the money that the government receives ever goes to the fucking actual people that need it, to the actual initiatives that need to be set up. That is a gigantic issue. Anyway. Like, I'll explain it to you this way. If America allowed, I guess, what is it? It's 8-1, 1/8 of the entire population. If America allowed 1/8 of the entire population of the United States, okay, what would that be? That's like 330 million. Divided by 8 would be... Oh, wait, what the fuck? Divided by 8, not 8 billion. It's 41,250,000. Imagine if over the course of 2 to 3 years, America took in 41,250,000 people from South American countries. And even then, it would still be, even then, America still has the resources, significant resources to be able to do such a thing. But think about what kind of cultural shift that would have on the minds of liberals, okay? That'll help you make a better assessment, especially if it was like, yeah. It's like that. This is part of the reason why so many Turkish people are like fucking insane when they talk about Syrians. Meksikalıların şeriat isteme ihtimali yok. Oğlum saçma sapan konuşmayın ya. Meksikalıların şeriat isteme dediğin zaman zaten onu aynı şeyi söylüyorlar Amerika'da da. Salak salak konuşmayın arkadaşlar. Aynı şeyleri söylüyorlar. Sizin Suriyelilere söylediğiniz şeyi aynısını Meksikalılara söylüyorlar burada. Yapmayın etmeyin. The Republicans who scream is white genocide, it wouldn't be just Republicans. And also, it's not a Republican liberal thing either. Anyway. Also, you should mention that these refugees are the lowest income part of the Syrians. Yeah, of course. I mean, but same with America. It's not like, yeah, refugees are refugees, my friend. Ya yarrak kafaları, Meksikalılar da çocuklarımızı uyuşturucu bağımlısı yapıyor diyor Amerikalılar. Aynı hikayeler. Aynen öyle, aynen. İnsan abi bunlar, insan. Okey? Nasıl Amerikalılara öğretiyorsam, bunu insanlığı öğretiyorsam, aynı şeyi size de söylemeye çalışıyorum. Okay? There's only about 45 million immigrants total living in the U.S., by the way. Yeah, you're talking about documented immigrants living in the United States right now. I'm talking about 1 year, you add 41,250,000 refugees over the course of like 1 to 2 years. Okay? Coming exclusively from South American countries. I think we have the money and we have the money and capability to be able to fucking deal with that, for the record. But that would... I'm asking Americans to comprehend what kind of political fallout would happen if that happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's just unimaginable. It's literally unimaginable. Anyway. Anyway, let's continue. I mean, just look at Title 42. Libs are like, you know, it's kind of nice that they're forced to remain in Mexico. Exactly. They do it anyway. Now imagine if the American government also like didn't do anything that the government's supposed to do. I mean, the American government's bad.
Breaking news.
The American government is really fucking bad. And I mentioned the awful things that they do on a regular basis, right? What the American government does on a regular basis. But like, you know, it's still better than the Turkish government, mostly because of how much money it has. And also on top of that, like, there is a level of infrastructure that they rely on, that they basically rest on from prior administrations. And there's still, like, in comparison to Turkey, there's still less corruption within the state. You know what I mean? It's still very corrupt, but the difference is, like, it's not as corrupt as Turkey still, no matter what.
Şu anda deprem oluyor tekrar. Tekrar deprem oluyor şu anda.
This is the second impact. This just happened.
Bina hatlarından uzaklaşın. Bina hatlarından uzaklaşın. Yok efendim, bu çok yüksek. Çok yüksek bu. Başkanım, bu çok yüksek.
If that would happen, I mean, 40 million for South America would you support it? Fuck yeah. Dude, we have money, man. We have enough money. The problem, here's the thing. Turkey, if Turkey used their fucking limited funds that they have correctly, even Turkey would be able to support integration programs. The problem is they don't. Okay? And we will never experience that. We will never know, because adequate integration measures literally are not good for the capital owners, the bosses. People who own businesses rely on a steady pool of undocumented labor. Okay? It's a nearly identical issue. So it hasn't even been tried. Even wealthy nations like Germany, who still took a relatively larger amount of Syrian refugees over the course of many years, had issues with integration. Okay? Like, they tried. I know they tried. I remember reading up on it. I remember fucking looking into what they were doing. Okay? They tried. And even then, it was not good. It was not enough. You know? What is this? Jihan Tugal says the Anglophone. Oh, fucking Berkeley sociologist. Says the Anglophone coverage of Turkish Syrian earthquake is upsetting. The crushing majority of reporters and commentators, including Turkish ones, focus only on the national and ignore the global making of the catastrophe. Below, the anchor asks, how do you explain people getting angry at an earthquake? The commentator explains, because the destruction is political. It's due to inequalities, and it wouldn't be at this scale in another country. That's true, though. This kind of coverage expects us to believe that causes of response to disasters in good countries are not political. Want to look at the facts? Do you remember Hurricane Katrina, the thoroughly racial causes and consequences of destruction? Well, this is actually a really good example, because I literally used this exact same example when talking about how American disaster relief is also, definitely identical in the same way, even though it's marginally better, and therefore it will still be a little bit better. The reaction will be a little bit better. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The lack of planning. Levees being built specifically in Louisiana to protect wealthy neighborhoods. Levees being built higher than they're supposed to be in wealthy neighborhoods was a major reason for why poorer neighborhoods were flooded. Because levees are supposed to be built a certain way so that like there's mass dispersion of water. Okay? But they didn't do that. Right? That is environmental racism. That's systemic racism. That's structural racism. They did that on purpose. They did that deliberately. Wealthy neighborhoods are neighborhoods where white people live for the most part. Poorer neighborhoods are neighborhoods where white people still live, but mostly black and brown people. California wildfires. Do you think they're not political? Yes, in California, I do feel safer in regards to earthquakes because of many reasons. Chief among them is the proper use of technology. Okay. When you admit that, though, you have to admit that Turkey doesn't do that. But I also know the global background of this development. Have you ever checked out a carbon map? The core capitalist countries have been destroying nature for centuries, and the poor ones bear the burden. That is to say, the ecological cost of our comfort in the West has been externalized. That is an ongoing process. I know things look cleaner here than in Turkey, yet it is the plunder of Africa and South America. I mean, this guy's right. He's not wrong. I mean, this is the same old, this is literally the same old process over and over again. He's not wrong. Our relatively clean existence here is political. It is based on inequalities, and it is at the expense of nature and other people. Less of us die here in ecological calamities because other people are already dying for us. You might still say there are many less advanced countries where things aren't as bad as Turkey. Why is that? And don't even ask me about Syria, since you already know what your proxy war put in the situation. Countries like Turkey appear to have two choices. They either accept their middling place in global hierarchies, or their capitalism becomes as wild and destructive as the European capitalism of the mid-19th century, but now equipped with state capitalist tools in order to catch up. Erdogan is used, especially the construction sector, in this game of catching up. Oh, this is very good, actually. Okay. No, he is so right about this, but this is literally what this is. He's basically describing this. When Turkish people talk about the inequality in the country, when Turkish people talk about like the lack of support and the government in this country and why it wouldn't happen in another country in a similar capacity, they're basically comparing the United States of America to Turkey and saying that it's literally this, what he's describing here, that like Erdogan's development projects were on overdrive because it was politically fashionable for him to do so. That is precisely why Turkey's self-destruction is also coming through poorly constructed airports, roads, and buildings. Turkey stuck to the first path before 1980 and fully embraced the second after 2002. Things would have been better if it had struck so its servile ways, but not much better, as the 1999 earthquake shows. Yeah. Forcing Turkey to revert to its pre-Erdogan path, as the commentator below suggests we should, would give the West ease of mind, but would not go to the root of problem. The change has to be global. While we are fighting for global change, I hope Turkey gets rid of these rapacious developers at the top, but doesn't replace them with milder developers who produced the 1999 calamity. The latter are the mainstream West candidates for perpetuating business as usual. Okay, I do like it. I take it back. He spat by the end of it. At first, I thought he was just going to be like a semantics, like annoying and talk about like the semantics of the situation, but he's just looking at it as a from a anti-capitalist perspective, which is that these issues are global. You will not be able to you will not be able to like find a perfect solution, especially because at the heart of the problem is capitalism, and that a social democratic liberal party that comes into power is probably going to revert back to the 1999 pre-Erdogan days of development, which, as we all know, as you guys know in the chat, because I talked about my own personal experiences from the 99 earthquake, was still genuinely a calamity and was devastating. It's just things have gotten even worse. Things have only gotten worse. But the solution, of course, will not be the Social Democratic Liberal Party. The solution would only come through a genuine change, a dramatic change in the way that the Turkish economy is organized. That's just an assumption from him. Who was in power before AKP in the 90s? Turkey had a different approach that was still very much capitalist, obviously, but at least like there was a more liberal attitude, even from right-wing parties. Erdogan, many people in Turkey only talk about Erdogan from the perspective of social conservatism. But one thing that Recep Tayyip Erdogan did was accelerate the privatization of previously nationalized industries, all the way from telecommunications to, even fucking beer. You know what I mean? Like that, the entire beer development wasn't nationalized, but like Turkey had national breweries, for example. You know what I mean? So, that definitely came after the Erdogan regime, which is why the West actually loved the Erdogan regime and still kind of loves the Erdogan regime. You know? Yeah, it's just like the Social Democrats at least maintained the veneer that they cared about the people and had had less of an inclination towards neoliberalism. But Erdogan and his many privatization initiatives originally gave a big economic boon, okay? Not a real one, but on paper, it made Turkey look better, okay? That, especially the rampant privatization, seemingly allowed Turkey to avoid the financial catastrophes of the pigs. Portugal, Greece, Spain. Like when the EU was falling apart, when certain EU nations were falling apart, it seemed like Turkey was doing a better job avoiding the economic disasters, but that was also short-lived. It was just, it wasn't real. It wasn't a real way to avoid the economic disasters, like the top of the hour ad break, which is a calamity when you think about it. Yes, I know I said avoid, and I know you guys are fucking freaking out over it, but at the top of the hour, there is another economic calamity that is that Chad is overcome with. But fear not, there's a way to avoid that one. It's not through rampant privatization, but by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Stop giving me low votes. Fuck you guys. Pigs, Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain. Anyway. İnşaatların denetlenmesi bile özel sektöre bırakıldı. Müteahhitler kendi denetim firmalarını kurup inşaatları denemiştim gibi yaptılar. Bu Amerika'da da böyle yapıyorlar orospu çocukları, emin olun. People think this doesn't happen in the West, but you're basically also explaining the Australian Conservative Party and how they ran Australia for the last 2 decades straight. Same with the UK. A lot of issues in European social democracies also stem from the exact same problems. It's just a slower burn. You have to realize always that, like, in Western nations, they have more money. Why? Because they plunder the global South in a way that Turkey could not even imagine. Even if Turkey wanted to plunder the global South, they would never be able to, in the same way, in the historic ways and in the contemporary ways that the European nations do. Okay? That props up the social democratic, the social democracies, the economy of the first world. Okay? The Western world. Now, with that plunder, they are able to extend the lifeline of neoliberal capitalism as they still implement austerity measures internally, something that they used to do for other countries. You know what I mean? Like, Neoliberalism was the way of the land and the way to operate the third world, right? Developing nations through IMF loans and sometimes even like direct political pressure in the form of like coups d'etats and whatnot. Now they're basically doing that to their own people. You suck, Hassan. You made me miserable for months when I was a viewer. Your tone is toxic. I can't even stand hearing your voice. Your shit is so gross. You okay? Hassan in chat, get a joke challenge. I don't think that person is joking. Anyway, I hope you get better. Chatter. Austin said tier 2 keg weight. You're not even tier 2, motherfucker. Why you? What is this? You're not even tier 2. You can't make fun of other tier 2 people. Anyway, I hope you get better, Chatter. I'm rooting for you. All right. I forgot the ad. No, I don't think I did. I think I ran it. Yeah, I ran it. You just didn't see it. You have to put up with so much shit. I don't know how you do it. It's okay. I think sometimes I got to remember that, like, if it's a 28-month subscriber that's tier 2, like, when they say something like that, they probably are going through some shit way worse than you know, them telling me I suck or whatever, you know? I don't really care about it that much. All right, let's get to Biden making a surprise visit to Ukraine in the 1-year anniversary of me never saying that Russia wasn't going to invade Ukraine.
News this morning, President Biden making an unannounced...
I think one of the funniest things that a lot of people do on the internet is like immediately betray the seriousness of the subject matter that they're covering when it's like 1 year since Russia has invaded Ukraine. And they just immediately go, here are the YouTube people that said that Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? You think like this is your takeaway? Like you are so obviously just trying to fucking farm likes more than anything else. You know what I mean? Like you literally are just like, oh, thank God it's been a year. So now I can like, you know, bring this back up. Who cares? Why do they bring it up? Because they just don't care about anything. They just want to farm. They just want to farm. That's it. Anyway. Yeah. Aren't you a converted tanky though? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you know what any of these words mean. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, let's continue. People just say words that they hear from other YouTubers and then they come in here and use those words and they're just like, I got you.
Trip to Ukraine nearly 1 year since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion as Vladimir Putin's forces ramp up their offensive and amid concerns that China could start giving Russia significant military aid. The president is now heading to Poland to meet with America's allies. Mary Bruce is there standing by.
Taking
but
the
first,
walk
our
there.
chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, starts us off. He's there on the scene in Kyiv. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. I think this was a major show of solidarity and support by President Biden, and historic, and make no mistakes, high-risk visit to a country in the middle of this terrible war, even as Russia presses its attack.
What? What the fuck is this? Why did you find this account to explain this? This is literally, I mean, this is normal for the Biden team to like tell Russia that Biden is going to fucking Russia, but why did you find this is probably not the best account to cover this, you know.
Across the country. This morning, President Biden crossing into the war zone. Unprecedented security in the capital, Kyiv, as all major roads are sealed off. Hundreds of armed police and army lining the streets. Air raid sirens ringing out as the president walked alongside President Zelensky. A reminder of the dangers Ukrainians have faced every single day for almost a year.
Kyiv stands, and Ukraine stands. Democracy stands. The Americans stand with you, and the world stands with you.
President Biden and Zelensky paying their respects at the Wall of the Heavenly Hundred to commemorate those who've lost their lives in the protest for freedom in 2014, and a place that also honors Ukrainian war dead.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. President. It's a huge moment of supporting the Ukraine.
As the president spoke, in the east of the country, intense battles raging, especially around the key city of Bakhmut.
Unchecked aggression is a threat to all of us.
Russian forces are now engaged in intense street-to-street battles as the death toll rises on both sides. Ukraine low on ammunition and firepower. Today, Biden announcing more military aid. Russia also looking for military support. Secretary of State Blinken warning his Chinese counterpart to not supply lethal military aid to Moscow. And this morning, the Chinese hitting back, accusing the US of pressing lies and saying it was America sending weapons, not China.
Freedom is priceless. It's worth fighting for as long as it takes. And that's how long we're going to be with you, Mr. President, for as long as it takes.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
Well, this was a defiant message today from President Biden, aimed a lot at President Putin, though, that his aim to wipe Ukraine off the map, his war of conquest, as he referred to it as, is failing. I think although this unannounced trip to Kyiv is going to rally the spirits of the nation, the president also acknowledging that current state of the battle, saying they're going to be difficult days, weeks and years ahead.
Oh, my.
Robin.
As always, Ian, appreciate your reporting.
Hi, everyone. George.
Yeah, Jake Sullivan, President Biden's national security advisor, told reporters that the White House alerted Russian officials of Biden's trip to Kyiv several hours before he arrived for deconfliction purposes. Yeah, no shit. Of course, dude. Can you imagine Russia fucking lets loose a stray rocket like they do regularly while fucking Biden's in Kyiv? Holy fuck, that's it. Is nuclear holocaust. Instant World War III. Like, instant. So, of course they did that. The U.S. warns China not to even consider selling arms to Russia, as it provides endless billions of funding and arms to Israel and the Saudis as they bomb and mass murder Palestinians and Yemenis. And the Western media class reports this as the height of virtue and humanism. Yeah, that's such a funny fucking... I mean, I don't think anybody should be selling arms to anybody. Let's be real, okay? That's my assessment. That's my take. But America being like, you definitely can't sell arms to anyone in this process is like, the fuck? I mean, it's yet another instance where it's like, we do that. Only we get to do that, okay? Only we get to do that. You know what I mean? The BBC, New York Times, Guardian say in unison how the U.S. has shown its devotion to peace, human rights, and territorial sovereignty by warning the evil Chinese not to sell weapons to Russia, something they would, of course, never do. Being a propagandist means living in an alternate universe. The thing that never ceases to amaze me is how all these people from Blinken to Jake Sullivan to all the scum at the New York Times and BBC who regurgitate this deranged bullshit have no shame. They just say it without even a hint of embarrassment. Their pathological depravity knows no bounds. Just look at this. The BBC, Guardian, New York Times keep posting stories about how brave American, French, and British troops intercept small arms deliveries to Yemen, which is fighting off a genocidal Saudi invasion that their Western regimes are funding and arming. Yeah. This is literally... This is straight up. Like, they are talking about how, they're intercepting the Iranian shipment of weapons to the Yemen. French forces see shipment of weapons headed from Iran to Yemen. Another dub. They write stories about how awesome it is that they're intercepting small arms sent to help Yemenis fight off a genocidal invasion supported by their own regimes. Then right after, Slava Ukraini, we have to spend more weapons for self-defense. Peace is just the purest scum. By the way, they called this the free press in the West. Yes, formally you're allowed to ask Blinken and Sullivan and all these depraved scumbags any questions you like when you work for the BBC, Guardian, New York Times. But, of course, the only reason you work there is because you won't. And, of course, it would not be a fucking squirrel thread without Noam Chomsky manufacturing consent. By the way, I'm surprised that they didn't mention this, but we also give arms to the other side. Not just small arms, by the way, but like, laser-guided missile systems and refueling systems to the Saudi Air Force that we openly sell weapons to. So just remember that as well. We arm one side of the conflict and stop the other side of the conflict from getting arms. Which, of course, because they are enemies and, we are the good guys. So... Here.
This is what I don't get, because it suggests that, I'm a joke, people like me are self-censoring.
No, not self-censoring. There's a filtering system.
You do not get to the position in media by openly being agitational towards the preordained U.S. hierarchical power. You do not get to Anderson Cooper's position. You do not get to Don Lemon's position by fucking openly asking the question, why the fuck are we giving arms to Saudi Arabia when they're melting fucking children in school buses in Yemen, when they're causing a man-made genocide, a man-made famine? You don't get to that position. You will never rise to the fucking top of U.S. media, especially now. Maybe back in the day, you could do a little bit of a stint, covering the State Department or whatever, and you could be a little bit more antagonistic, especially as it pertains to like domestic policy. You got the Pentagon Papers like that. Back in the day, that happened. Okay? You don't get that anymore. You only get like externalities. You'll have like Abu Ghraib, right? Which is so openly gross and insane and inhumane that like you have to fucking cover it. You know what I mean? But the underlying fundamentals of why we have to be in Afghanistan, why we have to be in Iraq, will not be questioned. You can question it now, question it 20 years down the line, but immediately as it's happening, no shot. It doesn't happen like that. Okay? Just like you can't ask that question currently. Just like you can't ask that fucking question. You can't ask, what the fuck's going on with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline? Why the fuck did Russia supposedly blow up their own pipeline? How did that happen? What a strange reason. What a strange way to do things. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm not going to cover that right now.
Kindergarten. It goes all the way through. And it's not, doesn't work 100%, but it's pretty effective.
When people also, I want to talk about something. I want to talk about another part of this puzzle, because Republicans also try to adorn the "we are peaceful doves" rhetoric, which Noam Chomsky also effectively puts down as well, and I will do that too. I want to talk to you about like the Ann Coulters of the world, the Tim Pools of the world, the Glenn Greenwalds of the world, as a matter of fact, that always say, why are we fighting this war in Ukraine? Why are we giving money to Ukraine? Is that a legitimate peaceful, is that a talking point that is actually about peace? Is that actually a pacifist talking point? Or is that pure propaganda? I will give you that. I will give you my assessment in a second.
Selects for obedience and subordination. And especially, I think that
so stroppy people won't make it to
there'll
positions
be
of influence.
behavior problems, or if you read applications to a graduate school, you see that people will tell you he's not, doesn't get along too well with his colleagues. You know how to interpret those things.
I'm just interested in this because I was brought up, like a lot of people, probably post-Watergate film and so on, to believe that journalism was a crusading craft and that there were a lot of disputatious, stroppy, difficult people in journalism. And I have to say, I think I know some of them.
Well, I know some of the best and best-known investigative reporters in the United States. I won't mention names because I don't want to, whose attitude toward the media is much more cynical than mine. In fact, they regard the media as a sham, and they know and they consciously talk about how they try to play it like a violin. If they see a little opening, they'll try to squeeze something in that ordinarily wouldn't make it through. And it's perfectly true that I'm sure you're speaking for the majority of journalists who are trained, have it driven into their heads that this is a crusading profession, adversarial, we stand up against power, a very self-serving view. On the other hand, in my opinion, I hate to make a value judgment, but the better journalists, and in fact the ones who are often regarded as the best journalists, have quite a different picture, and I think a very realistic one.
How can you know that I'm self-censoring? How can you know
I don't say
that
you're
journalists
self-censoring. I'm sure you believe everything you're saying. But what I'm saying is if you believe something different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting.
I mean, it's great. Of course, you know, it's a lot of people in media fucking despise that because it kind of strikes at the core of the problem, which is you wouldn't be in that position that you're in if you were truly contentious to the powers that be. If you were truly covering, you know, things that you are not supposed to be covering, then you would not get to the position of interviewing people. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be a fucking host. Anyway, so let's talk about dude, this is so funny. Isn't Noam Chomsky a lib? He's a libertarian. Chomsky, the first thing I do in the morning is read the New York Times. It's the best newspaper in the world. You want some general sense of what's going on? That's where you go. I mean, he's not wrong. That's still true. The reason why we're hypercritical of the New York Times, especially as it pertains to State Department propaganda, is that because it's like literally it's supposed to be the gray lady. That's the point. I tell you this all the time. When I am skeptical of mainstream media narratives, notice how I never talk about certain narratives that like the right wing is hyper focused on. Okay. There's a reason for that because I understand that the underlying material interests of why the New York Times is covering certain stories over others is sometimes valid. Okay. It doesn't mean that like everything that every moment, every letter that they ink on the fucking paper is literally false. Okay. It's not riddled with falsehoods. It's not. And you have to get the news somewhere. And they do a profoundly important thing, you know, Associated Press, New York Times. It's just that when you're consuming it, you have to be critical of what you are consuming. You have to be a little bit better with your understanding of what their perspective is, where their biases lie, okay? And the unfortunate reality is that, like, there is no... Media literacy, unfortunately, is not taught in a Marxist sense. You will never learn media literacy from a Marxist perspective because you're going to a neoliberal institution of learning. So when you learn about media literacy, you're learning a liberal understanding of media literacy. A literal understanding of, or a liberal understanding of media literacy means you just fucking look at the New York Times and you say, this is correct across the board. It's always good. It's infallible. It is the most moral and most correct way to approach stories. Okay? And that's not true. There are plenty of instances where they fall short. What are some key points of leftist media literacy? Always look to what the underlying material reasons are for why certain stories are covered with certain perspectives. One thing that I can give you, it's like building biases basically, but if you want to understand like how an article is covered, always look to what sources they're covering. For example, when you talk about police brutality, I mean, I say this all the time. It's not just the New York Times. It's not just NPR. It's all of mainstream media, that outlets that you consider to be otherwise very good outlets, right? When people cover police brutality, they always go to the police. When people cover police brutality, why the fuck are you going to the police? Why are you asking other former policemen, police chiefs, and people that work for, security contractors and whatnot, what their perspective is, when you should be only talking to victims' families, okay? And you should only be talking to like public defenders and activists. But they don't do that. They talk to police officers. They talk to ex-police officers. They talk to police chiefs. They talk to people who still have contracts with, police departments all around the world sometimes. That is a bias. Why do they have that bias? Because they work in line with the police. They are defenders of capital. Police protect and serve the interests of capital, and so does the New York Times. So whenever there's an issue of police brutality, their job is not to put it on the paper and give you the actual fucking truth of it and tell you exactly what ways to modify or fix the problem. Their job is to normalize that violence. And sometimes normalizing that violence also means looking at the tip of the iceberg and saying, that's abnormal, but that's very different than the rest of the violence that continues on a daily basis as police operate like occupying forces in black and brown neighborhoods. This was a very apparent thing that I tried to pummel into your fucking brain when we were talking about the Cobra unit, right? With the execution of Tyree Nichols. Everyone immediately rushed and said, these 5 cops, they're bad. And the second thing that they said immediately after that was, or not Cobra, sorry, Scorpion unit. I apologize. I fucked it up. It's another comical 80s fucking supervillain named unit. It was the Scorpion unit, not the Cobra unit. But they did that with a purpose. They immediately banished these 5 cops as though they were like totally operating outside of the boundaries of normal policing when they clearly weren't. Okay? And that's something that you need to remember. They were operating within the boundaries of normal policing. It's just that, it was on camera and it was pretty gruesome. So they had to make it seem like this was totally different. That's why they went to other cops and they asked them, like, is this normal? And all the other cops said, no, in all my 30 years of policing, I've never seen that. No, it wasn't just because they were black. Stop. We're talking about something that is more important than black or white, okay? Because there is one additional layer. Ask any black person and they will tell you, when you are a cop, okay? You're not a black cop or a white cop. You're a cop. You're working for a white supremacist institution, whether you agree with it or whether you even recognize it or not. This is not colorblind Andy. This is straight up just the truth. According to James Baldwin, sometimes black cops are even more brutal than white cops, just to prove that they are, that they are not black, but blue instead. Okay? Anyway. So, that was a brief lesson on manufactured consent. We're going to move away from that. And we're going to get to Bernie Sanders, who claims to be a socialist, but wrote another book. Disgusting. What a liar, dude. What a Weasley little fake socialist, dude. Socialist, but writes a book? I think not.
With Senator Bernie Sanders.
If anyone knows anything about socialism, socialists hate writing books. They hate writing and reading in general. It's like a big no-no. I'm very smart. What? Nah, he's cool. This guy cosplays as Yujiro Hanma and DBZ characters to entertain his son. Oh yeah, this is. Yeah, I this guy is crazy. I've seen this guy a lot. He even has a demon back, dude. Kind of. This guy's dope. My TikTok just suggested this to me. The caption was just Sigma. Oh, I forgot. We're going to talk about the conservative critique of war. Good fucking call. Thank you. Before we get to Bernie Sanders and him being a fake socialist, one last thing I wanted to say about the war in Ukraine. A lot of people regularly talk about how much money we're fucking sending over to Ukraine, and some of the perspective is valid. But a lot of what conservatives talk about with respect to why or how much money we're sending into Ukraine is just bullshit. What do I mean by that? Always make note of people who say, why are we sending this money to Ukraine when we can instead be using it elsewhere, and what they are saying? Because if they are like, why are we sending this money to Ukraine? Why can't we beef up our borders? Or if they're Marjorie Taylor Greene and they say, why are we sending this money to Ukraine when we could be bombing Mexico? Which is a thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene said. Or Ann Coulter saying, why are we sending this money to Ukraine when we could be invading Mexico like we did with Panama? A real thing that she said on the Tim Pool broadcast. I saw that earlier this morning on the Majority Report. Shouts out the Majority Report. Remember, when people say, why are we sending this money to Ukraine when we can be using it in other violent ways? Yes, she did say that, by the way. Both of these things I said are correct. Okay, let's see if we can, maybe you guys can send me the links. I know Marjorie Taylor Greene said it. I know Ann Coulter said it on Tim Pool. Understand that they're not anti-war, okay? They're not anti-war. Because they're just saying, that's not a good war to fight. We got a better war to fight. And if you are anti-war, you don't say shit like that. And this is basically what Glenn Greenwald advocates for as well. They're not anti-war. They're anti this war. Okay? So remember that. Here it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, President Trump was right. We should bomb the cartels because they are an international criminal organization murdering our people by lacing deadly fentanyl from China in drugs they illegally sell across our border to U.S. citizens. Not Mexico or its great people, the cartels. The Biden admin and U.S. Congress has invested 111 plus billion taxpayers' dollars in a war defending the borders of the people of Ukraine. The same admin and Congress ignore our own daily border invasion and the record high number of Mexican cartel fentanyl murders of Americans. Washington has always had a lust for war. If that's the case, they need to turn their lust towards a war that actually defends America's borders and the American people's lives. But Joe Biden is the best business partner the cartels have ever had, and Joe keeps the drugs flowing. And young Americans, teens to 45, are dying of fentanyl more than COVID, cancer, heart disease, and all other deaths combined. This is so funny. That's not true. What the fuck? That is insane. Okay, let's continue. Joe doesn't seem to mind drug abuse because he campaigned for POTUS while his daughter Ashley was in drug rehab, writing about inappropriate showers with dad. And we all know the depravity of Hunter's drug habit. Unfortunately, we had to see it on his laptop from hell. But just because Joe Biden doesn't care how many Americans die from fentanyl, why don't the rest of the demon rats care, and some Republican senators? You know who does care? The parents who find their teenager dead in their room in the morning. That family remembers, that gets that call that no one ever wants. And each time the toxicology report comes back, fentanyl. Our own federal government is failing our people. And by keeping our borders open, aiding in the cartel's murders of our people, it should not be tolerated. The federal government has a duty to defend the state's borders and our people, and it's the people who pay for it all. I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I believe that we need to have a national divorce, kind of like the divorce that I had with my husband because I was cheating on him with the CrossFit instructor. That's right. That is a real thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene, did, allegedly. I was letting the whole team hit because, I wanted to explore my sexuality. Now, am I having sex with Kevin McCarthy? Some people are saying this. This might be a lie told by the liberal Democrats. Allegedly, I, Marjorie Taylor Greene, am having sex with Kevin McCarthy. Allegedly. Anyway, we need to have a national divorce, kind of like the Confederates did, but this time successfully. By the way, that's not even a lie. She wrote that. Here it is. We need a national divorce. We need to separate by red states and blue states and shrink the federal government. Everyone I talk to says this. From the sick and disgusting woke culture issues shoved down our throats to the Democrats' traitorous last America policies, we are done. That's right. We need to balkanize the United States of America, more like the non-United States, the divided states of America. I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I know nothing about American history, and I will tell you that this will probably be a good thing. Emma says, maybe we don't need a national divorce. Maybe we in the government can just live in other places for a while until we figure things out. Maybe things will get better. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, here is the funniest part about Marjorie Taylor Greene's absolutely insane request for Biden to bomb drug cartels in Mexico is the fact that it was his idea actually first. Let's go after the drug lords where they live with an international strike force, Jack. Super predators, I mean. Why? They don't call him Jim Crow Joe for no reason, chat. Okay? I do find that funny. Anyway, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, no fucking unique or new ideas. You know what I'm saying? Biden met President Zelensky and all the Ukrainians. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene pops off, says, impeach Biden or give us a national divorce. We don't pay taxes to fund foreign countries' wars who aren't even NATO allies. We aren't sending our sons and daughters to die for foreign borders and foreign democracy. America is broke. Criminals and cartels reign, and you are a fool. That's funny. She got so horned up to fucking pop off. She just said allies, and then she said to dies for foreign borders and foreign democracy. Do you think she's aware that blue states literally prop up red states to keep their people alive? Is she just saying virtue signaling, or is she that stupid? Yes, she's that stupid. Why not both? Why not both? It could be both. Why not both? You see the drama over the communism comment in the new Last of Us? Same foreign policy as you? Wait, what? I'm literally describing why this is an idiotic fucking take as far as foreign policy goes. And there are still people in here to be like, yeah, dude, you and Marjorie Taylor Greene agree. Marjorie Taylor Greene very openly admits that she is not interested in like any sort of peace mission. She just wants the funds and the weapons to continue flowing just to travel a war that she thinks is good. Here's why you can never trust the false anti-war positions of the right. Ann Coulter and Hannah Claire Brimelow propose pulling funding out of Ukraine and instead use it to invade Mexico.
Travel at all, go anywhere, and you will be happy to be here. Do you think that Mexico poses enough of a threat to American lives to be worth invading at any point?
It wouldn't be necessary if we built the wall.
Yeah.
But yes, to take out the cartels, I mean, it's certainly more of a threat to us than Ukraine.
Right. I mean, we sent a ton of money shipping goods and resources to Ukraine. Why wouldn't we just spend that money on the wall?
Well, not only the wall, but as for, going into their country, I mean, I don't know, this is kind of racy, but yeah, take out the cartels if they can't do it by themselves.
She follows through by literally saying we should do a Panama Canal style invasion, which, she doesn't even know the details of, doesn't even understand who she's talking about. It's pretty funny. Anyway, it's great. It's fucking awesome. It's just, yeah. What is this? The Last of Us communism clip? Yeah, I know. It's funny. It's only funnier because like Pedro Pascal himself is like a supporter of socialists, which made it even better. But his character is, of course, like supposed to be like a right-wing guy, a right-wing Texan guy, rugged man. There's more gun deaths in Mexico come from gun manufacturers in the United States. I guess Mexico is a pretty compelling reason to do some strategic strikes in the USA. Yeah, good luck to that. Okay, here is Ron DeSantis saying the same shit. By the way, this is now going to be the new right-wing talking point. That's why, get ready for this.
First, on the president's unannounced visit, is this a good move?
Well, Brian, I'm reminded of when he was vice president. Obama and Biden opposed providing lethal aid to Ukraine during those years. And then I'm also reminded that I don't think any of this would have happened but for the weakness that the president showed during his first year in office, culminating, of course, in the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. So I think while he's over there, I think I and many Americans are thinking to ourselves, okay, he's very concerned about those borders halfway around the world. He's not done anything to secure our own border here at home. We've had millions and millions of people pour in, tens of thousands of Americans dead because of fentanyl. And then, of course, we just suffered a national humiliation of having China fly a spy balloon clear across the continental United States. So we have a lot of problems accumulating here in our own country that he is neglecting.
First things first, on the president's unannounced visit, is this a good move?
Well, Brian, I'm reminded of when he was vice president. Obama and Biden opposed providing lethal aid to Ukraine during those years. And then I'm also reminded that I don't think any of this would have happened but for the weakness that the president showed during his first year in office, culminating, of course, in the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. So I think while he's over there, I think I and many Americans are thinking to ourselves, okay, he's very concerned about those borders halfway around the world. He's not done anything to secure our own border here at home. We've had millions and millions of people pour in, tens of thousands of Americans dead because of fentanyl. And then, of course, we just suffered a national humiliation of having China fly a spy balloon clear across the continental United States. So we have a lot of problems accumulating here in our own country that he is neglecting.
First things first, on the president's unannounced visit, is this a good move?
Well, Brian, I'm reminded of when he was vice president. Obama and Biden.
Little Rhonda, meatball run. DeSantis downplays the threat of Russia poses to other countries. Of course, Aaron is gonna like fucking not let that happen. And to point out, I mean, you know, the fear of Russia going into NATO countries and all that and steamrolling that is not even close to happening. I mean, that part is true, by the way. I don't know why like liberals make it seem as though Russia has this capability when they're getting their shit pushed in like the most destroyed eastern Ukrainian towns by the Ukrainian army that is being funded by the rest of the planet. So, you know, good luck to them going into a fucking NATO country. Okay, come on.
Is those woke approach to crime and law and order and being...
Okay, I can't. Yeah. Little Rhonda. It's not about capability. It's about the Asiatic horde narrative. Yeah. You don't have to win to cause immeasurable damage. This is true, which is why I originally had that famous take that I had that was wrong. But, you know, of course, that never happened. So. I absolutely love how you ignore Jimmy Dore. Please keep not giving me any clout and relevance. I feel like he's exactly the kind of... Yeah, okay, stop. Just stop saying anything. Just don't even write shit then in the chat. Crazy. Why is this Republican pivot? Like, I thought they would love Cold War Part 2. The Republican pivot is because they read the room well. And I think a lot of Americans that are outside of, like, the New York Times, a lot of Americans that are outside of, like, the New York Times watching coalition, that are constantly watching CNN, constantly watching MSNBC, and, like, have that kind of perspective, don't really care about Ukraine or Russia. Like, they just don't fucking give a shit, right? They literally don't understand why we're giving $111 billion. So that's a really good fucking talking point for the right to make it seem like, you know, to make it seem as though that's, you know, funds being misused for all of those people. They want to gain support. Also, the real Cold War that they are drumming up or banging the war drums on, which, by the way, they're universally, Democrats are doing this too, is against China. That's actually really good. It's where is it? It's the same as the Ohio derailment. They don't have solutions, but just because they don't have solutions doesn't mean they can't cut good fucking propaganda. They are in Ohio. It's even better, like, because while arming Ukraine is mostly a bipartisan thing, let's be real, because it funds the military-industrial complex, and that's a bipartisan thing in America. It doesn't matter. Some edge cases will claim that it's bad or whatever, but ultimately everyone is going to fucking, at the end of the day, everyone's going to fund it. However, with deregulation, like Republicans are more responsible than Democrats. Okay? Republicans are more responsible for the deregulation than Democrats are. And yet they are the only ones who are chirping about Ohio right now, seemingly. Mostly because, again, while it's their deregulation that they advocate for regularly and continue to do so, they will turn around and cut propaganda regardless. What are your thoughts on this goofy hydrozoan? What? No. What is the leftist solution to cartel drug trafficking? That's a great fucking question. It's called legalization of drugs, or decriminalization of drugs especially. It's called stopping funding the fucking, stopping arms sales that go into Mexico, because we are the number one funder and facilitator of arms for the cartels. There is only one legal gun store in Mexico. And yet they have all the guns, even military surplus gear. How the fuck do they get that? It's pretty much everything that we've done, reversing everything that we've done in the war on drugs. Oh, Mehdi did a 2-minute, Elon Musk is right-winger takedown. We'll cover that in a little bit. You know what? Let's just cover that now, actually. I kind of want to talk about this dude who's like who apparently had a JCS React Lord style interrogation where he literally fucking snitched on everybody. Like all over the rap news. It's like how leftists and everyone else can make the same observations about homelessness, but libs and right-wingers want them to melt in the biomatter. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Hassan, my sister got impregnated by a black person and now she wants to abort. Can't decide whether to praise her and support her abortion or bash her for being racist, bro. Like, what the fuck? Smartest 4chan groiper in the chat. Like, literally, this is, oh man, the liberal conundrum that I am facing. I am a liberal, of course, and not some fucking racist Nazi piece of shit that came in the chat to portray myself as a libtard. Real funny, dude. You really... Thank you for your real story, dude. What a wonderful green text you posted in the fucking chat. Really showed your ass here, okay? Yeah. I can smell you from over here, okay? I can smell you from across the fucking internet. You absolute gigantic dipshit. You fucking loser. Oh my lord. What an insane... Try to spot satire challenge impossible. You think that was good satire? You take this ban first. I think. You think that's what falls for satire? That's good satire, really? Sorry, 2-month subscriber. You know, I'm gonna cut you short. You took that bullet for him. I don't know, Hasanabi. I think it was real. Oh, come on, bro. You motherfuckers don't have enough brain rot, dude. You literally don't have enough brain rot. How much you want to bet that this is a white tech bro chud who's on his lunch break eating $1,000 meal when he wrote that? No, dude. It's a fucking loser IT kid who comes from a fucking abusive family, living in Ohio, spending all of his goddamn day doing IT and like on 4chan and Discord servers. No, it's literally not a fucking rich tech bro that wrote that, okay? It's definitely some fucking, if he has a job, it's definitely IT. We're on Twitch. What do you mean? Where's the guy? What did he say? I found the chatter. Okay, bro, chill. What the fuck is that? Where's the main chatter? I think there's a lot of that on Radlib Twitter, bigot bait. Yeah, it is. It's so stupid. Especially because, like, here's the thing. Okay? Here's the problem. A lot of people, a lot of like liberal people genuinely cannot parse through this shit. I mean, yeah, fucking dude, literally, come on, I didn't even have to see this. Nailed it. I can smell the fucking stench, dude. I can smell you from over here, you fucking idiot. Why did you think this was good? Exactly. This is 100% another David DePepe looking motherfucker, okay? 4chan lawbertarian doesn't realize that his future is David DePepe if they don't change course immediately. Okay? They're so fucking predictable. But what is awful, and the reason why I banned the other person and not this fucking weirdo, the reason why I banned the other person is because the other... Why can't you take a joke? Okay, oh my God, dude. Because it's not a joke. Do you want me to like literally explain this piece by piece? Or are you, because, you know, for neurodivergent folks who think that this is like, haha, lol, funny time, when it's just a hacky bit that's not even remotely funny. Like, I laugh at edgy shit all the time, okay? Trust me. The reason why this is not a funny joke is because it's supposed to be presented as like a rad lib conflict. Oh man, my sister got impregnated by a black person. That's just racist as fuck across the board, okay? And now she wants to abort. Can't decide whether to praise her and support her abortion or bash her for being racist, bro. Like, what the fuck? This is literally so fucking hacky. It's the 2-button meme, okay? It's the 2-button meme and the superhero that's sweating. Which one do I press? Because normally, in this circumstance, the person being black or white doesn't literally fucking matter at all. It only matters in the form of a 4chan bit. Do you understand? Who gives a fuck? Ultimately, if this was a real situation, no one in the real world would be like, wow, that's so racist. Okay? You really let them bait you into explaining the joke? I mean, sometimes I want to be as like, Nazi man has been here. How can you tell? K-on PFP? I don't know what K-on is. It's not a serious conundrum. It's a made-up conundrum. It's made up because it basically is. It's made up because like the parts of that in the real world would not be an issue or would not be brought up. It's literally just fucking someone who's racist saying this shit. I'm sure you could probably find it on 4chan, this exact green text, and a bunch of people laughing while they, spam the N-word and F-word and shit like that. Anyway. Just tell them when they're being racist as a joke, they're just trying not to suffer the consequences of being racist. Comparing the nuances of Taft-style satire and 4chan satire, yeah, I mean, sometimes it can fucking get convoluted. But I think the real main problem there is that it's just hacky as fuck. You're a hack. You have no good, you don't have any good fun. You don't have any good jokes. You're a fucking hack. A loser. Unfunny. And it's not because you triggered me and now I feel sad because you triggered me or you intellectually destroyed me. It's just a hacky bit. No one is like that in the real world. There's YouTube comments like that, believe it or not. I report those comments on YouTube. Oh, yeah, it is what it is. Also, you were explaining this so chatters can ID it on Twitter in the wild. Yeah, people do this all the fucking time. And unfortunately, a lot of people that are not fully like, they don't have like a fully fleshed out worldview that just want to be like as empathetic as possible get caught up in that. Okay, they get duped into like thinking that sometimes narcissistic people that are actually on the left are bringing up something legitimate, like a valid request. Other times it's just straight up right wingers who like to heighten that narrative, heighten that like internal commotion among leftist movements and shit like that. And most people, unfortunately, especially rad libs, do not understand where these people are coming from. They can't read it. They can't see it. That is an unfortunate byproduct of the way Twitter works, I guess. But it's so easy to dupe a lot of these motherfuckers that some shit like that, which immediately smells like 4chan, can dupe even people in this community. Like, it's basically like, media literacy, but for not mainstream media, but instead for like internet literacy, I guess. Could you call me a loser feeling left out, Daddy Hassan? They also want to prey on the people who take them at face value and get mad at you for banning them for joking. They take advantage of radlibs and zoomers. Exactly. Unfortunately, radlib zoomers do not have any fucking media literacy and think when I ban a fucking 4chan groiper, they think I'm being a bad guy for asking a simple question. He was asking a nice question, as a matter of fact, right? I have a decent way of categorizing these kinds of questions, these kinds of just curious Andes. Some are real and genuinely curious and want to learn, which is, I think the majority of people that ask questions like that. Others are doing it specifically to misdirect or to redirect attention back to themselves. Those people are sometimes actual leftists, but are just curious because they want to center themselves in the point of contention. They want to center the conversation around themselves, their own disabilities, their own marginalization, something like that. Okay, but it's still rooted within narcissism and not within solidarity. And then the last group of people, the top of the hour ad break watchers, because they're banned all the time because they can't avoid the top of the hour ad break, but you can if you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. The last group of people are the fake virtue signalers, the fake concern trollers that bring up an irrelevant point of contention. Like, let's say I'm talking about trans issues and they come in and they're like, yeah, this is just like Hogwarts Legacy. It's like, shut the fuck up. You don't give a fuck about Hogwarts Legacy. You know what I mean? You just brought that up specifically because you want to turn around and redirect the conversation to another point of dumbass contention that will get a lot of the media illiterate radlib zoomers and radlib boomers as well hyped up to talk about that. When we've moved beyond that, the discourse has moved beyond that. It's just like really fucking stupid. Dynamic Jab 13, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Yeah, you can spot the 4chan jokes a mile away if you've ever fell down the alt-right rabbit hole. Yeah, not Jackie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 10 people total to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. Metal manufacturing plant blew up in Ohio, multiple explosions and casualties. Does that mean there's heavy metals in the air too? I don't know, but I like that everyone is really hyper-focused on all of these fucking atrocities. I love that. I can't get enough of it. Hopefully there will be a lot of people that like also end up like pushing for regulation to make sure that these disasters don't happen again. You know what I mean? That last one got a 920. Fuck yeah, baby. I think I deserved it. That was a well-deserved one. That was a good one. K on PFP shit started on 4chan too. It's an ongoing meme that K on PFP say the most racist shit imaginable. Okay. I don't care about it. I don't know what it is. I don't give a shit. Okay. When I say, yeah, actually, when I see motherfuckers with like anime avatars saying like unhinged racist ass bullshit, okay, this is what I think. This guy blocked me already. Interesting.
Seriously?
This is a person at an anime convention that has a sign that says fetishizing lollies equals pedophilia.
Ooh, seriously? You in for a fight? Oh, you serious? You looking for a fight with that sign? Fetishizing lollies? Pedophilia? You really looking for a fight? Seriously? Seriously? Looking for a fight?
Yeah, that person sounds exactly the way you expect him. I wonder what he looks like. I want to know. Because he's like posting pictures of people that are replying. But like also at the same time, like I want to know what he fucking looks like. Because he is, I mean, he sounds exactly the way I would expect him to sound. Okay? This is ableist. Got a picture of him right here. Okay, stop. He's black, by the way. Bitch, I don't give a shit. What do you mean? Oh, no. Yeah. So what? Automatically, I'm supposed to be like, okay, I guess this like fucking weirdo, pedophile, gigantic goober is no longer someone I can make fun of because they're black. The fuck does that have to do with anything? He's a skinny black dude who wears glasses and wears the chopper hat. I've seen him in person at the same anime con and anime Matsuri. My man decided to die on the lollies. Isn't pedo shit hill? We need an asteroid? Yeah. You know how I said when you're a cop, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. You're a cop, you bleed blue. It's like fucking lolly defender weebs, dude. Okay? Same shit. If you're a lolly defending weeb, at that point, it doesn't matter what your background is, okay? It doesn't fucking matter what your background is, dude. You bleed for that shit, literally. Anyway, that's a funny little, that's a brief little aside there. My TikTok suggested the new caption was just Sigma. Yeah, I mean, this is like the Sigma shit is popping off on TikTok. I kind of want to also make one of these goddamn Sigma TikToks. I don't know why. I don't know why it pops so much. Like I genuinely don't understand what it is that is so captivating about it. Please don't. You're better than that. I'm not, though. Anyway, people like it when other people make weird faces. I don't know. I haven't been able to figure it out either. Yeah, I don't know what it is. They're going to call you cringe and act like they don't watch all the Sigma vids too. Yeah, I know. But I don't care. No, actually, my TikTok comments are fucking awesome. My TikTok comments are like almost an entirely different world than TikTok comments of people who post TikToks of me. Like what? Like the Reddit After Dark account posts like some of my banger fucking rants, and literally people, the entire comment section will be basically the people I'm talking about, just not understanding the point I was making. As I state that you're not hearing what I'm saying and you're not understanding the points that I'm making. This is him, by the way. Oh my God. I mean, he's not even. To be fair, he's not as nerdy as I thought. He's pretty fucking nerdy, but I thought he would look even more of a fucking loser than this, to be fair. He just got bad glasses. I mean, once again, dude. Once again, every guy can be a 7, okay? Take the chopper hat off. Click away. It's Black History Month. Okay. Take the chopper hat off. Even at an anime convention, that's like too much, okay? Too much. Funny face content is constantly popular throughout the time. I'm convinced it's the babies on the internet. Yeah. Never defend Lolly again. Okay. Anyway, let's just move on. Here, Joe Rogan claimed the other day that there are no examples that show Elon Musk is a right-winger. So I couldn't resist responding. Here are several examples in just 60 minutes from me.
Time for what I call my 60-second rant. This week, Joe Rogan, who wants to believe he's a contrarian, said something very strange and demonstrably false in defense of Elon Musk on his podcast.
I hear people in LA, I hear people that I know, like, oh, Elon's just so crazy. It's like something happened to him. He went nuts and he's a right-winger now. Like, how? What are you saying? Like, what examples do you have? Like, they don't have an example.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, there are a lot of examples. There are a lot of examples, Joe. Give me just 60 seconds. Start the clock. Elon Musk has spent the past 4 months since he bought Twitter replying to and amplifying the most far-right conspiratorial anti-vaxxer white supremacist accounts on Twitter. He has spent the past 4 months since he bought Twitter restoring the accounts of actual neo-Nazis and Holocaust deniers, as well as Kanye West, some of whom, including Ye's, he later then had to suspend again. He gave Trump his Twitter account back. He trolled Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He trolled Democratic Senator Ed Markey. He rails against the woke mind virus. He says his pronouns are prosecute Fauci.
He literally said he's a right-winger and, like, advocated for right-wingers. Like, the only reason why Joe Rogan doesn't want to fucking recognize that Elon Musk is a right-winger is because Joe Rogan himself is the same type of fucking dumbass right-wing guy who tries to claim, like, oh, well, I have a lot of unique positions, actually, but I also love DeSantis. That's it. That's the reason why Joe Rogan would, of course, have a very hard time understanding or claiming that Elon Musk definitely is right-wing. Because in America, a lot of people, especially people that are like in the culture or want to be in the culture, can't openly say they're fucking right-wing. It's like, bro, he's a billionaire. What do you mean? Every fucking right-wing ass shit that happens in society is a consequence of every billionaire. I don't give a fuck how many black charities, let's say, Jeff Bezos, how many black cash apps Jeff Bezos sent money to. He's still a fucking right-winger because he's a billionaire, okay? There is no left-wing position. There are no left-wing billionaires. Like fucking George Soros is the closest, and that's why everyone always says, like, George Soros is a left-wing socialist billionaire. It's like, no, you're a fucking idiot. He's not. He is a liberal, okay? Liberalism is still inherently a right-wing idea because it revolves around the protection of private property. Its entire society is designed around said protection. It's built upon enclosures. Richard Branson is? No, man. No. There's no such thing as like a fucking left-wing billionaire. There are no anti-capitalist billionaires, okay? Maybe in the fucking future. I don't know. With the way that like wages works for insane like sports contracts or whatever, actors maybe, but no. What is this? These comments from the haters? Bro, this has 15 comments.
Good enough, think about shit that I should've known. So I tell him it's one of me. He making fun of me. His girl is a bum to me.
This is cool though. I have a Kai Cenat. and Hasanabi head. That's crazy. Watching a Hassan stream actively makes me violent. I think a lot of young TikTok brain zoomers have basically decided that, you know, I'm stopping them from having their fun with Andrew Tate. So now they're like, bro, like fucking he's mid, dude. He's mid, dog. No, they don't watch me, obviously. A lot of these little Zoomer kids heard you're lame and they became a monolith. Yeah.
He spread a homophobic conspiracy from a fake news website about Paul Pelosi and the vicious attack on Paul Pelosi. He doesn't like regulations. He doesn't like high taxes. He doesn't like labor unions. He hung out with Jared Kushner at the World Cup final. He hung out with Rupert Murdoch at the Super Bowl. He advocated for Kevin McCarthy to be House Speaker. He went to Kevin McCarthy's office on Capitol Hill to wish him happy birthday in person. In fact, he was Kevin McCarthy's VIP guest at his Republican fundraising retreat in Wyoming last year. He said he's leaning towards Ron DeSantis for president in 2024, right-wing Republican Ron DeSantis. Oh, and he told his more than 120 million followers on Twitter on the site he owns to vote Republican just last November. Yes, vote GOP, he literally said. But no, Rogan's right. Musk's not a right-winger. How could you possibly think that? Up next, being a child of immigrants doesn't automatically make you an advocate for immigrants. Just ask Nikki Haley.
Nice. It's so funny that like a guy who literally said, please vote for Ron DeSantis, the Republican candidate, is actually not a right-winger. We got a big announcement. Alex and I have been friends for 15 years, but this year we're taking the next step. Oh my God.
Amazing.
吃饭。
Mum,
怎么了？
there's something that Alexa and I have wanted to tell you. We've been working together for a really long time now, and we love each other really, really much.
We do. So me and Alex, we decided to take the next step, and we're really excited to tell you we've got a Patreon.
太好了，你真是我的骄傲。我正想，你们什么时候才会告诉我？
You knew? Yeah.
Silk and Cookies, thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
我是你妈呀，你什么也瞒不了我。可是我想知道的是，那些 patron 得到什么？
Well, we were thinking maybe we could do like one video a month just for patrons, and it's exclusive to them or something. Yeah?
Yeah.
这个月也有。
No, it's there right now, Mum. They could just go and click the link in the description and they can watch the video.
我的儿真慷慨。那你们打算怎么样用那些捐款？
Well, we were thinking because we've actually got a lot of big projects Alexa and I were working on that our fans don't know about. Like that time that we were working in the sweatshop overseas.
So these kinds of videos are just really hard to organise and just hard to fund. And the sponsors, they don't want us talking about child labour. So if we have patrons, they can help us out. We can get these risky and ambitious projects out there.
你们应该立刻上 Patreon 网站。
They're trying to steal Hasanox? Did Hasanox do this? What do you mean? Billionaires have bad taste? Oh. Okay, we'll watch this. We'll watch it later. Love these boys, obviously. Oh, Hasanox is their video? Oh, nice. Anyway, Hasanox is a whore. Exactly. There's nothing you can do about it. Will Zoomers watch you? What? Yeah, they stay at my house one time and now they're gay, dude. The gay virus took over. We'll cover this in a second. Let's talk about, before we get to that, let's talk about some other shit because there's still some news. Let's talk about Senator Bernie Sanders.
Sanders of Vermont and Senator.
Who wrote a book, which means he's a fake socialist.
Senator, first of all, welcome. Second of all, your visit comes on a day we've got some breaking news, some genuine breaking news from Kyiv, where President Biden met with Ukrainian President Zelensky this morning. It was Mr. Biden's first visit to Ukraine since the Russian invasion nearly a year ago. And this week, Also, Senator Sanders is out with a new book. It's called It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. Senator, good morning to you. Because of the Ukraine news, before we get to the book, I want to ask about the situation in Ukraine. We're sending a lot of money there at the moment, money generated by our capitalist system. So there is a connection, I suppose. What needs to happen going forward with U.S. policy toward Ukraine?
Well, I'm glad the president is in Ukraine. What Putin did is outrageous. It is the worst conflict in Europe since World War II. And I think it is important for the United States, NATO, our allies, to tell Putin he's not going to be able to get away with it. And I support what the president is doing.
You support what the president is doing. All right, let's talk about the book. It's okay to be angry about capitalism. Why did you think now was the time for this message? And why okay? It seems like you feel that there's a degree of resistance to the idea of any criticism of the golden goose.
Look, Tony, this country faces enormous crises, and it's important that we have a serious discussion about those crises. Economically, what's going on in America? Simple reality is the people on top, the billionaire class, are doing phenomenally well. Meanwhile, the middle class continues to shrink. And in the richest country in the history of the world, today, over 60% of the American people are living paycheck to paycheck. Virtually every city in this country has a major housing crisis. We are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. We spend twice as much per capita. Meanwhile, drug companies making billions, the insurance companies making billions, the gap between the rich and everybody else growing wider. We don't talk about those issues. Let's lay it on the table. Let's have that debate.
You talk about those issues. You lay them out very well here in the book. And you say things that we had heard from you on the campaign trail many years ago. But I think what the American people struggle with is how do you change a system that appears to be broken in so many ways?
Okay, well, let's put it, that's a good question. And the answer is this system is working very, very well for the people who own this network, for the billionaire class. We are involved in class warfare. People on top are doing great. So it's not hard to come up with the idea. You want health care for all? Duh. Every major country on earth is doing. I live 50 miles away from Canada. You have leukemia. You're in the hospital for a month. You know what your bill is when you get out? Zero. As a nation that's spending half what we spend per capita.
So you look at taxing billionaires, for an example, but what other solutions are you offering?
Well, in terms of health care, look, just think for a moment. If everybody in America today said, you know what, when I'm sick, my kid is sick, I go to the doctor, I don't have to worry about the bill. All right, you know what that would mean to the health of this country? If people did not have to worry about sending their kids to college and what it would cost them. If people didn't see their housing costs. We are the richest country in the history of the world. We should be discussing is, why don't we have health care for all? Why isn't college education, at least public colleges and universities, tuition free? Why do we have a gap? Do you think, does anybody think, America, 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society? Anyone think that's appropriate? Let's talk about it. What do we do about it?
And you're saying that the system is working the way it's intended to work.
Exactly. It's working great for the billionaire class.
No doubt about it. Now, you introduced a bill last week with Senator Warren that would not only extend Social Security, but increase benefits. Now, do you believe that by taxing wealthier Americans that you could get some bipartisan support on this bill?
We'll see. But when we talk about the problems of America and why we're not solving them, please don't forget that this political system is corrupt as well. All right? So if you are a member of Congress and you were put into power by some super PAC owned by a billionaire, you think the first thing you're going to do is say, I think billionaires should pay their fair share of taxes. I doubt it. So you got a corrupt
Like the way that the interviewer is interviewing him, it just feels like is he patronizing him? Like, am I crazy? Like, it just feels weird. Maybe I'm just being parasocial with Bernie. Who knows?
Political system. I know that sounds harsh, but if super PACs can spend unlimited sums of money to beat you, is that corrupt? I think it is.
One of your proposals in here is actually to rewrite parts of the Constitution to make changes. But, the guy at home right now, even the guy not doing well sitting at home might be saying, yeah, but you're acknowledging that this system we have has created more wealth than any country has ever had in the history.
There it is. There it is. No, man. The guy at home right now is not saying that. You're conditioning him to say that. The guy at home is watching and going, honestly, it feels like Bernie is spitting the fucking truth. By the way, this also ties back perfectly to what we were talking about with respect to Noam Chomsky and manufactured consent. This is a self-selecting process. It's a self-eliminating process. You have this motherfucker in this position specifically because he's a dog for the capital owners. He will say the right things.
Through the world, tremendous innovation, things you acknowledge in the book. And now you're talking about changing that? I get, or tweaking it.
Tony, it has created enormous wealth for the people on top. You tell me, in this great nation, I grew up in a family that struggled economically. We lived paycheck to paycheck. Why today, in 2023, over 60% of the people living paycheck to paycheck? Why? Let's talk about where we want to go. And I'll tell you something else that's happening. With all of the artificial intelligence, the robotics are out there. Who's making those decisions, whether you're going to have a job or not have a job? Are working people involved in? So all that I'm saying in this book, in that this age, with all of the technology out there, all the wisdom out there, let's create an economy that works for all, not just the few.
I want to ask a question about Jimmy Carter here, but on AI, it is current tax policy in this country that if companies buy an AI system, it's a capital investment, even if it lays off workers, they get a tax benefit.
You're right.
Encouraged by the system. I imagine you would want to change that. But
we would.
You're saying tax robots.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Bro, I hate this shit so much. They would never be this contentious while interviewing a billionaire advocating for lower taxes. Yeah. Jimmy Carter did 9/11. It's true.
Just a core of decency and modesty. Didn't serve on corporate boards, went back to his hometown, didn't go to live in some giant mansion, didn't give high-powered speeches worth a lot of money. Regular guy, not a quote normal guy, seemed like a regular guy in real life. Your most memorable encounter with him, if you could, sir.
Everything you said is true. I mean, he was a good president. I think what people will remember him for is what he did after the presidency. He didn't capitalize on being president. He got on boards. He didn't make a whole lot of money. I think he still lives today in the home that he grew up in.
All right, bro, you're fucking glazing my man up hard as fuck, okay? Jimmy Carter is the best PR agent in the world. You know, the Jimmy Carter doing Jimmy Carter shit since he fucking left the presidency is literally the inverse of the same coin that is like, oh man, Bernie Sanders is such a bad socialist because he's selling a book. You're a good guy. You're a good guy if you're like literally, building houses. Who cares what you actually did when you had power? Who cares how you used it? Who cares what kind of fucking reactionary politics you brought into not brought, but basically advocated for from the position of the presidency that basically created the perfect grounds for Ronald Reagan to come in and seize control and just undermine America and labor rights completely, okay? Because hey, listen, you're building houses. Oh, here. The number one Jimmy Carter hater of all time is, by your logic, Felix Biederman. The big difference between Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton is that Carter actually fully believed his destruction of the regulatory state was actually helping regular Americans. Well, that and their personal conduct towards women, just a fucking historical disaster. However, I don't care how nice he was. He went for the biggest job in the world at one of the most pivotal times of recent history in deregulated trucking that met with Christopher Lasch. The latter is pretty funny considering the purchase Lasch has with certain online sectors nowadays. Felix Biederman is the number one hater. I'll give you one example, right, of the Carter take. right? Like, under Carter's watchful eye was the official, well, not official, but like the unofficial arming of the Mujahideen and training of the Mujahideen, right? Like, that happened not under Ronald Reagan. It happened publicly under Ronald Reagan, but not so publicly under under Jimmy Carter. Like, that's where it fucking actually started. Here, Jimmy Carter is an unrepentant genocidal war criminal who, among other things, sold arms to the Indonesian dictatorship as it engaged in genocide in East Timor.
Carter increased as the Indonesian atrocities were increasing. They peaked in 1978. Carter's flow of weapons to
But that's just like American foreign policy, right? Like, that's American foreign policy. That's like part of it. So Carter did 9/11. Carter had a role in the arming and radicalizing of the Mujahideen. Yes. Okay.
Indonesia increased when Congress imposed human rights restrictions. By then, there was a human rights movement in Congress to block the flow of advanced weaponry to Indonesia. Carter arranged through Mondale, vice president, to get Israel to send U.S. Skyhawks to Indonesia to enable Indonesia to complete what turned out to be near genocide, killing maybe a quarter of the population or something. In the Middle East, Carter just won the Nobel Prize. His great achievement was the Camp David agreements. The Camp David agreements are presented as a diplomatic triumph for the United States. In fact, they were a diplomatic catastrophe. At Camp David, the United States and Israel accepted, finally, Egypt's 1971 offer, which they had then, U.S. had rejected at the time, except that now it was worse from the U.S.-Israeli point of view because it included the Palestinians. In order to get Israel to accept Egypt's 1971 offer, after a major war and atrocities and so on, Carter raised aid, military and other aid to Israel to more than 50% of total aid worldwide. Israel used it at once in exactly the way they said they were going to do, as every sane person knew, as an opportunity to attack their northern neighbor, first in 1978, then in 1982, and to increase integration of the occupied territories. And that's for starters. We can continue.
Timor was a Portuguese colony. Indonesia had no claim to it, and in fact stated that they had no claim to it. During the period of colonization, there was a good deal of politicization that different groups developed. A civil war broke out in August '75. It ended up in a victory for Fredlin, which was one of the groupings, described as populist Catholic in character with some typical leftish rhetoric. Indonesia at once started intervening. Ford and Kissinger visited Jakarta, I think it was December 5th. We know that they had requested that Indonesia delay the invasion until after they left because it would be too embarrassing. And within hours, I think, after they left, the invasion took place on December 7th.
This council must consider Indonesian aggression against East Timor as the main issue of the discussion.
When the Indonesians invaded, the UN reacted as it always does, calling for sanctions and condemnation and so on. Various watered-down resolutions were passed, but the U.S. was very clearly not going to allow anything to work. By 1978, it was approaching really genocidal levels. The church and other sources.
I started listening to Richard Wolff, and I want to get your thoughts on him. He's great when he was talking about Marxist theory. Not so great when talking about contemporary U.S. domestic policies. Don't listen to any of his new shit. where you talk like don't listen to him on COVID vaccine stuff like that, but he's fucking solid as far as his as far as talking about Marx, talking about or making it as consumable and digestible as possible.
This is estimated about 200,000 people killed. The U.S. backed it all the way. The U.S. provided 90% of the arms. Right after the invasion, arms shipments were stepped up. When the Indonesians actually began to run out of arms in 1978, the Carter administration moved in and increased arms sales. And other Western countries did the same. Canada, England, Holland, and everybody who could make a buck was in there trying to make sure they could kill more Timorese. There is no Western concern for issues of aggression, atrocities, human rights abuses, and so on, if there's a profit to be made from them. Nothing could show it more clearly than this case.
Will you be covering the UK Tavistock Clinic lawsuit? No, I don't know what the fuck it is, but what is that? I don't know what it is. I don't know. Whenever I hear shit like this, though, I'm always like, what? NHS to close the Tavistock? Oh, God, it's a fucking Jesus Christ. The NHS is closing the Tavistock Child Gender Identity Clinic. It's the UK's only dedicated gender identity clinic for children and young people. God, I don't want to cover any fucking British news ever again, okay? I just don't. It's disgusting, okay? It's literally like, it's so fucking obvious what is going on in the UK, and so many dumb motherfuckers literally can't open their goddamn eyes and see the reality, okay? It's like, the more the British government implements austerity measures, the more they privatize key elements of society that are supposed to be helpful to the British people, the more they strike break, the more they refuse to fucking increase wages, the more they do that, the more they also simultaneously have to find a different scapegoat. Okay? And the scapegoat always is trans people. There's like fucking 1,000 trans people in the UK, but the entire media can't shut the fuck up about trans people. It's literally responsible for everything that's going on in society. Trans people and immigrants, trans people and immigrants, trans people and immigrants, trans people and immigrants, trans people and immigrants. It's like, shut the fuck up. Fix the fucking NHS. You have a prime minister that wasn't even fucking voted in, that literally ran originally or on numerous occasions talked about how like his goal is to redirect funds from poor neighborhoods to more productive rich neighborhoods. And all these dumb motherfuckers can talk about, the Lib Dem cowards especially, the centrist fucking pieces of shit that deserve the worst, okay? Especially so. And even the fucking stupid ass, conservative ass, Tory ass fucking Labour Party members like Keir Starmer, all they care about is like gender conformity and shit like that. Have some fucking backbone, okay? Push for the basically general strike that almost happened. And do the right thing for once, dude. Fucking Jesus Christ. Every goddamn day, they're just literally like, oh my God, women are being under attack because trans people exist. I hate it. I hate it so much. Anyway, Keir Starmer is too busy fucking making sure Jeremy Corbyn is not a part of the party. So, in the depraved imagination of the Western media class, someone like Castro is an evil monster, but politicians like Carter, Clinton, Bush, Blair, who have killed untold millions across the world, are good, decent, honorable men because they consider their victims to be subhuman. For the genocide at East Timor is but one part of Carter's long, bloody record. For a detailed account of all of those, the mass murder, which he has never even bothered to acknowledge or apologize for because he's a profoundly depraved monster, see this piece. Counterpunch, Jimmy Carter's blood-drenched legacy. Don't believe those saying. He later acknowledged his crimes and expressed remorse. When asked about Indonesia in 2007, he lied about his record and said he was too busy with other stuff to care and pay attention. Again, they consider their victims to be subhuman, like killing ants. Amy Goodman asked Jimmy Carter, I was wondering, by the way, shouts out to Amy Goodman, incredible. Obviously, independent journalism, not in mainstream media. Democracy Now! Is the best. Amy Goodman is the best. She is the GOAT. By the way, there are apparently 250,000 trans people in the UK. I think it's important to get these numbers right. Wait, really? I've just made up the number. I don't fucking know. I always just say that trans people are like a tiny fraction of the population. There's 250,000 trans people in the UK? That's crazy. That's a big-ass amount, dude. What the fuck? Why don't all the trans people just eat the cis people? The TERFs, at least. I mean, actually, that's like a big group. Holy fuck. Why don't 250,000 trans people in the UK get together and just eat the TERFs, who I 100% believe is smaller than 250,000? Yeah. That's still like 0.3%. Still. Well, as you may know, I had a policy when I was president of not selling weapons if it would exacerbate a potential conflict in a region of the world. And some of our allies were very irate about this policy. And I have to say that I was not, as thoroughly briefed about what's going on in East Timor as I should have been. I was more concerned about the other parts of the world then. Along those lines, as president, what do you think are the reasons why you could be so isolated? A president, for example, in the case of Timor, saying now you wish you had known more at the time what was going on. This is such an insane answer. He's just like, yeah, I fucking, escalated arms, went against my own perspective and own prior sentiments on the matter. Yeah, it's too much. I couldn't be bothered. It's astonishing how easily lying comes to them. Well, you may know I had a policy of not selling weapons if they would exacerbate conflict in a region of the world. They accepted Israel, Indonesia, Iran, Central America, Afghanistan, and several African countries. Carter literally destroyed Afghanistan. He's responsible for the countless deaths that have happened to this very day. This is true. This is a very good take here. Remember, this is something that we talk about all the time, which is that it wasn't actually Ronald Reagan that was responsible for the acceleration of civil war, the escalation of civil war in Afghanistan. It was actually Jimmy Carter's presidency. Also, I don't give a shit. Yeah, he might even be like a nice guy. It's almost like an ACAB perspective, where it's like, you think like, oh yeah, he spent his life building fucking homes. It's like, great, man, thank you. I mean, that's great. It's just wonderful that that's what you did, but you also are responsible for a lot of bloodshed. Anyway. Carter is terrible in all the ways the U.S. presidents are terrible, but I will always have a soft spot for him for how he helped defend the Hugo Chavez government against coup attempts. Jimmy Carter says election process in Venezuela is the best in the world. That's why they call him a bleeding heart lib. That's enough for, this and many other reasons, like him openly stating he doesn't want to escalate conflict anywhere around the world, despite actually doing so, is the reason why he is like one of the most hated on libtards in the eyes of the Republican Party. They fucking hate. Like before Barack Obama, the number one hated on libtard was Carter. Of course, Obama basically fucking changed the process by being black while also being the president. No, it wasn't Clinton. People did not like the Clintons, but people hated Hillary Clinton more. I would say that, I mean, I guess it is every fucking liberal president. They hated every liberal president. I'm realizing. But Clinton is more like, at the time, was more so a meme. Anyway. Not to excuse me, but I wonder if the president just brings with it choices that will inevitably result in the deaths, no matter what option you pick. Like, it's just part of being president. If Bernie were to become president, could he truly be a pacifist? Oh, no, of course not. Anyway. Part of the hate on Carter is the justification for deifying Reagan. Reagan. Anyway, let's, what the fuck was I gonna cover here? We talked about Bernie. That's how we got the Carter.
Plains, Georgia. I had the opportunity to meet him several times. He is decency is the word. He is his family is very decent, down to earth, ordinary people. I was with him a number of years ago at the Carter Center, which does really, really good work, among other things, making sure that elections held around the world are done democratically and fairly. So he has lived out his post-presidential years with a lot of dignity. We should all be proud of what he has accomplished.
All right, Senator Sanders, I see your wife Jane over there. Did you give her a text or anything on Valentine's Day?
I have no comment on that, actually. It's classified.
Going to try to catch Jane's eye over there. We'll talk about that in the break. Senator Sanders, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. The book is It's Okay to be Angry About Capitalism, and it goes on sale tomorrow. And you can see more of Senator Sanders tonight on The Late Show with Steve.
At least these fucking pieces of shit don't do the whole, like,
and here in the United
capitalist, but or you claim to be a capitalist, and yet here you are selling a book shit. You know what I mean? Fuck, they did on MSNBC. Wait, they did? Oh. I heard the Face the Nation one was really bad. He literally, but one really great thing came out of this interview.
Out with a new book.
He literally just straight up says Israel is an apartheid state that's doing war crimes and we need to stop giving it money. This is the interview where he said that, right? Straight up. It's fucking, he was just like, make no mistake.
It's okay to be angry about capitalism. Good morning, Senator. Good to have you here in person.
Thank you.
We have a lot to get through, but I want to talk about one of the things you flesh out in the book. You talk about the alliance you formed with Joe Biden during the campaign to really shape the Democratic platform and incorporate many of your ideas. You said he wasn't as bold as you would have hoped, but he would have been the most progressive president since FDR if he had acted on that agenda. How do you categorize Joe Biden on that progressive scale now?
Well, I think the American Rescue Plan that we passed earlier.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Let's watch it on YouTube.
Obviously, we were not able to get everything we wanted to get done.
In some of the things you were able to get done and signed into law, President Biden points to them as achievements, but you diminish them a little bit in this book. You point out Medicare won't be permitted to negotiate lower drug prices until 2026. Right. The cap on out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for seniors doesn't kick in until 2025. $35 cap on insulin prices doesn't help those who aren't on Medicare. Are you saying...
He's not diminishing that. He's just saying the work is not done. If you consider that to be diminishing Joe Biden's achievements, then you understand the point, you fucking idiot, you dumbass, you fucking absolute dumbass monster. Holy shit. I love when people always say this. It's the best self-report. When you personally account for exactly what the fucking policy is, and libtards literally go off the fucking rails going, well, you're diminishing the results of this profound achievement, it seems. It's like, well, no, I'm just telling you what the situation is. You are the one who saw the facts and thought that it falls short of what is necessary. Fuck you.
He hasn't delivered.
No. I mean, look, this is the real world that we live in, is that you need 60 votes often in the Senate, and Democrats had a slim majority in the House. But what I am talking about, Mark, and what the book is about, is taking a hard look.
I'm going to leftist agree with you seemingly everything you covered, but don't understand your position against Starmer. Starmer is a fucking petulant, smarmy, elitist, right-wing Labor Party supporter. He is barely Labor. He is the exact same thing that happened to the Labor Party before Corbyn. Corbyn is incredible. Don't know why you think he's bad. Why are you conditioned to dislike Corbyn? You read too much British news. Corbyn is, just like Bernie Sanders, someone who is unfortunately too fucking kind for the hyper-individualistic, awful, vulturous, monstrous space that is like British politics. Just like Bernie is too kind and too nice for this world and the world of American politics. Keir Starmer is so fucking bad, and the only reason why he even got any prominence or any fucking political clout really is because, well, one, he's Diet Tory, as everybody also correctly is pointing out, but two, because the Tories are just so bad, or rather, they are victims of their own success. They very successfully have implemented austerity measures, which piss the people off, and they continue to literally hit the same austerity button when the economy is fucking falling apart, and that frustrates people. People go, what the fuck are you doing? You've been lying to us for 9 years, 10 years, 12 years. What the fuck? And when that happens, obviously the opposition party leader looks good, even if he is literally woefully incompetent, just so demonstrably incompetent at actually rising to rising to what is necessary, rising to the occasion, rising to the moment, being the person that the British left needs. Corbyn was that guy, and for that reason, they destroyed him. They called him an anti-Semite. They called him horrific shit. Anyway.
At the reality facing working families in this country. And the truth is that today, over 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. So the question that I am asking.
Bro, Corbyn is anti-Semitic. Suck my dick, bitch. Dumbass. Golem 273. Fuck you. No, he's not. Corbyn has faults, just like Bernie does. I want Bernie to shit on the Democratic Party a little bit more. I want Bernie to fucking feed the smoke. Corbyn is also too soft, or was too soft, and routinely allowed the Labor Party to undermine him. He also found himself in an impossible situation where there were a lot of people on the left that also was advocating for Brexit. Okay? He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. You understand? Where the unfortunate reality for someone like Corbyn was he doesn't know what to do. He had like this super wishy-washy, middle of the ground approach to Brexit. But the more I see what happens to the likes of Corbyn, the more I understand why people do like Stalinist purges. Yeah, literally. Like, I get it. He did not purge the right wing. Everyone warned him they would purge the left as soon as they got in power, and they were right. Starmer stabbed Corbyn in the back. He was ruthless about it. Yep. But What does Corbyn say that people latch onto like this? Sorry, I'm a stupid Zoomer. Don't worry about it. It's the same shit as Ilhan Omar. It's the same shit as Bernie Sanders, except Bernie Sanders is Jewish, and Americans are, I guess, fortunately in this case, but unfortunately in many other cases, too stupid to recognize that like a Jewish person could be anti-Semitic. Except Bernie Sanders is not, but that's besides the point. That kind of idiocy actually works in the favor of Bernie Sanders because, like, if the media gets up and goes, wow, Bernie Sanders sure is anti-Semitic, everyone will go, the fuck? He's Jewish. Anyway. Yeah, Corbyn lost because of a concerted attack from inside the party and bad Brexit policy. Exactly. Here, you want to know more about Corbyn? I don't know why we're talking about it, but here he is on Double Down News.
The party was. It was a step into the unknown of a world I'd heard about the power of the establishment. And Chris Mullin was only half joking when he contacted me and said, read A Very British Coup, because it's happening already. Under my leadership, the party produced 2 manifestos which would begin the process of redistribution of power and wealth in Britain, that would begin the process of bringing public service monopolies into public ownership, that would rebuild the National Health Service as a publicly run and publicly owned service, as well as...
We should trade Bernie, Mélenchon, and Corbyn. In France, Corbyn's anti-Semitism allegations would be a bonus. True. And they couldn't get Bernie for anti-Semitism in the UK. Not true. I will tell you this much. No. Despite being Jewish, the UK media is so fucking insane that they absolutely would present Bernie Sanders as not only anti-Semitic, but like fake Jewish. Maybe even get people to like feel like he's goy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even kidding. They tried that in the US. It didn't work. Ironic because the same people that were shitting on, it was a UK operation that actually was doing the same tactics against Bernie Sanders. It didn't work. British media is fucking psychotic. They would literally be like, we found Bernie Sanders eating bacon. Very fake. Calls into question whether he's Jewish or not. That's right. He's Bernie Sanders eating fucking bacon, lads. He's caught. Is Bernie avoiding kosher, lads? You see, he's mixing his dairy and his meats, lads. Caught him. He's not Jewish. He's a fucking anti-Semite. Yeah, they would do that shit. Straight up. That's exactly what they did to Miliband, no joke. The current Labour Party under Starmer are literally running Jews out of the party for being the wrong kind of Jews just now. Yeah. I think it was David Graeber who said that even if Corbyn was personally anti-Semitic, he wouldn't come even close to the anti-Semitism of regular Tory power under someone like Boris. He did say that, yes. But he also said he wasn't anti-Semitic. R.I.P. Half the Americans don't even know why that would make him not Jewish. I'm a bit late, but for the Carter thing, they're doing is just reintegrating back in the public eye like Bush, right? Maybe. I mean, Carter has already done so much PR because I do think he's like personally not the worst person. So for Carter, the moment he dies, I mean, holy shit, everyone is going to be glazing him up super hard.
Giving hope to people through a green industrial revolution, giving hope to people through a foreign policy based on peace, on justice, on human rights and democracy.
And also, yes, obviously Jimmy Carter was nowhere near as bad as George W. Bush. George W. Bush is still the worst. Like, literally, George W. Bush's administration is still worse. A Jew can definitely be anti-Semitic, though, just as Candace Owens, though she's black, a hardcore white supremacist. I agree, which is why I stated originally that, like, Americans are too dumb to recognize that, like, a Jewish person could definitely be anti-Semitic. Maybe Netanyahu has said some anti-Semitic things. He's done Holocaust revisionism. Ben Shapiro oftentimes says a fuckload of anti-Semitic shit or directly defend anti-Semites.
There's an...
Okay? Ben Shapiro defends anti-Semites like Ann Coulter regularly. But why does he defend them? Because Ann Coulter is a supporter of Israel. That's why. Jimmy Carter deserves credit for putting solar panels on the White House. Yeah, no, totally. Sure. DDN is based as fuck, platform and more for all my UK brothers. If you're not from the UK, you can't grasp how strong the media lies and twisting permeates pretty much all UK culture and causes, cures Tory light, and takes donations from Israel. Yeah, this is true though. I think a lot of Americans don't understand exactly how fucking violent and virulent British press is. Straight up, like it's not even a joke.
Asking is why in the richest country in the history of the world, why don't we have a healthcare system that works for all, where people can walk into the doctor's office, as they do in Canada, without having to take out their wallet? Why do we spend twice as much per capita on healthcare? Why do we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? So we have seen some achievements, but given the scope of the problems and where we should be going, nowhere near enough.
We also have one of the most innovative healthcare systems when it comes to creation of pharmaceutical drugs. You are doing this.
No.
So when someone hears you lay out the problems with our pharmaceutical industry, as you do in this book, it's say, but the life-saving vaccines, for example, for COVID, they were created by the United States of America. They were created by the pharmaceutical system with taxpayer help.
Sure. Of course the drug companies produce great drugs.
They were created by workers. Shut the fuck up. I hate that. I hate that narrative. It's like, oh, well, these big pharmaceutical corporations created the COVID vaccine. No, they didn't. Workers created that. Your iPhone in your fucking hand, workers made it. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Drugs. But 1 out of 4 people in America cannot afford the drugs that their doctors prescribe. You tell me why we pay 10 times more for some drugs that are sold in the United States compared, say, to Canada or to other countries, while year after year, the pharmaceutical industry makes tens of billions of...
Excuse me, the Pfizer vaccine was not made by Germans. They were made by German Turks, a family, a husband and wife, okay? Put some respect on it, motherfucker. Not on my watch, pal.
Dollars in profits, pays their CEOs exorbitant salaries. So, of course, we want the drug companies to do the research and development. And by the way, taxpayers of this country spend $45 billion a year.
No, they're horrible people. Yeah, I've heard that their own personal politics are not great, though.
Moderna and the vaccine.
You're talking about Moderna. Pfizer didn't take that money, but Moderna, you're sharply critical. In fact, you're chair of the Senate's Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, and next month you're calling in Moderna's CEO to testify.
They're the owners of the company? Bro, what do you mean? They're also the fucking... That's so funny. First of all, they also are like literally the scientists. What do you mean? Pfizer bought their shit. That's it. And also, there was a lot of public funding that went into that, too. Why are you like this? Why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why do you have to, like, be like, oh, well, they were the owners? Yeah, dude, because the fucking Pfizer CEO, whose name you don't even fucking know, is, like, responsible for all of the inventions. You know what I mean? Shut up. Pfizer is a sponsor of this channel. Also, Pfizer took the public research. Yeah, BioNTech is the company. That's a very hard right talking point in Germany that Turkish people can't be Germans. Man, shut the fuck up. You know why I said what I said, okay? I know you're trying to say that, like, oh, they, you know, Turkish people can't be Germans, they can't integrate. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? The reason why I mentioned that they're Turkish is because I'm proud, okay? I'm proud. Germans are fucking ridiculous. They are the least humorous people I've ever seen in my entire life. It's just like, it's like an entire nation built on like Radlib Twitter, but like also obviously not the same politics of Radlib Twitter, but like their understanding of humor is so fucking brutal. Like, it's like, what are you saying? Why would you say something like the Turks are not real German? That's not what I said. I said that they're German Turks. I will take everything you said too literally. Okay? Yeah, das ist not good. Das ist nicht gut.
You're critical of his plan to quadruple the cost.
Yeah, if you want to understand German humor, just read Brother Grimm, okay? Like, the things that they teach their fucking children, the things that they teach their children is like, oh, here's a fun little story to educate your child on, yeah? If you're being a bad boy, your Mutig will actually cut you up. If you're a bad Vater, your Mutig will cut you up and then serve you to your Vater. Yes. Every fucking story. It's like, yes, we're burning the children in the oven. Very nice. Oh, it's so funny. I love this. This is peak humor. It's quite funny, actually.
Cost of the COVID vaccine.
Well,
Can you stop him from doing that?
Well, here's the story. Taxpayers, the NIH co-authored, worked together to create the vaccine.
Right.
Taxpayers put billions of dollars into the development of the vaccine, guaranteed sales for the vaccine.
As they did with many other companies.
Yeah,
too.
all right. And then what happens after the government stockpile of the vaccine expires? These guys say, well, we're going to quadruple the price of the vaccine. And by the way, in the last 2 years, the CEO made $5 billion and his other guys made billions of dollars. Is that really what should be happening? Truth is, pharmaceutical industry is enormously greedy, charging us outrageously, uncontrollably high prices. We have got to deal with that. As chairman of the relevant committee, I intend to do what I can.
Moderna says it's instituting a patient assistance plan to give the COVID shot to the uninsured and underinsured Americans free of cost. Is that sufficient?
And you know, Margaret,
for you?
Amazing coincidence. That happened the same exact day as we announced that we were inviting them to testify.
Do you think your political heat made that difference?
Well, maybe it was just a wild and crazy coincidence. I don't know. But we also want to take a look at what that patient program is about. We're talking to them about that. But obviously, it's a step in the right direction.
Step in the right direction. How do you lower the cost of prescription drugs in a way that doesn't hurt American innovation? And how do you do it politically when Republicans control the House?
You know, I saw a poll that was done just for Republicans. And you know what Republicans regarded as the major priority they were concerned of? High cost of prescription drugs.
All right. I love that, like, is she even talking about the book? Is she promoting the book? Or is she just, like, arguing the sanctity of capitalism towards this, like, old, like, this 800-year-old socialist man who wrote another book about, you should be angry at capitalism. It's okay. Actually, everyone should be angry all the time sometimes. Meanwhile, she's like, actually, sir, you say you're a socialist, but here you are, on a very capitalism defending broadcast. I mean, quite interesting. The entire fucking line of questioning is just like attacking him and everything that he's done or everything that he's accomplished while defending his enemies. And of course, his enemies are fucking corporations. So then she's just a corporate stooge. It's like so obvious.
All right. So I think we have the basis for bipartisan work to tell the pharmaceutical industry that they really have got to stop ripping off the American people. A number of ways you could do it. The Inflation Reduction Act started by having Medicare negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry. Doesn't kick in for a few years.
Yep.
I think we should expedite that. Number two, of all people, my good friend Donald Trump, all right, who I disagree with on everything, had the idea that maybe Medicare should not pay prices higher than the average of what countries around the rest of the world are paying. That's a good idea, and we want to pursue that as well. And there's the concept of reimportation.
She's about to get real German with it. She's about to get real German with it and be like, you just said, my dear friend Donald Trump, which means you're not being sarcastic. It's not allowed. You said it. You're also defending the Donald Trump, who everyone knows is the worst president in the United States of America history. No jokes. 9. I don't allow it.
That if Americans can buy drugs in Canada or in Europe at a fraction of the price, let's have pharmacists and distributors be able to purchase those drugs and sell them at much lower cost in the United States.
This involves state subsidies of some form. Government subsidies.
No, that does not involve subsidies.
Okay.
That simply says if you can buy a drug in Canada, same drug for 1/10 of the price, passes FDA specifications, it should be sold in this country at a lower price.
And you think you can do this with Republicans in control of the House?
There's
Do you think
some
the votes are there?
I think there's a lot of support for dealing with the high cost of prescription drugs. Yes, I do.
I want to ask you about what's politically possible in that makeup of Congress right now. Democrats have this narrow 51-seat majority in the Senate. You're an independent, but you caucus with the Democrats. Both of Pennsylvania's senators are out of office right now dealing with serious health issues. And so their absence complicates any votes. Do you have any idea when, for example, Senator...
It's like you're responsible for John Fetterman being out of office. How can we make John Fetterman being in the hospital about Bernie Sanders? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. How can I use anything and everything against Bernie Sanders in this regard? Like, top of the hour ad break is here. Obviously, this is Bernie's fault. Like, well, fear not. Bernie also knows you can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5. I'm once again telling you that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5, all for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Senator Fetterman will be out of the hospital and well enough to return.
We wish Senator Fetterman has gone through a hell of a year. I mean, with his stroke in the middle of a campaign and dealing with other issues. So I can't answer that. I think Bob Casey, who is dealing with prostate cancer, will be back, as I understand it, in early March.
This is a big what if. I mean, this is a very key state, Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Is it possible to talk to you on Discord?
No.
Well, obviously, we're concerned about the health of all of our members, and we hope that they are all back. Bob, I think, will be back. We know that. John, I just don't have that information.
Mm-hmm.
What does this have to do with the book or capitalism? Now she's just moved on from that to be like she's about to be like, deforestation is happening in Brazil. Why is it your fault?
Because Pennsylvania, in so many ways, also is an example of a lot of what you talk about in terms of the working class, mixing with the concerns you have there. Are you concerned that that state is, if there has to be a special election, for example, or if Casey doesn't run, that it goes to the Republicans?
Bob will be back in a few weeks. Okay. But so let's not speculate on it. But like Pennsylvania, like Vermont, like other countries, like other states in our country. The people in those states are hurting. And the question of the book, again, is that how come we have so many people who are struggling? We have a dysfunctional healthcare system. Our childcare system is in disarray. We got millions of elderly people who have nothing in the bank as they face retirement, and yet the people on top are doing phenomenally well. And Margaret, what the book is about is saying that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we've ever had. We have more concentration of ownership in sector after sector than we have ever had. We have a political system which is increasingly corrupt because as a result of Citizens United, billionaires can put enormous amounts of money into it to elect their candidates. And we have, 8 major media conglomerates, corporate media conglomerates that control about what 90% of the American people see, hear, and read. Those are really issues that we need to discuss. That's what the book does.
Do you worry when you talk about the corporate media that you are targeting journalists when you say that?
No. Donald Trump talks about fake news, and that's...
Yeah, no, it's true. No, it's the same. He's just the same as Donald Trump. Let's not ever fucking ask why people also agree with Donald Trump and how Donald Trump is able to weaponize the distrust that people have in mainstream media. There are valid ways to criticize mainstream media and mainstream news. And then there are ways that Donald Trump weaponizes the valid distrust that some people have for nefarious right-wing reactionary purposes. It's awesome. It's great. This kind of narrative basically also just ends up doing nothing but positioning yourself against someone who is otherwise trustworthy. Okay? Bernie Sanders is a trustworthy figure. He has consistently been the most popular senator in Congress by the widest of fucking margins. When you turn around and try to belittle him this way, a lot of people go oh yeah, here's mainstream media again doing fake news again, attacking this dude, which we like. We don't like mainstream media, but mainstream media does not have the capability of understanding anything outside of their fucking little echo chambers. Okay? Or echo chambers. I said echo chamber. Fuck, I did it again. Where they think like, oh, well, our wealthy watchers are professional managerial class watchers. The wealthy people that watch us are sponsors or corporate benefactors. They don't like this guy, so we don't like this guy. We can say whatever the fuck we want.
Simply to deflect attention from the fact that he's a pathological liar. My experience one-on-one with media, they work hard. They very rarely am I misquoted. But what I am talking about, Margaret, is that corporate media limits the kind of debate that we have in this country. You tell me, you know more about it than I do. How often do we talk about income and wealth inequality?
We're talking about right now, Senator.
Yeah, but how often? Not everybody is Bernie Sanders on your show. How often do you talk about concentration of ownership? How often do you talk about the fact that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care at all, and yet we spend twice as much money? How often do you talk
about Ohio? Be like Ohio's deregulation and how, you know, the government lobbied for it. There's only one fucking panel that talked about it, and it was Chris Hayes. Other than that, and he barely even alluded to it. Other than that, like, nobody fucking talked about it.
That if somebody has a baby in Finland, they get 9 months off or 10 months off paid family leave.
I will talk to you about paid leave for families any day of the week. They also have like a 56% tax rate in Finland, though. It's a very different system. But
good, but let's
yeah.
talk about it. What do they get for that? They get free health care, right? Free higher education.
Yeah, of course. I wonder how much she makes. That's the funniest part. Like, ultimately, she makes an unimaginable amount of money, okay, in comparison to the average worker. Like 100%. And she's like, oh, 56%, that's a lot. First of all, that is a misunderstanding of how that works. It's probably the top marginal tax rate that she's referencing. And that is, again, that doesn't mean automatically they take 50% of your entire tax. Like, that's not how this works. So why the fuck is everyone talking about this? I feel like nobody understands how tax rates work. Like, no one understands it, or rather, people purposely advance the misinformation deliberately.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the debate I want, and that's the debate we really don't have on the corporate media.
So President Biden talks about finishing the job and the potential for running for re-election in 2024. You said you won't run if he runs. Do you believe that President Biden will face any primary challenge from the left, from the progressive wing?
I can't speak for other people. I think there's a general consensus right now that President Biden has done not everything we would like. He has done a good job. And again, I can't speak for anybody else. But what I have said is if he runs, now says that he's going to run, I will support him.
Do you see anyone who would challenge him?
Can't speculate.
As you write in your book that the essence of you're very harsh on Democrats, but you say the essence of the
Worse on Republicans, though.
You write the essence of the Democratic message in recent years has been, we're pretty bad, but Republicans are worse, so vote for us. Is there anyone inspirational in Democratic politics?
Sure, there's some great people who are working night and day to protect working class people. But the thesis of that particular chapter is that working class people are responding to the Republicans not because they want to cut Social Security and Medicare and give tax breaks to the rich. It's they have heard Democrats say for years that they are the party of the working class. And then people are saying, really, I can't afford health care. I can't afford prescription drugs. I can't afford to send my kid to college.
The more he's right, the more they bully him, dude. It's crazy. As your Biden-assigned IRS agent, I can confirm people don't understand taxes. Even accountants don't understand it. There's a reason there's a niche in accounting field that deals with taxes.
So who's the next Bernie Sanders? Who is that voice?
I'll let you discover that. I don't. But I will tell you, and we talk about this in the book.
Her net worth is $8 million. Broke boy. Wealthypeople.com is such a funny name for one of these types of websites, by the way. That makes sense. She makes $300,000 and her net worth is $5 million. How the fuck? She worked on Bloomberg, CNBC, NBC News. Made quite a fortune over the course of her career. Brennan is of Irish descent. She went to Covenant Sacred Heart in Greenwich, Connecticut. Wait, isn't that like isn't this like the fucking crazy school that everyone goes to, all the rich people go to? She went to University of Virginia. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Foreign Affairs, Middle Eastern Studies, a minor in Arabic. Is that the fucking super weird like check how much you think you're worth? I don't fucking know how much it is, but is this the one? Wait. Notable alumni: Caroline Kennedy, Olympic swimmer. No, this isn't the one I was thinking of. No, never mind. Oh, Lady Gaga went there. It's another one of these, but it's not the one that I was thinking of. What is it? Like the one that Obama's daughters went to or some shit? That's the one I thought.
To the beach that makes you old.
You went to the what?
The beach that...
This is so stupid. You're looking at it. Oh, that's a New York City school, maybe. Oh, no, this is the New York City version. This is not the one that... Is this the one? No, this isn't the one. We're talking about Sidwell Friends. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I was thinking about this one. It's in Maryland anyway. Okay, I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. This is irrelevant. Let's get back to the interview.
Look, what I am extremely proud of is that there are more really strong, young progressives, often people of color, in the House now than probably in any
this is
time,
not
certainly in my
random
lifetime.
school.
Great people. And that is, if you ask me what I'm most proud of, is that so many young people, we won the young vote overwhelmingly. And I think young people are saying, we don't want to tinker around the edges anymore, not on climate change, not on racial issues, not on economic issues. We want transformational change. And if my campaign's played a role in changing that consciousness, I'm very proud of that.
You are up for re-election to the Senate in 2024.
Yeah.
Can you take the wins that you have had in shaping the Democratic platform as you have, with the issues that you have raised, and walk away with that win, or do you feel you need to run again?
I think, look, my chapter on the media, what I talk about is media is very interested in elections and elections.
I know you don't like these questions.
I was elected to do a job, and I'm working really hard as chairman of this committee. People back home are not asking me whether I'm going to run. They say, Bernie, we can't afford health care, can't afford prescription drugs. Do something. Let me focus on that.
So you don't feel like you have a ticking clock here for 2024?
At the right time.
It has to get all this done.
Between me and the people of Vermont, and we have plenty of time on that.
Former Ambassador Nikki Haley is running for president, as you know, and she said there should be a mandatory mental competency test for politicians older than 75. You're 81. Do you take offense at that?
What did she mean? I don't understand what you...
God, he's so sick. God damn it. I do agree with that. Bernie would fucking nail that mental competency test. Not sure about Joe Biden. But I love him so much. God, I'm such a fucking stan, dude. How can you not love this fucking guy? He's just given his entire life to the goddamn cause, dude. Holy fuck. He's such a silly Billy too. Oh, I am old. What do you mean?
No, I think that's absurd. There's a level.
Absurd.
Yeah,
I don't think it's absurd. He should just be like, yeah, I'll do a mental competency test. I'll show people I'm mentally capable.
Racism, we're fighting sexism, we're fighting homophobia. I think we should also be fighting ageism.
No, Bernie, no. Oh, God, it's hard. He is old. He's very old.
Trust people, look at people, and say, this person's competent, this person's not competent.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of 40-year-olds out there who ain't particularly competent. Older people, you look at the individual. I don't think you make a blanket statement.
Okay. So when it comes...
If Bernie was more of a charismatic person, which unfortunately he is not, he's a very kind person, he's a very wonderful person, but he's like not the most charismatic person, he would turn around and be like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is 43 years old. Do you think she's competent? I think not. You know what I mean? Like, That kind of thing, you know?
Comes to the current
I do think that mandatory tests for anyone over the age of fucking 60, I'm on board, baby. Let's do it.
president or the former president in their age range. It doesn't
Bernie should be a
concern
senator
you.
forever. I don't
Look
give a shit.
at
He's
what they
charismatic.
do,
How
what
dare
they
you?
believe in.
He is charismatic,
What
but
are
he's
they
not
fighting
like
for? What is not?
he's not like Trump level fucking sassy. You know what I mean? And Americans love that shit. If he was more of like if he had a bit more Al Franken in him, you know what I mean? If he was a little bit more sharp and witty and sassy, but he's like too nice to do that. You know what I mean? Americans love sassy bitches. I mean, Trump is a perfect representation of this, you know? Even Obama, actually, you know what? Obama is a great example of this. Obama was sassy as fuck. I agree, and we need a sassy leftist for sure. The Corbyn-Bernie route is too nice. Got to be meaner for sure. Yeah. Americans are fucking angry. Like, channel that anger and frustration at the right avenues, at the right villains, for the right reasons, and do it in a fucking sassy way. Obama's sassiness made a president? Yeah.
Donald Trump stand for? Do you believe in that? Well, I certainly don't. What does Joe Biden stand for? What is he doing? Has he accomplished? Look at him in that way, not on age.
You say in the book that Democrats are wrong to suggest that former President Trump supporters are racists, sexists, and homophobes, that they're deplorable. You point out these so-called racists, many of them voted for Barack Obama, but their lives didn't improve. Do you think that the Democratic Party messaging is just entirely wrong-headed to frame this as a broader moral issue?
Look,
this is like probably his, I know what he's trying to say here. I know what he's trying to do here. Okay. I think the best messaging in this situation is just, you know, if you're running for president, you got to say it. Ultimately, it's just like, you know, we are living in a racist country. You can't really say that if you want to run for president. Okay. And ultimately, for that reason, like I, as a white person, it's much easier for me to say this, but I'm very understanding of social conditioning. That's why I think I can do a decent job at, like, you know, changing the social conditioning that people have underwent that made them who they are. You know what I mean? Hassan, you ain't white, dude. Okay, I don't care. Okay, I am. You can say you aren't white all day, every day. It doesn't matter. I have white skin and I have a lot of white mannerisms. To the outside world, before they fucking find out my name is Hassan, people think I'm white. Okay, I have a lot of privilege for that reason. I don't know if you're saying this in a way that you think like helps my background or whatever, but ultimately that's the truth. You know what I mean? I'm white as fuck in the sense that like I have a lot of white privilege. I'm also classified as white by the US Census, but ultimately, you know, might be a bit of a, you know, spicy aioli, but ultimately I'm still pretty fucking white. Haha, you a milkman. Exactly. And by white, I mean, whiteness is defined by your proximity to blackness. Why do you want to be white so bad? I don't care about it. I'm Turkish. So for me, the white-black concept is just, it's irrelevant. It's not something I grew inside of. It's just something I say. It's something I say regularly because, like I mentioned, whiteness is about your proximity to power. Whiteness is about your proximity to blackness. Okay? And as far as my proximity to blackness, I'm fucking super far away. You know what I mean? It's just the truth. So ultimately, it's ridiculous for me to act like I'm a person of color. You know what I mean? I'm not. I live a life that is very privileged. It's one that I recognize, and it's one that I use to my advantage. People perceive you as white in America, so that's why you are until people racialize you. Exactly. It's true. It's true. White people who claim 3% Native American probably have a hard time for you calling yourself white. I mean, yeah, it's true. The Muslim name part does affect your privilege. Yeah, but like not that much. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm a bit slow. Could you explain whiteness is about your proximity to blackness? Yes. The concept of whiteness as a political formation, because it is a social concept, was originally created around not fair skin necessarily, but I guess fair skin was the best indication for it, but around the one drop rule. However many drops of black blood you had in you would show how much of a person of color you were and how non-white you were. That's why there's like old school, super crazy, super racist classifications of black people. Like when you use a term here that is an ancient, old racist term, which was ironically still used in Virginia, in the state of Virginia, not that long ago, but Octoroon, for example. This is like, that's how far the shit went. White people were real nerdy about making sure they calculated and documented how much how much black someone had in them. So Mexicans who didn't mix with black people were white. Don't let the white skins know. Wait, I mean, there are a lot of white Mexicans. What do you mean? So anyway, depending on who you're talking to and how racist they are, even Slavs are not white, technically, right? Whiteness is an ever-expanding concept. It's just about who's in power, and it's no longer just like Anglo-Saxon Protestants, you know what I mean? As it was originally in America. Benjamin Franklin famously thought the Germans and even Scandinavians to be too swarthy or non-white. Think about that. He only considered the French to be white because he wanted to get some French pussy. And barely. It's true. It's also famously so. Look it up. So that's still a concept that runs in society to this day. Anyway. Yes, they had it based on their percentage of blackness. Yes, exactly. So that's the reason why I say I am white. I don't think I have the same belief system that a lot of white Americans do, a lot of white Westerners do. But here in the United States of America, the way I present myself and the way people perceive me until they find additional things about me is white. It's just the truth. And for that, I get a lot of privilege. If a cop can talk to me without immediately perceiving me as a threat until they see my license and change their attitude, which is definitely something I experienced a lot in the past 10 to 12 years that I've lived in this country. Ultimately, the majority of people look to me and think that I'm white. Yeah, I passed the Family Guy color test, even though I technically don't pass it with the TSA.
Are there supporters of Trump who are racist, sexist, homophobes? Absolutely. But to paint a broad brush and say, well, that's the reason that they don't vote for the Democrats, that is really wrong. Look, I've been all over this country. I have worked with trade unionists, people on strike, people who had the courage to stand up for economic injustice.
Yes, Mrs. Faze, look up Benjamin Franklin Swarthy, and you will find more about this.
Great people. And I talked to the union leaders, 70% of our people are Republican. Why is that? Because I think they have lost faith that the Democratic Party is going to stand up and fight for them. And they say, look, Democrats talk.
Watch the video I did on white people do not exist, and I think it's 15 minutes, super short, and I go through the history of whiteness, what it means, what the contemporary implications are. I mentioned pretty much everything I just mentioned and a lot more in that video. You can go check that out, and it'll give you a better understanding of what I mean.
Talk, they don't accomplish. Oh, I want to vote for Trump. Maybe
I mean,
he'll
you
do something.
blame Democrats going back to Bill Clinton for signing on to NAFTA. You blame Barack Obama.
That's right.
You're critical of Joe Biden as well here.
That's right. All right. In other words, what I have said over and over again, working class people, in my view, are not responding primarily, there are other reasons, to the Republican message because they want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and give tax breaks to billionaires. That's not why working class people are voting for them. If the Democrats, in my view, had an agenda that says, we know that your kid can't afford to go to college, and that's why we're going to make higher education or public colleges and universities tuition free. We know you can't afford childcare, outrageously expensive. We're going to work on that. We know we're the only country in the world not to guarantee health care is right. You pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. You expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and eyeglasses. Democrats ain't going to lose an election for a long, long time.
But which Democrat would take that vote? I mean, you have said Medicare for all, you can't pass in the current Congress.
Yeah, but is it a popular issue? I have to take on the whole bloody insurance industry, the drug industry, and yet we still have tens of millions of people who understand that Medicare for all is right. If we had a united Democratic Party saying, yeah, we have the guts to take on the powerful special interest, they could win that fight and be in. Look, FDR did it in the 30s. He won 4 elections because he had the guts to stand up to powerful special interest and say, you know what, I'm on the side of the working class.
You look at the map of this country, though, and Democrats have lost that, other than the coast, there are huge swaths in rural America.
Yes.
What is it about rural America that the Democrats do not understand?
These are white working class people who do not believe that the Democrats are standing up and fighting for them. All right. And what we need to do.
Oh, the thing I was going to say about Bernie Sanders, fuck, I totally forgot. But yeah, I do personally think that, I don't know if he'll say it or not, whatever. Or I don't know if he believes it or not, but I do think that most Americans, as a consequence of their social conditioning, do have a lot of resentment and animosity towards black people. This even includes black Americans as a consequence of our culture, as a consequence of stereotyping, as a consequence of our educational system. Okay? It's just straight up true. Okay? And for that reason, a lot of Americans are motivated by white supremacy, whether they realize it or not. This is a hard conversation to broach, and depending on what group I'm talking to, I often won't say this out loud. I say it here because I do believe it, and for that reason, I also believe that, you can and should be a little bit more empathetic to people who just learned that behavior. Okay? Because sometimes they can turn around and change that and unlearn that shitty behavior. I'm not like the Syra Raicho, or is that how you say her name, type person who's like going to do $5,000 a pop meals to get white ladies to fucking listen to me tell them that they're racist or whatever. But no, it's not even shitty parents. No. I don't think people learn racism through their parents. I mean, they certainly learn it through their parents as well, but I don't think that's the only place they learn racism from. They learn it from every facet of society. That's why there are liberal spaces where liberals say, Sarah Ryo, sorry, not Sarah Rachik. Sarah Ryo is who I was thinking of. Okay, it's not just that. All of our institutions have a lot of white supremacist coding. Everybody loves the police. The police, as a foundational principle, were there to protect the interests of capital and in many instances, capital meant black people. Policing as an institution still, when you defend it, you're technically still defending a white supremacist system. Criminal justice system is white supremacist, both in its outcomes and in its inception, and also in the way that it doles out punishment disproportionately. Okay? But because it's such a permanent fixture of society, and because you can't really live without some system, some organizational tool of policing and some kind of criminal justice system, which I'm never going to fucking advocate for the abolition of the criminal justice system. Obviously, I understand that it's a necessity for society to exist. People don't even make that. That connection in their minds. They just think like this is a normal part of process. What do you mean? So a lot of people learn white supremacist attitudes. A lot of people learn white supremacist attitudes even if they are not like outwardly racist. Plenty of people are not outwardly racist. And plenty of people don't even realize that they have some resentments, some animosity. This is why it's a very difficult conversation to broach. It's also one that is impossible to have on social media. It's impossible to have it on Twitter, for example. Does that make sense? So are you racist as well? I don't think so. But every now and then I might have a thought or some shit like that where I would not have a similar approach or opinion towards a white person. Everyone does. I'm not a racist person. But of course, I have blind spots. Everyone has blind spots. It's not an invasive or intrusive thought. That's not it. That's not the truth. It's one that you don't think about. Does that make sense? So racism is okay when it comes to white people. Got it. What? First of all, I didn't even say that. But also, come on, you've been in here for 31 months. Go watch the fucking YouTube video and then come back to me, okay? If you're going to still have this take. Because that's not my take. Whiteness as a concept is fundamentally about having power. There's no such thing as a non-racist. There's only racist or anti-racist. I agree with that. They're trolling because they're bored? Yeah. There are examples of you making fun of poor people. I mean, I make fun of poor people all the time. What do you mean? I make fun of everybody. I make fun of dumbasses. If someone is poor and they're being a dumbass, I'm not going to fucking sit there and be like, oh, they're a poor person, so I'm not going to make fun of them. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any kind of shelter, especially given like what they're saying. If I'm making fun of someone, I'm making fun of someone because they are, behaving in an erratic manner. Does that make sense? Or for them being poor? Yeah, I don't know about that. I would go ahead. I would assume that that's your own assessment of that. That's something I think about a lot. You did say you don't want blind people to have guns or drive. That's true. I am ableist. Make fun of me, daddy. Okay, Blastoise. Anyway, let's continue.
Is have a movement of black workers, Latino workers, white workers, gay workers, straight workers, and understand that we're all in this together. I don't care if you're living in rural Iowa, where I spent a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you can't afford healthcare, you can't afford to send your kid to college, or you're living in San Francisco. So too often we forget about the economic issues that unite us. The vast majority of the people know the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off. The vast majority of the people understand that we have to improve our educational system. Let's work on that.
Are you going to campaign for Joe Biden if he runs for president? Because I mean, you just laid out that what he's done is nice, but it's not sufficient to raise all the issues that you just laid out.
It's a little premature to talk about a campaign that isn't.
We talk about it all the time.
That hasn't been announced yet. We'll see.
Well, he says he's deciding and could be deciding soon.
Well, and after that, he and I will talk and we'll see what we'll do.
And you want to shape the
But I did.
conversation.
Look, you know, when he was running it, to me, it was extraordinarily important that Trump be defeated.
Yeah.
And, you know, to his courage, what Biden did after the election, sat down with our people, campaigns came together, he came up with some pretty progressive ideas.
I want to ask you about some issues on foreign policy. CIA Director Bill Burns recently said that the uptick in violence in Israel and Palestinian territories reminds him
Well, this is where he pops off. Oh, come on, Bernie, spit.
of the last intifada, that there could be an explosion of violence. Israel now is the most right-wing government it's had in years. Do you think that democracy is imperiled in Israel right now?
I do. And I am very worried about what next.
Right now. Man, democracy in Israel is a funny concept. You know, for who is the question you got to ask. You know what I mean? It's an apartheid state. That's crazy to be like, oh, like democracy in South Africa is in peril is what a lot of people are saying. It's like, yeah, no shit. It just like kind of didn't exist. Democracy for who? Who has democracy in Israel? Because it's certainly not the fucking Palestinians. You know what I mean? They got nothing.
Netanyahu is doing, and some of his allies.
It's just that the fascism is a self-destructing cult. So ultimately, yes, a lot of the psychopaths want to eviscerate the Palestinians will then often turn around and literally fucking do the same undemocratic shit to their own chosen people as well. It's the same as Americans, man. Conservative Americans and psychotic right-wing Americans literally fucking end up harming white people, white working class people that they claim to care about. They don't give a shit.
In government.
I want to know where this fucking guy is. I thought he was going to give me the whole, like, you hate poor people thing.
And what may happen to the Palestinian people. And let me tell you something. I mean, I haven't said this publicly, but I think the United States gives billions of dollars.
I'm here, hostile rock. All right, give me the Jews.
We've got to put some strings attached to that and say.
Oh my God, you're a fucking asshole. His example was I was making fun of Android users, bro. I thought he was being serious. You fucking dipshit. Yeah, if you're an Android user, you deserve to be made fun of. Okay, there you go. I said it. I'm an iPhone supremacist, bitch. He's a large number of them black and brown people. Shut the fuck up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, get out of here with your fucking green bubbles, bitch. iPhones are the Tesla of phones. No, I don't really care. Have fun going somewhere, not being able to find a suitable charger, bitch. At this point, like, you know, it's the same shit. What, you think there's more Android chargers everywhere? What? That's so stupid. We're not doing this. We're not doing this conversation. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. They're both expensive, okay? They're both made by capitalist corporations who want to suck you dry. Shut the fuck up. I know. I know the Apple features are bullshit. It doesn't matter. I literally don't care.
Government. You cannot turn your back on the two-state solution. You cannot demean the Palestinian people there. You just can't do it and then come to America and ask for money.
Have you talked to the administration about it? They've been very careful in criticism of the Netanyahu government.
Well, I am not careful about it. I'm embarrassed that in Israel you have a government of that nature right now.
And are you going to introduce something
We may well, yes.
to try to attach strings
Look,
to
you
USA
cannot give, if you have a, whether it's Saudi Arabia or other authoritarian societies, if a government is acting in a racist way and they want billions of dollars from the taxpayers of the United States, I think you say something.
The most anti-Semitic thing you could say is compare Israel to Saudi Arabia. In the eyes of the media, they're like, whoa, Saudi Arabia is bad. They're our allies. We'll always defend them. But we know they're bad because they're Muslim. Just fucking calm down, okay? Calm down. How dare you? How dare you, sir? You just made a comparison that I find to be very, very unacceptable. Saudi Arabia, yep.
Sorry, that's not acceptable. You want our money? Fine.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
Get it.
The pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC, used to be bipartisan, but these days it's got a super PAC that has spent very heavily in Democratic primaries.
Against progressives.
You said they're doing everything they can to destroy the progressive movement in this country. Do you think the politics around this issue are constraining the White House going into 2024?
The way I look at AIPAC now in terms of their political activities, this is not even just the pro-Israel group. This is a corporate PAC, sometimes getting money from Republicans, sometimes supporting extreme right-wing Republicans. So what really upset me very much is that in many of these primaries, we had great candidates, young people, often people of color, and you had AIPAC and other super PACs spending millions of dollars trying to defeat them. And as you may know, I tried to get the Democratic Party to pass a resolution that in Democratic primaries, super PAC money should not be allowed to be used.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that this is what's constraining the Biden White House right now, the concerns about the politics around this domestically?
Look, bottom line is what constrains any president is we have a corrupt political system in which big money plays an enormous role. And right now, if I run for re-election, people want to spend, some billionaire wants to spend millions of dollars against me, perfectly legal to do so. That constrains all politics in America.
If you run for re-election to the Senate, so you are considering it?
Sure, I'm considering it, but I haven't made any decision.
You are, when you talk about American workers, you're proposing a new cabinet-level agency to focus on the future of work and workers. You talk about taxing robots who might replace humans. Isn't the Labor Department supposed to be doing these things?
Well, theoretically, but I don't think we're doing enough. Look, this is a huge issue. There is a revolution taking place now with artificial intelligence and robotics, okay? Mm-hmm. Millions of workers are going to lose their jobs. Who's making those decisions, Mara? You hear it debated in Congress? I don't.
This part is so important. A lot of people don't understand what he's saying here, but he's talking about, like, basically the government offering, like, a patch, right? It's not the best provision, but it's the best one he can advocate for. But what the theory behind what he's saying is what's significant here. Workers are not making this decision to cut the labor force and implement artificial intelligence in their stead, right? That is the true problem. That is that is the real issue here. The real issue is that, like, it's not like workers are the ones who are making this decision. If the workers were the ones who were making the decision, they would probably make the decision to cut work hours, right? Still maintain the same pay, or maybe even a larger percentage of the fucking profits that the artificial intelligence would be creating. But because it's the capital owners themselves who make this decision, they do it at the behest of what they call efficiency. What that means is cutting the workforce down as best as they can, giving the remaining workers more of a workload while maintaining the productivity at a similar level, because the AI is there to improve productivity. It's not there to improve the workers' conditions. That is the problem with AI and automation. Not necessarily that, like, it exists. It's a good thing. This is something I talk about a lot. Like, the wheel was not invented to make someone money. The wheel was invented, and it was truly a good thing, right? It moved humanity forward. And artificial intelligence is similar. Unfortunately, though, it's created under the conditions of capitalism, and therefore, just like every other type of innovation, it works to make workers more productive. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing for the workers ultimately. As a matter of fact, in many instances, it's a bad thing for the workers because they just do more output. They do more and they get paid the same. That's why productivity has skyrocketed with cell phones. People are on 24/7 at their jobs. And yet, for some reason, wages have remained stagnant in comparison to the productivity. Why? Because profit rates are declining, and you have to make up for that because you have to constantly, endlessly look for growth. You have to constantly grow your business. You have to constantly seek more and more profit year over year. That's how it works.
All right. So guys who sit at the head, often guys, of large multinational corporations are saying, look, we can do this. We can get rid of all these people over here. We can make even more money. So we're talking about a transformational moment throughout the world in the United States. I want working people to be involved. And if we come up with a technology, I'm not anti-technology. If there is a technology that can increase worker productivity, who benefits from that? Just the guy who owns the company, or does the worker benefit? So if we can reduce the work week, is that a bad thing? It's a good thing. But I don't want to see the people on top simply be the only beneficiaries of this revolution.
He's right. And of course, the only current solution to that is a social democratic solution. You know what I mean? This is why I love Bernie, though. Like, he has a good way of describing these things in a way that's like super palatable. And in spite of an incredible amount, multi-billion dollar industry routinely crawling up his ass and looking at every little microaggression that he's engaged with and using it and weaponizing it against them, he still is able to maintain his voice, and he is still able to, I guess he's still perceived as an honest figure for the most part. Probably one of the most popular socialist politicians on the planet, I would say, as it stands currently. Obviously, I'm not talking about like Xi Jinping and shit. Like, most popular socialist politician in a Western liberal country.
Technology.
So you agree with Bill Gates in taxing robots?
That's one way to do it. Yeah,
I wasn't
absolutely.
saying,
He's a billionaire,
I'm
you
not
do-
saying whether Xi is a socialist or not. That's not what don't
Right.
misunderstand me.
I've talked to Bill on a number of occasions, yes.
I'm interested in that concept and some of the other things you lay out here, including...
It's not just taxing the robots. It's this whole question of an economic transformation. Are working class people going to benefit from that, or just the billionaire class?
You also talk about a new deal for journalism and rethinking of the role of public and community media in the United States. You're very harsh on the media, as we talked about, including, you mentioned this network, you mentioned Washington Post, you do.
Didn't I say all kinds of nice things about you?
No, some other journalists here. You did give a shout out to Kara Corte and some other reporters, but you say, you take direct aim at the media for not asking the questions that you think need to be asked. How do you, on this New Deal idea, how can you have the U.S. government in any way involved with the media and direct funding when trust in the government is so low in this country and trust in media is low?
Okay, two separate issues. Number one, what I say in the book is that, look, I have done 1,000 interviews like I'm doing with you right now. And nobody has ever come up to me, not one reporter, not you, not anybody else, that said, Bernie, why are we spending twice as much on healthcare as any other country, and yet we have 85 million uninsured or uninsured? How many programs have CBS, NBC, ABC had on why we have a dysfunctional healthcare system? Does that have anything to do?
I think Bernie should sometimes ask direct questions, like to her, be like, do you think healthcare should be public? As is the case in many of these other social democratic countries. Do you think? Now, the reason why I say that is because, like, Jordan Peterson, for all of his fucking faults and failures, used to do this shit very well, right? Like, he would just like ask direct questions, refuse to ever answer a direct question back, of course. But like, that makes for wonderful agitprop. You know what I mean? Bernie destroys like hysterical face the nation interviewer, right? He needs to be more contentious. She'd just say, I'm a journalist, I'm impartial. Yeah, and then it'd be like, okay, you're a journalist, that's fine. But as a human being, you're a mother, you have parents, you're a daughter, you're a sister. As a human being, do you think it's okay that we paywall healthcare?
With who owns the major networks. Bernie, what are you going to do about income and wealth inequality? Do you demand, why are billionaires paying an effective tax rate lower than working class people? No one asked me those questions. Okay.
No one tells us the questions to ask.
I understand that, but there's a culture in the media. No one tells people who work for me not to vote for Donald Trump. Surely, I will guarantee you they don't. I never tell them to do it. But then there's another issue, and that is a totally different issue. We are seeing media deserts in this country. Local newspapers are going out of business. So people get no news from their city council, their school board.
Real issue.
How do you deal with that? And the reason they're going out of business is private sector companies can't make money anymore because of the radical transformation of media. What happens? Do people not know what's going on in their city? How do you deal with that? Well, in European countries, what they do is they do it through a non-partisan public funding of media. I think that's an idea that we should explore.
So I'm told we're running out of time. But
I'm just getting warmed up, Margaret. I'm having fun.
But I have to ask you, you're going on tour to promote this book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. And you're here talking about it. I understand we're not the bad guys you're describing in the book when it comes to media. But tickets for your tour apparently are selling for $95 on Ticketmaster, which is...
Oh, let's go! Woo! Woo! Let's go! You say you're a socialist, and yet here you are. Yet here you fucking are, you old bitch. You fucking wanna make money, dude. What the fuck is that? Here you are again. I bet you fucking live in not one, not two, but even a third fucking log cabin that was passed down to you by your wife's parents. Fake ass socialist, dude. Why are you a whole ass socialist right in front of me wearing clothes? Why are you not wearing an old timey hollowed out barrel with 2 leather straps on the fucking shoulders and running around going, I'm so poor, please sir, can I have some fucking more? Why? Why are you not doing that? And then whenever you say that, people go, actually, there's a difference between like being incredibly poor versus living in the lap of luxury. No, fundamentally, the idea is not about whether you're making a purchase or not. The argument doesn't come from like, oh, I've decided this is the barrier for socialism. The argument is literally, you're a socialist and you consume goods. You seem personally invested in this one. Yes, of course, I'm personally invested in this because I'm rich. Okay? And not only that, but also, more importantly than that, it is not an effective fucking tool. It is literally a right-wing propaganda talking point that a lot of other dumbass leftists eat up hook, line, and sinker. Okay? It's stupid and it's self-defeating. We should stop advocating for socialism being a fucking poverty cult. Okay? Now, of course, in the case of Bernie Sanders, okay, I doubt that he's like personally made the tickets 95. I'm sure it's a Ticketmaster's issue. Okay? There's no fucking shot. Anyway, let's see what he says.
Accused of anti-competitive behavior. You know that some of your Democrats are criticizing them. Aren't you benefiting yourself from this system that you're trying to dismantle?
First of all, those decisions are made totally by the publisher and the bookseller. I think there's one case where in one place here in Washington, Politics and Prose, an independent bookstore, charging some tickets. Most of them, I think, are $40, $50, and you get a book as well. So if you want to come, you're going to have to pay $40. I'll throw in the book for free. And we're doing a number of free events, but I don't make a nickel out of these things at all.
But you're okay doing business with Ticketmaster?
No, not particularly, but that's, again, I have nothing to do with that. That is...
But again, it's out of his power. It's so stupid. You design a system that is inherently exploitative, and motherfuckers are trying to use the tools that the system offers them, okay? And you still go, fuck you, dude. You're fucking hypocritical. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, no, the only ethical way to advocate for my new book is by not even writing it on a piece of paper that was unfairly extracted from the third world, but instead yell the parts of the book in, subway stations. I'm going to yell different excerpts from my book for free at the metro station down the street. Is the only ethical way for me to disseminate information. The fuck? The fuck is this? It's so dumb, and people never give in to these people. When people try to go, oh, well, actually, you could have used a more ethical means. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No. Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You don't give a fuck about this. You literally consume insanely unethical shit on a daily fucking basis. That's why I get very frustrated about, like, consumer-led advocacy. That's why I get frustrated by this kind of boycott. That's why I get frustrated at the top of the hour when I serve you a 3-minute ad break and you go, oh my God. How can I avoid the top of the hour ad breaks? Well, okay, I'll tell you how. By subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Look. The Ticketmaster one was a conservative tweet. Holy fuck, how are they running with that? A pre-sale for the tickets to a Bernie Sanders event at the Anthem in D.C. is currently live on Ticketmaster for a price between $35 to $95. You could have at least not used Ticketmaster, one of the world's worst corporate monopolies, to make the whole thing less ironic. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. No, you're right. Same concept. Same concept. And every single time we talk about boycotts, immediately the first thing that, like, supposedly anarchist Twitter users jump on is BDS. Don't you support BDS? Of course, I do support BDS. Okay? Of course. But BDS is not just B, okay? There's D and there's a S there, okay? There's a tangible ultimate goal in the background of that. There's divestments. There's boycotts. There's a clear, incalculable, tangible goal, albeit, of course, impossible to, oftentimes impossible to avoid. Unlike the top of the hour ad break, which I'm serving to you right now, by the way. I totally forgot to run it. I'm running it now. The entire purpose of a monopoly is that it's not something you can avoid. It's so stupid. Like, you can't make this argument and then literally say it's a corporate monopoly, because this is a self-defeating argument. You just immediately defeated your argument, right? You said that, and then you called it a monopoly, so you understand it. And the same goes for Twitch. The same goes for Amazon. You can say, Hassan, this is a self-serving argument. It is self-serving because I do try to be as ethical as I possibly can, and also simultaneously educate you on how shit works. Okay? Why are you so against making money? Just curious. First of all, I'm not. The irony of Red Scare propaganda, the saddest part about Red Scare propaganda, I mean, not the saddest, but one of the sad foreseeable consequences of Red Scare propaganda is quite literally this idea that, like, socialists are against making money. That's not the case. It's literally about making as much money that you yourself are generating. It's about advocating for your own output, being able to make more from how much you deliver for the company. That is at the heart of socialism. It's the heart of Marxism. Okay? I know that's a fake just curious, Andy. It doesn't matter, though. You need to understand this is important. Okay? I tell people this all the time. Stop letting your bosses steal from you. And that is at the heart of socialism, which is hilarious. Because it's not about, like, fucking, I don't know, cutting the output across the board and saying that every single person. The Ticketmaster tickets, especially in cities, because they fucking own every venue that would host as many people would even see him, which is exactly what he's trying to fix. Yeah, exactly. I love when you explain stuff like this because I have friends that legit say stuff like Bernie owns 3 houses, but AOC sells expensive sweatshirts. Exactly. AOC is not even selling the sweatshirts for her own financial gain. She's selling the expensive sweatshirts that are expensive because it is domestically manufactured, labor union produced sweatshirts. Okay. So that's number one. And number two, she's selling it for campaign funds. Okay. As far as Bernie's 3 houses, we've dealt with that many times over as well. Bernie a landlord? No. Then shut the fuck up. I hate it. It's because Bernie is hypocritical and so is his coalition. Yes, exactly. Typical Bernie bro shtick. When conservative talking point attack HRC, okay. When attacking Bernie, not okay. Exactly why he'll never win. Dude, I love you, man. I hope you never change. One day Hillary Clinton will be president, okay? Don't worry about it. Imagine being the main, neoliberal figurehead and controlling the entire fucking Democratic Party and still not being able to defeat Donald Trump, a person that you originally thought in the primaries would be the most favorable opponent to you. Get fucking wrecked, I guess. Bernie is not hypocritical. And also, you do sound like a Trump supporter in this regard whenever you say stuff like this. It's okay for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump to be hypocritical because they're honest about their awful behavior is so stupid. Oh, they're capitalists, so it's okay. They can get away with exploiting their fucking workers. Okay, got it. Thank you. It's the saddest thing, and it extends to corporations. Most people expect the corporation and the corporate structure to be undemocratic. They know that that's undemocratic, and they think that that's the only way that it's supposed to be. So they never think about anything else. They're like, well, my boss is fucking me, but I know he's supposed to fuck me. He knows he's fucking me. He says he's fucking me. He can just deliver sweet nothings to me, and it doesn't even matter. But God forbid, the moral value that I have associated with what the left represents, even if it doesn't represent the left at all, even if it's antithetical to Marxism even. It doesn't matter because I've been told, and other people also just as stupid as me have been told and believe that that is what the left is. It's supposed to be a poverty cult. You can't have nice things. You can't. If you're a leftist, you can't have nice things. You have to live like Jesus Christ. Okay? I don't give a fuck about those ideas. I don't care. I like nice things. I buy nice things. When I was poor and I didn't have a lot of money, I wanted to buy nice things. And now that I have the capacity to do so, I'm going to fucking do it. Suck my dick. You know what I mean? Get mad at me all you want. I don't give a shit. Your life is not going to get better if I stop streaming and just take all the capital I've accumulated and fucking dump it into real estate. You know? Workers' power is at Hasanabi, our point of production, our jobs, not at our point of consumption, shopping. This is socialism versus liberalism all day. Exactly. Exactly. You're not a socialist unless you wear a barrel and suspenders and drink out of a big jug. You're not a capitalist unless you wear a top hat and carry on a big bag with a dollar sign on it. This is basic Marxism. Yeah. It's the funniest part about this is that all the motherfuckers that come in here and defend capitalism, not a single one of you have a deed to the factory. And yet here you are defending capitalism like your life depends on it. Bitch, you don't even have capital. Fuck you mean? No, your hand-me-down Honda Civic is not technically capital, okay? It's just not. Where's the deed to the fucking factory? Don't come at me and be like, well, you're talking to a future landlord, sir. No. You're a wantrepreneur, okay? You got nothing. So how about, at least for the time being, advocate for your class position. Leave being a class trader to me, okay? If you personally think I'm a part of the bourgeois, I'm a capital-owning coalition, just, I'll be a class trader for you, okay? You defend your own you defend your own class. How about that? I don't give a fuck about morality checking people spreading leftist propaganda or ideas if it furthers the cause. I don't care. Leftists want to play a game with self-imposed nerfs, steal, cheat, and lie. No, that also goes a little far too. Like at what point is it like unethical? You know what I mean? And you also open yourself up to like being tarnished and your reputation being tarnished by people who want to not just tarnish your reputation really, but they want to tarnish the ideas that you're spreading. Do you get what I'm saying? And you open yourself up to that line of attack. I mean, I fucking do my very best not to behave in a manner inconsistent, given everything that is designed around literally living a certain way. And yet, people still get mad. They make shit up. As the Southern Baptists say, it will damage your witness. Yeah, it's just so sad to see fucking people like Bernie Sanders. I mean, fuck shitting on me. Like, I mean, that's going to happen regardless. I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? Like, Twitch streamers live very fortunate lives, okay? Very, very fortunate lives. So understandably, a lot of other posters on the internet, on other platforms that want to do the same thing and want to make money off of their posting will, of course, get mad at the posters that are making money off their posting, not realizing that, like, they are doing the same shit, just not as successfully. Thank you for being so brave. No, I'm not. I'm not brave at all. What the fuck? Did I accidentally fucking mod you while I was, like, literally... Okay, I did not mod you. Anyway.
You wrote a book, probably be the same process.
Mm-hmm. So you have to operate within the system.
I do.
Is
That's
what
right.
you're...
Write a book, a major publisher, et cetera, et cetera.
Senator Sanders, thank you very much.
At least she didn't follow through because, like, she didn't have enough time. But she would have probably followed through on the whole thing by being like, well...
We're now joined by
Did you
Vermont
have
Senator...
to go with that publisher? Could you not go with a different publisher? You know what I mean? Which is usually what the second follow-up is. Which, of course, it's just like there is no reason. You can't win. You just, there is no argument there. The argument is built on bullshit. A bullshit-ass premise. Okay, let's do the streamer awards real quick. First of all, yes, your boy, the hardest worker in the game, is going to be the red carpet host alongside Ludwig Ogren, Squeaks, and Sweet Anita. Okay. Okay. So that's the Streamer Awards. For those of you who don't know, it's a friend of the show, Cutie Cinderella, hosts it. She throws it. It was really good last year. And now we, all of us, are going to be able to vote for our favorite streamers. You have to log in with your Google account, which I'm already logged in. Okay. And I'm going to get started on voting for my favorite streamers, myself included, hopefully. Okay. And I hope that you guys will also vote for me in the categories that I'm in and my friends. Okay, let's do a Nintendo OST. You know what I'm saying? Best MMORPG streamer. We got Asmongold, Maximum, Bodhi, and SFan TV. I don't know who Maximum and Bodhi are. I don't know. I feel like SFan deserves it, but oh, fuck it. I gotta vote for him. Best Souls-like streamer. Best streamer to watch Souls-like games like Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Dark Souls series, Sekiro. Surprised I'm not in this because, you know, I don't know what's up with that, but I'm gonna go with Miss Mika. She's the one who did the crazy shit, right? Best art streamer, Neon Beat, Yariku, Rubber Ross, and Meat Canyon. Gotta go with the boy Meat Canyon, who's done a lot this year, including some of my favorites. Best strategy game streamer. Streamers that create the best content while playing strategy games like Dota, Teamfight Tactics, StarCraft, Hearthstone, Super Auto Pets, and the like. Northern Line was robbed in this category, it seems. I do love Box, but I think I gotta go with my boy Skara. Best chess streamer. Anna Kramling, Gotham Chess, GM Hikaru, and Botez Live. I'm going with another friend of the show. Best League of Legends streamer. Oh, God, the worst category. Let's be real. Streamer that provides the best content while streaming League of Legends. It's just like, who has the most mental illness? Wait, what the fuck? Best Battle Royale streamer. Gotta do it for my boy. It's Timmy. Okay, let's move on from this fucking music. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, let's go with something good here. What the fuck? Here. Go back, man? What do you mean? Why? Should I play the Come song? You're skipping clips? No, I'm not. They actually stopped the clips because it was just like showing your top viewed clip or whatever. And the reason why, they stopped the clips. You can't see them anymore. See, you click on their face and it doesn't show clips anymore. Okay, Come song. It's Come song time. Wait, what? No, not this. Oh, it is the Waiting for Hassan Animal Semen Music Edition. This is the nastiest shit you've ever done. I can't believe what Waiting for Hassan has turned into. All right. Best Battle Royale streamer is Timmy. I do love Symphony, and Nadia is great too. You guys can vote for whoever you want, but it's Timmy is the boy. You know what I mean? He's the GOAT. Best music streamer, T-Pain. Chris Next Door, the 8-Bit Drummer, and Hakumai. I feel like putting T-Pain up here with like other, Twitch streamers is kind of wild. I got to give it to my boy Chris Next Door, though. Best FPS streamer. Asu, Summit1G, Super TF, Scump, and Flats. Scump, please? No, dude. What are you kidding me? Asu, of course. Best speedrun streamer, Virtual, Simply, Point Crow, and Squeaks. Now this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Only because like I don't really watch a lot of speedruns. I have seen some of Point Crow speedruns. Virtual, however, uses my voice as a Prime sub, so gonna go with him. Hidden Gem Award. Wait, what the fuck? Less than 100 average viewers. What the fuck? Where is Nesawa? I thought Nesawa would get this, honestly. I thought Nesawa would be nominated for this. I was petitioning to get Nesawa nominated for this. But I'm going to go with Afghans, who is great, and he's very funny. Nesawa did not have more than an average 100 votes. That's crazy. He did? So once again, I fucked up. And I you know, the Rising Star Award last year, I should have advocated for Frogan. I didn't. And then for that reason, you know, we both lost. And then this year, I can't get Nesawa on there and the Hidden Gem Award because he's too big because I keep fucking rating him. And now he's like, actually, he's been laughing about you nominating for him. That sucks. Ness averages like 250 viewers plus your raids makes it super skewed. God damn it. Why are you not watching the clips? We can't. I didn't take this streaming award shit seriously last year. I'm taking it seriously this year. Best IRL streamer. Jake and Bake Live made, okay, while all of these people are great, wonderful. Joey Chaotic is great. Extra Emily is great. Jenny TTY is great. Don't really know about FanFan, but Jake and Bake Live has been making me advocate for him. Like literally behind the scenes, he's been like, you know, trying to get me to drum up votes for him. He is my boy. He did make a fucking insane 14-day Japan, like what to do checklist with some must-haves. Okay? With absolute must-haves. Like must-do shit. And for that reason, I got to give it to Jake and Bake Live. If the Japan trip sucks, it's his fault. Best roleplay streamer. We got Phantom, Fusli, Buddha, and Zerka. Ooh, this is a tough one. Because I am a Lesler. I do love Fusli, okay? I am a Lesler. But I got to give it to my boy Buddha. That's right. I mean, iconic. Iconic for me. Iconic for this community. That's Clean Boys. You know. Best Valorant streamer, Kaide, Taduk, Shazam, and Quarter Jade. This is a really tough one. Because there's two streamers up here that I absolutely love. That are incredible. But it's hard. It's really hard. It's so hard. Like, not because I should be up there, obviously. Obviously not. I didn't deserve to be up there, even though you guys fucking put me down there for no goddamn reason. Well, not realizing that I didn't have 100 hours in Valorant anyway. But this is a hard one because I love Kaide. She's wonderful. She's carried me before. She is a goated Valo streamer. But I got to give it to my boy Taduk. This is tough. That's a tough one. You guys do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? You go for whoever you want. Wait, is Taduk on another category as well? If Taduk is in another category, and I might go back to that. I might go back and change that. Okay? I will go back and change this to Kaide if Taduk is in another category. Okay? Actually, you know what? I think I'll go back and change it. Best Minecraft streamer. Now, this is tough. This is real tough. We got Quackity. Not only is he doing Minecraft, but he's doing Minecraft for an international audience. We got Foolish Gamers, who is, you know, my himbo, Ohio's very best and brightest. He also is, fuck. He is my Valo carry. You know what I mean? You got Tubbo and Small Ant. Tubbo, he's British, but don't hold that against him. Tubbo, of course, is a Hasanabi head. He's the GOAT. He is awesome. I don't know. I got to go with the Hasanabi head in this one. I have to. I was top watch streamer, number one watch streamer for Tubbo. I have to go with my boy Tubbo there. Also, I think Foolish Gamers should have been up there as a Valo streamer, for the record. Rising Star Award. Obviously, this is like, I'm not even reading this. Come on. I mean, this was... No, note that to be eligible, the streamer must have had less than 1,000 average concurrent viewers in 2022. I mean, obviously, fucking, you know I got to give it to Frogan. I already fucked up and did not do this on stream last year, and then we lost to Miskiff, and then Frogan lost too. You know, I got to give it to Frogan. Stream game of the year: God of War, Ragnarok, Elden Ring, Minecraft, and Valorant. This would be really funny if I clicked on Valorant here, a game that has destroyed my mental health, a game that has destroyed my sanity, a game that has hurt me, okay, down to my very soul, ripped me apart, and also put a rift in this goddamn community. So, of course, I'm going to go with Elden Ring. The most fun I've had on stream. Beating the doors off of every single one of you dickheads who came up and said you were better than me. I have never had a better time just absolutely fucking eviscerating every fucking I'm so much better than you ass motherfucker in the chat. Like, it was so good. It was so fun because, like, you literally put it in my brain that I was fucking bad. I was so goddamn bad. Like, I was shocked that I was just ripping all of your fucking assholes apart. Now, you can say Rivers of Blood cheese. I did the Moonveil cheese. I did the Rivers of Blood cheese. Stop saying Mimic Tear, you fucking idiots. We're talking about PvP. See? You're demonstrating your lack of knowledge. You're demonstrating your lack of knowledge in the fucking game by saying Mimic Tear. Anyway, best content organization, V Shoujo, Offline TV, 100 Thieves, and OTK Network. That's okay. They did get the maximum amount of eyeballs. There was a lot of content that they provided. I'm gonna say Offline TV. I think they're a powerhouse. I don't know enough about V Shoujo, so I can't speak on it. I'm sure they'll probably win because I feel like they are the ones who have just like really done a lot. But I'm gonna go with Offline TV here. Best philanthropic stream event, Thankmas by Jacksepticeye. Build Against Cancer by Dr. Lupo. Holiday Charity Week by the Roomies. 500-mile cyclethon by Connor Dog, Virginia. I participated in the Holiday Charity Week, and I still think that Thankmas was better, obviously. Got to give it to the boy Jacksepticeye, even though he fucking dodges me. Even though he fucking dodges my ass. He hasn't been on the podcast. He was in L.A., but I couldn't get him on the podcast. I was trying to, and, you know, he was... How is Forsen not a VTuber? Okay, guys, I get it. Every category is Forsen. I know. Okay, this is a tough one because you got Shoto, who is a wonderful person, delightful carry, great to be around, great voice, very buttery. But then you also have Iron Mouse. I can't speak for Vebe. I can't speak for Shy Lily. I'm unfamiliar with their game. I know a little bit about Vebe. But I'm going to have to go with Iron Mouse. I'm going with all my Hasanabi heads, dude. It sucks. Best streamed event. Camp Canute, German baseball stream, Point Crow Party, and Mogul Chess Boxing Championship. God, I'm so partial to people that... fuck. I'm going to go with Mogul Chess Boxing for sure. I don't know. From I didn't watch the German baseball stream, and I heard it was fucking incredible. It was phenomenal. Everything that Germa does is insane. He's always changing the game. But Mogul Chess Boxing is I don't know. It's insane. He did dual dubbed simulcast international streams, basically. He literally went to YouTube and changed how live events happen on YouTube. That's huge. You know what I mean? I think Germa is more of an avant-garde artist, whereas Ludwig is more doing platform changing shit. Broke 300K viewership. I'm going to go with Mogul Chess Boxing Championship. Best Just Chatting Streamer. Streamer that regularly does just chatting content such as conversing with chat, reacting to news and videos, telling stories, hanging out with friends on stream, and the like. Now, obviously, come on. I'm going to vote for myself. Let's be fucking real. Your Rage Gaming is great. Pay Money Wubby's great. Iron Mouse is great. Everyone I'm going up against are great. I'm going to vote for myself. Let's be real. Of course. Best Variety Streamer. Best streamer that broadcasts a variety content across multiple categories. You got Sea-Dog of Virginia. You have E-Rob, which is fucked up to put here, okay, with the rest of the people. That's the GOAT. You have I'm Dante, XQC, and 39 Daff. Okay. The Juicer is probably going to win this. The Juicer is the Juicer for a reason. But I got to give it to my girl, 39 Daff, obviously, in this regard. But, it would be sexist if I don't. It would be sexist if I don't. But I do think that, come on. It's fucking XQC. Jesus Christ. League of Their Own. You have Ludwig. This streamer is a pioneer that creates one-of-a-kind content with the creativity and out-of-the-box thinking. They're a trailblazer in the streaming industry, someone who relies on themselves for their content ideas and is genuinely in a league of their own. You got Elwig, a right-wing broadcaster. You have Doug W. I'm not sure what he does. And you have NMP Lol, who I love as well. But obviously, if you guys thought I was going to give this to anyone but Will Neff, I don't know what to tell you. Dude, you kidding me? My fucking best friend of 12 years, okay? Yes, I do think he's a incredibly talented person who rarely ever gets the recognition. Gamer of the Year. Okay, this is where I vote for Todok instead, okay? Instead of Best Valorant Streamer, I'm gonna vote for him. Here, I voted for Kaide for Best Valor Streamer. I'm going to vote for Todok for Best Gaming Streamer. This way, let's be real. I think it's a better distribution for me, at least. That's right. The GOAT himself. Gamer of the Year. They call me the Turkish Tarek around these parts. Streamer of the Year. I'm not going to win this, but, I'll vote for myself, and you should vote for me as well. But best overall streamer of the past year. They saw great success while entertaining content, elevating their brand, and in general, left their mark on viewers. I'm going to vote for myself. I hope you vote for me, but let's be real. I'm probably the only streamer whose entire chat is literally saying everyone else. Like as far as every other chat goes, pretty sure, like, especially if Kai looked at this, everyone would be like, oh, dude, Kai's the GOAT. Like, vote. Of course, we're going to vote for you. Fuck everybody else. XQC, Juicers would probably make fun of him a little bit. Germa, everyone would be saying, like, vote for him. I'm probably, out of all of these other streamers, the only person whose chat would be like, oh, dude, everyone but you. Literally. Which is what it is what it is. Have you won before? No, I've never won that. I'll probably never win that either. Let's be real. I've had bangbusters years. Like, I've had incredible fucking years, especially the election cycle, and it still doesn't matter. No matter what happens, Kai is most likely going to win. Just vote for Kai? No, I'm going to vote for myself, dude. Of course. Hoscourt especially wasn't voting for you. It was sad. Yeah, I think you got to realize that at a certain point, everyone consumes my content as like hipsters, and everyone wants to be as hip as possible, and they think that you know, showing who's like less interested in me in my own Discord that you're a part of, specifically because you're a fan of mine, is like the cool thing that you can do. It is what it is. You have a Sundara fan base? Maybe. And that's it. There you go. I did it. Yeah, bro, I want to be cool. Let's pretend I don't watch 4 hours of this shit. You're like a Democrat who'd rather vote for an independent who never wins than vote for a Republican. Just vote Kai. Jesus fucking Christ, you're not winning this. Brother, Kai Cenat has like 150,000 viewers watching him. XQC averages 50,000. Why can't I fucking vote for myself on my own goddamn stream? Why don't you go fucking advocate for them in their stream? Like, I don't understand. Why are you being so fucking mean? It's not like I'm going to be able to change the outcome regardless. Why are you so fucking salty? Like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, don't vote for me if you don't want to, but like, can I not do my own fucking thing? Like, I literally don't understand. Why are you so pressed? Is this viewer voted? No, I don't have a solid chance of winning. Are you kidding me? You act like we all hate you sometimes. Man, do you not see the chat? What are you, crazy? Motherfuckers acting like reproductive rights are on the line with this one. Yeah, literally. It's like if you don't vote for Kai or XQC, women will have their access to abortion be taken from them. Anyway. All right, that's it. I'm happy to be even noticed, okay? Let's be real. I'm incredibly happy with my position as a streamer in a space that is not built for someone like myself. This community is incredible. I love this community. We've done insane shit. I mean, just this past week, we raised $1.4 million for the Turkish earthquake funds. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that I'm one of the top streamers on this platform as someone who openly does political commentary is insane, okay? There are very few other examples of this, and there's a reason for it, okay? So I'm happy to even be noticed alongside these incredible streamers. You know what I mean? Like, Kai Cenat is a fucking powerhouse of entertainment. Every second of his stream is pumped full of content. He was able to literally capture, I've said this before, he was able to capture the creative interest that you have as a young streamer, as a early, like, as a up and comer, while simultaneously being one of the largest streamers on the fucking platform. That's huge. Okay? That's cap. That's not cap. That's absolutely huge. That's huge. Jerma makes incredible events. Okay? He's constantly pushing the boundaries and genuinely almost single-handedly holding streaming as like a viable as a art form. Even like he's taking something that is so otherwise like so bottom of the barrel, right, and turning it into like avant-garde art form. You're definitely biased, but you're allowed to be. I don't think I'm biased. XQC, yeah, I mean vapid, sure, vapid is a good way to describe streaming. Okay. XQC streams literally every single fucking day. He's able to entertain roving fucking like unhinged sick freaks. 70,000 of them by doing shit that you would probably be grossed out by if anyone else did it. You know what I mean? He watches SpongeBob and eats pizza. You can say that about every streamer. You can literally, we're streaming for 8-10 hours a day. You can say that with like all of our, shittiest moments or all of our like most, most boring moments. This chat sometimes way too critical for no valuable reason. This is a streamer event, not the U.S. election. Yeah. Yeah, you can say that about me. You can say I watch CNN and eat chicken. You know what I mean? Which many of my haters do. They will never give me a fraction of the charitability that I also obviously advocate for XUC and everyone else. Oscar doesn't vote because they're all crusty MLs that hate elections and don't shower. Sure. But yeah. So my point is, I'm happy that I'm mentioned next to such titans of this industry. It's a small industry. Ultimately, it's vapid content. Ultimately, who gives a shit? But I'm honored to be side by side with people like that. You know what I mean? Especially as someone who is not a regular content creator. Especially as someone who does advocacy, especially as someone who is trying to use their platform for, political commentary. That's I don't know. I'm very fortunate. It's too bad these fucking stan communities can't also see how many of these content creators respect you. I don't think they give a shit. And I think some content creators are also too like scared to even engage in advocacy for someone like myself, unless they're like openly my friends. You know what I mean? Because they are afraid of their audiences. I'm not, and I never have been. So I will always tell you what my true opinion is. It is what it is, though. I think you'd be surprised at how well you are liked outside of the political sphere of Twitch. I mean, I don't even think I have an issue with the political sphere of Twitch. Let's be real. It's just like mostly people that don't watch Twitch that fucking hate me. Anyway. Every year covering the awards goes to fucked vibes, chill you're loved. Wait, why? Okay. By the way, another I called it moment. The trans teacher with giant prosthetic breast story dominated the culture wars according to the neighbors is not in fact trans and presents as a man in his everyday life. I hate to, well, not really. I love to report to you that I motherfucking told you so. Okay? Once again, as always, I was fucking calling this from the goddamn jump. I told you this was like not like a fucking real trans person. And I even told you, even if this was like actually a real trans person, they're a fucking psychopath. Okay? And that doesn't reflect on the entirety of the trans population at all. But of course, nefarious propaganda outlets literally did not care, did not want to do their due diligence, and did not care what the truth was anyway. As I'm sure they will probably turn around and still use this as somehow, look how crazy trans people are, when this person is not a trans person. Pictures and videos of Lemieux sparked serious complaints from parents that someone with such outlandish look was not suitable for teaching their children and was distracting them from learning. The attention it brought to the school was also unwelcome, leading to bomb threats and heavy police presence on campus. The idea that people thought that this person was trans led to the school getting bomb threats, by the way. Just think about how normal our society is. Not even trans, just like the idea that they're trans alone was enough for people to be like, let's bomb this fucking school. Meanwhile, turns out it's a Tim Dillon prank. You know what I mean? Look at this fucking guy. Tim Dillon loses a little bit of weight, immediately does this shit in Canada. I see what you're doing, motherfucker. The teacher, who until a few years ago went by the name Carrie, left Ontario's Oakville Trafalgar High School this week wearing the gigantic breasts, a blonde wig and glasses, but it wasn't long until the cartoonish clothing came off. After shopping at a department store and pet supply shop dressed as a woman, Lemieux headed home to get changed and emerged dressed as a man 30 minutes later. Lemieux then spent the afternoon in public wearing men's sweatpants, trainers, a gray t-shirt, a navy puffer vest without the breast, makeup, glasses, or wig. Yeah, my friend's brother is in his class, and I've been saying this to everyone, and people just keep accusing me of misgendering them. He also was fired for sexism on his previous job. That's so funny. There you go. Wow, his comically massive fucking titties were not real. That's crazy. I can't believe this person's comical Z-cup breastises were fake. A person who would wear breastises with like pronounced nipples to fucking school was a trans person. It's like there are so many components of this story that I find really funny. One, of course, the idea that like we can only protect our children from the grooming that trans people are doing by fucking doing a bomb threat on school. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay? Like even the perception of a teacher being trans fucking causes this kind of outrage. And secondly, the idea that this person was like representative of trans people is so psychotic, dude. It's fucking insane. No, you can, even if this person legitimately was like, no, I'm a trans woman. Like I embody I believe that I'm a woman. I'm a trans woman. Like, you know, I want to wear these prosthetic breasts. I'd be like, okay, you're fucking crazy. Like people don't understand. This does not mean all trans people are crazy. You can literally look to a person who claims to be trans, could even be trans, and be fucking insane. That doesn't mean anything about the rest of the trans population. Okay? And this is something that I tried to stress when I covered it originally. I was like, I don't think this person is trans, but even if they fucking actually were honest to God trans or whatever the fuck, okay, and not a troll, who gives a shit? They're just a psycho. They are a unique psychopath, okay? That does not mean this is how trans people are. But of course, because trans communities are marginalized, this was weaponized against them. People made it seem like this was a person who was, you know, just like every other trans person. It's like Ollie London. Thank you. Exactly. Crazy trans people characterize the entirety of the trans population, but crazy cis people are just crazy people. That's how being a minority works. Exactly. Exactly. It's the same thing as you calling an individual trans poster annoying, and people go, "Oh, you're calling all trans people annoying." I know, which is funny because like sometimes trans people do that too. Like they jump and go, "Oh, dude, you mean all trans people? What the fuck?" I'm like, "No, I don't. I mean this specific trans poster is fucking annoying." But that doesn't reflect on the entire trans population, and it should never be that way. What does it say for cis women like Basheen who decide to get giant boobs? I don't even know who this person is, but like there are plenty of fucking crazy women, cis women, who do get comically large breast disease too. Does that mean that like all women should be stopped from being fucking teachers? Oh, also, speaking of the fucking groomers, by the way, remember, every accusation is projection. Former Texas Right to Life political director sentenced to prison for attempting to meet up with a 13-year-old for sex. They all look like this, too. Yeah. Speaking of women not being teachers, though, this is pretty funny. Jordan Peterson.
You have a let's say
Jordan Peterson had a fire take on non-binary people. Okay. And it's so incredibly funny because he's like, I don't like MBs because I can't be immediately misogynistic to them, which I think is such a funny fucking take. I love this man, dude. Sometimes he comes out of the gate swinging. Like, it's so good. It's so fucking good, dude. He's got the AirPods on. He can't hear you. He's going to tell you how he feels about non-binary people. And you know he's going to find the stupidest way to fucking shit on non-binary people. Okay? Always on the verge of tears, of course. Non-binary people, what is this? Them be? What do you say? Themperor? You could say queens or kings. But when I see a they, them looking hot as fuck on the timeline promoting their OnlyFans, I don't know what to say in the comments. Do I say themperor? They, them pussy got me acting strange. Sorry. The goat of crying for no reason. Yeah. Okay. He didn't say that. He said this instead.
let's say you have a non-standard gender identity. Okay, what the hell are other people supposed to do about that?
Yeah.
Like, what are the rules here, right? Because if you're a woman, I kind of know how to treat you. I'm going to do it in a stereotyped way to begin with because I don't know who the hell you are. So
it's so funny. Like, he just immediately, dude, no one asked him to, he volunteered this information. He's like, I'm going to be misogynistic. I'm going to see that you're a woman and say, oh, are you being hysterical? Are you crying? Are you looking for your rolling pin on the way to the kitchen? You must not. Why are you not bare feet and pregnant right now? That's what I'm going to say. Because I know you're a woman. How about a smile for me, sweetie? That's what I will say. The Dragon of Chaos, you know?
So I'm going to use, low resolution approximations, and those are going to be stereotypes. They're no different than categories. And then when I get to know you, I'll particularize it. But
I love this is literally, by the way, this is a justification for bigotry. Like, Jordan Peterson accidentally reveals that he is a bigoted person. When I see a woman, I don't go, oh, this is a woman, gotta fucking put on my woman response. It's just another person, dog. Like, I'm not even being like over the top woke with this, okay? Because, like, I sometimes say misogynistic shit as a joke, as a meme, whatever, right? Like, it's so stupid. Like, what do you mean? You're just like literally like the reason why I mentioned that is because like I'm not exactly the best feminist on the planet, okay? But it's such a psychotic thing to just reveal, to be like, yeah, when I see a woman, immediately I'm like misogyny mode. And then once I get to know you, then I'll treat you like a person. Why is it that so much of conservatism unironically just is basically about describing being a bad person as a virtue? Think about it. So much of conservatism, literally, especially social conservatism, revolves around being like a fundamentally bad person with bad manners, okay? And behaving that way as a mark of bravery and as a marker for like dignity and being a virtuous person. He literally just described, it's vice signaling. Yes, conservatives love virtue signaling and then claiming that other people are virtue signaling, but he's vice signaling. You're right. That's so good. It's so weird. It's like, no, I can't be polite. Society will not coerce me to be polite. I'm a fucking asshole. When I see a woman, I think Dragon of Chaos. I think of my grandmother's pussy hairs. And I think of what that means to me. That's real. I wrote that in a book. Look it up. Jordan Peterson talks about his grandmother's bushy cush. Right? Don't throw haws in the chat. That might be a turtle of haw, but to me it looks like a dragon of chaos. Okay, you're going to make me read the copy pasta now. I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool that was also a river. In real life, she had been a victim of Alzheimer's disease and had regressed before her death to a semi-conscious state. In the dream as well, she had lost her capacity for self-control. Her genital region was exposed, dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself, absent-mindedly. What does this mean? We will never know. But I did write it in my book, Maps of Meaning. I did write this. And liberal neo-Marxist postmodernists want to stop me from reading this out in my audiobook, which I did. Look it up. It's not an AI. It's my actual voice. And no, I will not apologize.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool, which was also a river. Her genital region was exposed dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself absent-mindedly. She walked over to me with a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face.
That's the best part. Grandma, stop pushing your bush at my face.
I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, like a child, "Isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, "Yes, Grandma, it's soft."
NB's a cop's worst nightmare. Okay, the music part is they put that in there. Anyway, getting back to this is 27 seconds in and I had to pause for like 8 minutes. So Jordan Peterson so far has described why it's hard for non-binaries for him because he doesn't know if he can be immediately misogynistic or not.
Approximations, and those are going to be stereotypes. They're no different than categories. And then when I get to know you, I'll particularize it. But if I don't know whether you're male or female, what the hell should I do with you? You don't know, because you don't know what the rules are.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are the rules? First of all, what are the rules? Like, what rules? It's just like, be polite. It's no different. It's no different than like someone being like, this is my name. You know what I mean? If you don't understand, ask. Be like, hey, what are your preferred gender pronouns? Okay? It's fine. Some might even consider that to be a microaggression, but ultimately, you know, sometimes you're going to have some microaggressions. You're in public. Right? What rules, you sons of bitches? I mean, literally, what rules? What is he fucking talking about?
So the simplest thing for me to do is just not do anything with you. The simplest thing.
Okay, that's actually kind of goated, though. Like, so what? He just says he's deflecting away from non-binary people? Because, like, you know, if that is what gets Jordan Peterson to avoid you at all costs, like the top of the hour ad break, like, I'm fucking down. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, like, being an NB does not stop you from seeing an ad break. What stops you from seeing an ad break, however, is the $5 a month subscription or a Twitch Prime, which is free, you know. By connecting your Amazon Prime account, maybe you got it from your grandmother, and connect it to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Now, of course, you can also get gifted a sub by one of the many neo-Marxist postmodernists in the chat, like MP Sharky or Perry the Platypussy. Perry the Platussy, I apologize. Thank you. These are men gifting subs. What will we do without men? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Snarky Live, unregistered splotch. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
The thing for me to do is go find someone else who's a hell of a lot less trouble and who's willing to abide by the social norms enough so that they don't present a mass of indeterminate confusion on
Baller Bear, Hassan's Femboy Masseuse, and Hassan's Tradwife. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Immediate confrontation. And then, you know.
Yeah, that's great. I love this. I fucking love this, dude. It's fire. So many things make him cry. So many things make him cry. It's pretty funny that one of them is just like being confused by the existence of NBs. If autistic people can learn the weird rules of social interaction even though we don't understand it, I think Jordan Peterson is capable of gendering someone properly in spite of his confusion. But also, like, the thing is, ultimately, it doesn't even fucking matter. It's just like someone basically tells you, wait, what? Jordan Peterson wrote about child sexual abuse? Wait, what is this? He wrote a whole book of dark humor poetry that's mostly about children being abused and raped? Wait, what? Where? I need more information. There's shit that I didn't know about Jordan Peterson that's very odd. We know Jordan Peterson's takes on makeup, man. We've watched this a million times over. I don't know why you're sending this to me. It's like what is very weird about it is that, like, yeah, if you fucking misgender someone, like, they'll just tell you and then you don't do it again. I don't know why that is like the most damaging thing that could ever happen to you. Well, I guess it is damaging if you give a shit about the people that you're potentially misgendering, But also, I don't think they give a shit about people that they're misgendering. Like, Jordan Peterson doesn't give a fuck. He's a fucking... My friends slip up a lot, but I respect that they're always trying whether I'm around or not. Buy it, you won't? No, I'm not buying Jordan Peterson's weirdo fucking pervert child book. What? Speaking of which, have you seen author and chaotic poster Joyce Carol Oates taking the bold stance of trans-inclusive radical misanthropy? Aren't you a feminist? Transgender women with penises shouldn't be naked in the same locker rooms as real women. Is this a serious problem? Really? Really? Speaking for real women, no one particularly wants to be naked in a locker room or anywhere with strangers or possibly with anyone anywhere at any time, naked or not. Cannot believe this is an issue in good faith. What? She said, women just don't want to be naked with anyone. Half the book is dead ass calling kids ugly and annoying. Okay, well, that I can get behind. Children are annoying. What is this? So barbaric that this should still be allowed. No conservation laws in effect wherever this is. Wait, she's joking, right? That's a joke, right? Like she's actually joking. She's just old? Wait, really? That's crazy. I don't want to watch Jordan Peterson's weird poetry, man. I don't even want to know. Once again, people refuse to believe women can be sarcastic on the internet. No, it's not that she's a woman. It's that she's old, right? Isn't she old? That's the only reason why I would think like whether or not someone is being serious. Like old people, it does seem like the type of thing like an old person would just like look at and think it's like a rhino or something. You know what I mean? She actually learned how to joke like that from posting so much on Twitter. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. She has bangers. All we hear of ISIS is puritanical and punitive. Is there nothing celebratory or joyous? Or is query naive? What the fuck? Wait, that's awesome. Okay, never mind. She's literally fucking... She's funny as fuck. True. The New York Times trans coverage is under fire. The paper needs to listen. True. Mainstream media seizes upon highly atypical microscopic samples of an issue that affects virtually no one, amplifies it maniacally, continues to focus on it as if it were some sort of threat to the commonwealth and not an amplified paranoid figment of media imagination. Oh my God. Okay, that's a follow. God damn. That's fire. Okay, she's great. Prepare for Charlie's video. The topic is upsetting. Wait, what? What is the topic?
An expression called misery loves company. And today I realized that that's kind of like the philosophy of how I live my life. Whenever I see something that makes me upset, I share it with all of you. If I see something that's embarrassing or gross and yucky, I make sure all of you have to see it and experience it as well. If I have to be traumatized by turbo cringe, so does everybody else. I go full scorched earth, I salt the soil, making sure everyone also has to feel my agony. And I even do that in real life with my friends too. Like if I eat a piece of food that I'm a little concerned might not be fully cooked, like a little raw, and I get concerned about like a foodborne illness, I'll see if any of my friends will eat it too, so that way we can share in the sickness together, so I'm not alone. It's always met with a resounding no, and go fuck yourself, but I at least still do give the attempt. Point is, today I realized that I do that a lot, and I'm about to do it again. There is a trend of streamers that I've talked about quite a few times over the last few years that always make me infuriated. It is the distracted drivers streamers. I'm sure you've seen a lot of streams that take place in a car where a streamer is literally reading chat while...
I don't want to watch this. I know what it's about. It's the fucking dog that the Polish streamer ran over. I'm not going to watch it. I literally avoided... Is that the one? I straight up avoided watching it. Like I've avoided watching the original video. I'm not gonna watch this. I don't care. I just like, it's a 6-minute video. I don't want to watch it. I literally straight up. Are you serious? What the fuck? Yeah, a streamer just like ran over a dog while she was on her phone. And I'm glad you guys gave me a warning. I don't want to watch that. YouTube Shorts for men.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to be going back to the scary place. The spooky, scary place with all sorts of bad stuff on it. It's YouTube Shorts. This is the future we're looking at. The future.
Oh yeah, right-wing radicalization pipeline is alive and well, folks, on YouTube. That's right. It's YouTube Shorts. YouTube, in an effort to, make sure that like a certain new product that they reveal, unroll, gets a lot of hype and gets a lot of people excited, will do this crazy thing and basically offer it zero fucking guidance. Okay? They will offer it zero regulation. And that is precisely what the fuck is going on. What is this? On Mario Batali, J.K. Rowling, and cancel culture, Adam Ragusa? Why are you sending me this? Went mullet mode? Is this allowed? Wait, Noah got a mullet? Okay, bro. I mean, come on now. Okay, bro. Fucking chill, okay? And his mullet's better than mine. That's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this piece of shit, okay? I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Short form, bite-sized content. Like TikTok and Instagram Reels, short form content is where the human psyche naturally wants to go. And that means tech companies are going to keep bringing you there, whether you like it or not. I found all the videos we're looking at today in basically one scroll through the shorts. Took like an hour, maybe 2 hours. Collectively, they have millions of likes and hundreds of millions of views. And yeah, so just keep that in mind as we watch. Just imagine 10 Super Bowl stadiums full of people watching this content and clapping like seals. Here we go, let's go.
You haven't had that feeling of like that drug feeling, the serotonin coming through your brain, like all logic goes out the window. Have you had that where you just absolutely want this person every day, all day?
The reality is love between men and women is not the same at all. Men love idealistically, women love opportunistically. I understand.
Hey man. Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you just answer the nice lady's question? She's asking a very simple question. Have you ever been in love, guy? You ever fallen head over heels, guy? Immediately. You see the reality of the dating market. This is just the way, it's just the way the world is. Yeah, don't get mad at me. I didn't create the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. The dating market does not allow, it doesn't just, men and women are white. Be normal for once. Answer the question, just answer. Instead of defaulting to your fucking talking points, man. God, it's the worst.
I understand the fact that as a man, a woman loves you for what you bring to the table. You know what I'm saying? Your money, your income, your status, your confidence, your ambition, your cleverness. There's a whole bunch of different things that women look for in a man before they can actually love and submit and want to be with him.
Real quick, love and submit being sort of synonyms there. Ooh, self-report. Ooh, a little weird. I mean, you all know the Fresh and Fit guys by now, so it's no surprise. But love, real love, submission isn't a part of it, because submission relies on a power imbalance, And that's not love. All about love. Bell hooks. Go away. Go check it out.
But for men, it's like, we love women for real because we don't have as many requirements of them.
You love
as
women
they-
for real? That's what you said?
Yeah, men love women idealistically. This is why breakups hurt men way more. This is why men commit suicide way more. Like, when a man loves a
On
woman, he loves
YouTube,
her
there's an
far harder
Yeah.
than she loves him back.
Whoa, okay, hold on. Throwing a lot of just statistics and numbers out there randomly sounds good, but let's take a closer look. Oh, I see. Okay, he was citing this study from Pew Research. It's the study of breakups and who hurts more from them. Clearly,
That's so weird. That is like, that's such a weird fucking take. Like, he just, dude. You know how we talk about like conservatives every time they fucking say something is just a self-report? It's the same shit with these conservative fucking PUA guys, right? Every take is just a self-report. I don't understand why this shit bangs. It's literally just like, I'm a pathetic loser and I fucking hate women. And then people go, yes, King, everyone else is gay for not liking you. And it blows my fucking mind. It's like the same shit that we were just talking about. It's vice signaling. You know what I mean? It makes no fucking sense to me at all, bro. It makes no sense. It's like, anyone else says that, you're like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, maybe just, I don't know, reconsider your relationship with women and how you think and speak about women. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I mean, we saw the greatest example of this, right? And this is perfect because this was popping off on Reddit. It was popping off on Twitter. I saw it too. It was like some fucking girl at a party. It's like clearly like a Bang ad. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking product placement for Bang. Here you go. It's publicly asking for male validation daughter or thinks he needs to humble and insult every confident women son. Okay? And dude, it's fake as fuck. It's so fake, but you know what's not fake? All the fucking people in the goddamn responses, dude. She sucks. She's annoying. She's playing into the fucking, she's leaning into the bimbo archetype. He is literally also just playing into just like this aggressive fucking school shooter shit. I hate both of them. Okay? It's staged. It's fake. But the feelings that people have from watching this and the responses. Wait, what important story for you? Hunter Biden smoking crack at Mardi Gras 2023? Oh, that's so sick. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Wait, Seeking Derangements last edited? Twitter Blue user? Fucking owned, dude. Okay, anyway, we'll look at that in a second. I want to get to this. I want to talk about this. So, it's just the worst video of all time. I'm going to try not to pause
You have a girlfriend?
I don't.
Do you think I'm hot?
Not really.
Oh, why?
Way many more people attractive here than you.
What's not hot about me?
Your personality and your voice.
My voice?
You're a little too small. You can maybe like eat a burger, not be anorexic.
That's aggressive.
I don't know who you're trying to impress. No one's going to simp over you.
You have a girlfriend?
It's like, it's so fucking staged. And it still made me fucking cringe, okay? I saw this video, and immediately I thought to myself, wow, two people playing the worst roles in society, okay? I mean, he's right about the voice part. I know, chatters, you're not making a unique observation. She's literally purposely being annoying, okay? It's like, I get it. You shouldn't fucking watch this and literally go, oh, he owned her. Just like, this is exactly what I want to say to every hot girl who would probably reject me. I would assume that they're bimbos. Like, she's like she's playing the role of a bimbo who's desperately seeking validation. And he's playing the role of a fucking psychotic incel who's like owning her, okay? Who's like owning her by being like, you're ugly and nobody likes you and your voice sucks. And I hate it because the psychotic incels didn't look at this and go, oh, he's playing the role of a typical Reddit mod. How cringe. And went, he's just like me for real. What a fucking king. What a god. What a goat. And I hate it so much. Okay? I hate it so much. It's like, it's just so perverse. It's so weird. It's like getting all of these sad men, okay, who instead of fixing themselves, feel more confident behaving this way. And it's so fucked up and it's so annoying, dude. Obviously, this is like the only space where it's going to be, if a fat woman said she didn't find a man attractive, people would be bashing her in the comments. It's almost like when you put a camera in someone's face and purposely agitate them for online content that will sometimes be mean to you. This is not real. Like, this is not a real thing. Even this video here, like, even the Twitter users are like still fucking siding with the fucking weirdo, even though the weirdo is most likely faking it too. Are you sure it's not real? Dude, it was all over Reddit. It had 120 upvotes. You want to fucking see? You want to see some of the Reddit comments? It's jerking off the fantasy of men who would, 1, burn in natural sunlight, and 2, become a puddle of sweat and anxiety should a woman approach. Like, this is the daydream candy for society's worst people. Yes. All of these are... Everyone that watches this video and likes it literally is like a school shooter that is luckily too cowardly to fucking do it. You know what I mean? Thank God. Seriously. And if you are the type of person who fucking sees this, lean out, okay? Lean away from the attitude that you have, okay? Work on yourself. This is the perfect video to just find someone your fat phobia is showing. I'm going to show my cock to you after I fuck your mom tonight, okay? My fat phobia. I said nothing about him being fat, you fucking idiot. If you look at this video and immediately side with the dude and fantasize about how you would say the same thing to her, okay? I'm telling you right now, no matter how fucking annoying she is, and she is fucking annoying, okay? If you go, oh man, I wish I could say that to her, I'm telling you, you're fantasizing about an insane thing, okay? You're a bad person. You're a piece of shit. Also, she doesn't even body shame him. He body shames her. He says, you're anorexic. You should eat a burger. But again, it's fucking fake. That's the worst part about it, is that it's not even a real interaction. It's a TikTok. Of course it's fucking fake. How do you know it's fake? What do you mean, how do I know it's fake? It's at like some fucking dumbass bang event, probably. You kidding me? She's holding a bang and like literally trying to show it in every frame. And also, they're awful at acting. Oh. You know, she was mocking him and defended himself even though he's an idiot. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Live hot streaming action. He didn't. That's not how you defend yourself. You know how he could have come across awesome in this? Do you think I'm hot? Be like, yeah, sure, maybe. I don't know. It's not for me, okay? You could be like, I don't know. It's not, I'm not attracted to you. You could even say something along the lines of like, you're a random TikToker. I'm not interested, okay? I'm not interested. He can even say something about our voice. It is fucking annoying. But the moment that he's like, there's many more women here more attractive than you, you're like, that's not, you're literally just trying. You're trying desperately to find anything. And it's like very fucking annoying. Bang's whole marketing gimmick a couple years ago was this exact type of content. Having a can of Bang anywhere in a video was their method of advertising. Yeah. Anyway, this is a script anyway, so it's not real. Like, even if we were to act like it was a fucking real, though, he's an idiot, yes. There are way many more people more attractive than you is like such a fucking idiotic take. Stop taking it seriously. I feel bad for him. There's no way he's ever going to better himself, but she's just taking advantage of this. This is not real. Stop thinking that this is a real interaction. Please, you are reporting on yourself. Okay? Skip the 6-minute video about a real problem and complain about a TikTok for 6 minutes, shaking my damn head. Shut the fuck up. Take a day off. You want me to watch a fucking video of Charlie talking about a streamer driving over a fucking dog? That's the important video? Anyway. It's literally it's an incel Darman video, okay? It's the same concept as a fucking Darman video, but like to agitate incels into fantasizing about how they would behave in this circumstance. But of course, you know, we're back at it. Part of it is these YouTube shorts.
Clearly.
Part of it is patriarchy and how deeply embedded it is.
By the numbers we have, it's boys rule, girls drool, is what this graph says. I love quantifiable assertions. They're my favorite. Also, what about that statistic about men being more likely to leave their partner when they get cancer? Women are 6 times more likely to end up separated or divorced if they are diagnosed with cancer or multiple sclerosis than if their male partners were facing the same illness, according to a US study. The study confirmed earlier research of a divorce or separation rate among cancer patients of 11.6%, similar to the general population, but found the rate jumped to 20.8% when the woman was sick versus 2.9% when the man was ill. Hey, what the fuck is going on there? That's weird. Seems a bit opportunistic of these guys to sort of not stick with the person and stick it out just because their person is sick.
When a man loves a woman, he loves her far harder than she loves him back, so to speak. That's why women overwhelmingly, initiate divorce and breakups, etc., and why guys have such a tough time getting over it. Because when a man loves a woman, he loves her for real.
Very odd assertion that men don't also have preferences when dating and looking for people, because he lists up all these things that women supposedly want from men before they can submit and fall in love. And sure, for a lot of people, these are factors that come into play into deciding whether or not you actually want to see someone. But dudes have them too, and that's okay. It's the point. You're supposed to be able to, be okay with who you're seeing and like them for various reasons. Also, grouping in male suicide statistics whenever it's convenient is totally cool to do.
This is why breakups hurt men way more. This is why men commit suicide way more.
Male suicide is actually because they get broken up with and get sad, and that's the main factor. There's really not a lot of other factors.
Let's say your boyfriend was going to the strip club 2 times a week. Would you have an issue with that?
Yeah, because I feel like that's already an unspoken rule in a relationship. You don't go into the strip club.
Well, you shouldn't go to bars and clubs when you're in a relationship.
Is that an unspoken rule?
I mean, it is.
It kind of.
Dude, my favorite type of content is having, like, I'm sorry to say this, ladies, but like some ladies are dumb, okay? Just like a lot of men are dumb. There's a lot of dumb ladies out there, okay? And my favorite type of incel content is just like finding the most self-selecting group of individuals that just like want to do it for like a little bit of fucking Instagram clout, and just having them on your podcast to just be like, look how dumb these ladies are. You know what I mean? This is exactly how all bitches are. Am I right, guys? Like, it's like, bro. What the fuck? What is happening here? Why is it always like a desperate attempt to like monolithize every fucking woman on the planet? Okay? It's always funny, too, because, like, you know, the podcast hosting men are dumb as fuck, too. It's so stupid. Imagine espousing that imagine espousing that you only view bars as a way to cruise Lamau. It's like, I don't agree with her as far as, like, you can't go to the strip club if you're in a relationship. And I don't agree with him when he's like, oh, well, what about going to bars then? Fucking got him. Okay? Ultimately, relationships, and I can't believe I'm saying this, and obviously this is not going to be fucking, I don't know, the piffy, TikTok adjacent, idiotic, snappy quote, but like, relationships are about mutual respect and setting boundaries, okay? If your partner is uncomfortable with something, you communicate with them. That's how this fucking works, because you're a human, they're a human, you both have some level of autonomy, and you want to cohabitate in the same space. You want to build each other up like your friends, okay? Because your partner is also your best friend, okay? Your partner is someone you go to for advice. And if you don't think women are like, you know, just as human as men are, you fundamentally break that, okay? You can never respect someone who you don't see as like a full human being. It's so stupid. That's why so many of these motherfuckers are just like fucking sexless turbo virgin losers who just fester in their own anger all goddamn day.
Like common sense. You shouldn't really be like partying with your single female friends.
Unspoken rules. Pretty dumb. Sounds pretty dumb to me. If you are in a relationship and there's a boundary you want to set up, you speak it, you know? You just say it. Hey, this thing you do,
gay. Lol. Fucking talking about setting up boundaries before a relationship. What are you, into smoking penises, dude? Soy. Which, by the way, of course, gay people, no relationships. Famously devoid of relationships. Gay.
you know, it kind of makes me uncomfortable.
Talking to a woman, dude? What the fuck? Ha ha! Ha ha! I'd perish into a fucking cloud of dust if I were to do that, dude. I fucking, never, dude. Only talk to my boys.
Is that, what do you think about that? That's how you solve this sort of unspoken rule problem that appears to be going on here. But also the comparison between, you know, an actual strip club and a bar, it feels like a self-report to me. The insecurity here is just that, you know, you go out with your single friends, they all say, go cheat on your boyfriend with that guy. And then you go cheat, and that's how things work, which is, you know, it's weird. It's just weird. It's weird because if you're dating someone, you don't trust them enough to go outside without sucking and fucking doing a bunch of crazy, wacky stuff that you're not comfortable with, then why are you dating them? You know, if you want a dog, which you can, you know, keep on a leash at home, get a dog and do that.
Partying with your single female friends, or single friends for that matter, if you're in a relationship.
What is the positive
Well, you
ROI
guys are older.
on,
Maybe that's what.
Oh my God, Gordon Gecko over here, dude. Fucking, what is the positive ROI on this? Dude, look at this guy. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. We got to take the internet away from everybody. And I say this as a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, I'm willing to not have the internet if these motherfuckers are also going to stop. You know what I mean? Just the fattest 90s power tie you've ever seen. Okay? Sitting there like, I like to view everything from market conditions. You know, what's the ROI? The fuck is that ROI? Or return on investment? Okay? Come on, man. Come on, dog. Learn your fucking Sigma grind set terminology.
What you think in your own dating life?
Did this guy really just say ROI? Did he use that term? I mean, he looks like he would. He's got like a sort of Wolf of Wall Street situation going on. These are so uncomfortable. That just everyone in the room is so
Maybe that's what.
Voice trembling with rage, trying to interrupt and
We're young. That's not how it works for us.
She's 20 and she agrees with us. She's younger than you.
Fucking own. She's younger than you, which means she has more value, dog. As you know, I like my pussy young. You know what I'm saying? That's what Andrew Tate said. Woo! Let's go. Gang shit. Oh, that's right, dude.
Okay.
so that your entire argument just went down the trash.
Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally said there's a person here. There's a person here that is in disagreement with you, so I win. Oh my God. Oh, I watched some clips of his. How this worked was they kept making up successively more specific scenarios until the girls got completely cornered and break their argument. I don't even know what this is. I kind of want to watch the whole thing, but you just got, speaking of getting one guide, how about one girled, okay? Fellas, this one is for you. Everybody's always one guying me. I decided I'm going to one girl you back, okay? Woo, sheesh. Smoking on that fucking big doink like I'm out in Amish, okay? Holy fuck. My anecdotal evidence cancels your anecdotal evidence, therefore I win. I am very smart. Also, like, interpersonal relationships between men and women are complicated, and like, it's not like there are fucking studies for this, you know what I mean? It's just, I mean, there are, but it's stupid. You just got to go off of vibes sometimes. But most importantly, because of the gray area that you're constantly traversing within interpersonal relationships between men and women in a romantic circumstance, especially, communication is key for that reason, okay? That's why you got to talk. Of course, before you get to that point, you literally should do everything in your fucking power to see your partner as a human being. Okay? That's big one. It's really, really fucking, it's really big. I can't stress that enough.
Come on, guys. Why does this exist? Why does this have 70,000 likes? Yeah, well, she's you're a poopy head, stinky poopy head. Which logical fallacy is that? Someone type it in the comments. It's been too long since I watched a debate, Lord.
If you don't want to be in a relationship and you just want to party, that's fine for you if that's your choice that you want to make.
Okay, wait, that last assertion there. If you don't want to be in a relationship and you want to party, that's fine. Why are those mutually exclusive? Why is partying and being in a relationship mutually exclusive? It hinges the ability to obtain a relationship on the necessary decision to give up partying. No more partying, you stay inside. Very weird, very insecure, weird stuff. People can have preferences, but you know what?
It's also, again, very narcissistic because like you're basically turning your own personal perspective on the matter into a universal rule. And that's what a lot of these fucking fresh and fat guys do, you know what I mean? Like, they just run around being like, I'm personally broken by women. I hate it. I don't like it. And you shouldn't either. It's like, it's just so fucking stupid. It's like, that's a you thing, dog. It's like whenever motherfuckers are like, dude, I watch porn. And then before I knew it, I was just fucking jerking off like 20 times a day. 20? That's a lot, bro. That's a you thing. You should stop jerking off for sure. You know what I mean? That's a skill issue, brother. Like, honestly. I mean, straight up. That, like, I feel like it's always just a bunch of dudes just complaining about, like, hyper-specific problems that they have. But, of course, because there are enough fucking weirdos out there, they, like, get away with it to an audience of other weirdos that are like, I'm just as big as a loser as you, dog. I love that shit.
What point do those preferences restrict the ability for someone to make their own decisions and, you know, live a life? I don't know. Seems weird.
So you are a virgin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah. Prepare for some riveting journalism here.
I love that, dude. That's extremely my shit. I love that. It's like, you're a virgin, huh? Go ahead, tell me, what's up? What's your pussy like? Are them things thangin'? Like, what's happening? Give me an explainer on your body parts, please. Go ahead, please. Everyone wants to know. Do it on TikTok. It's weird. It's a weird thing to say to another human being.
Yes, I am.
Do you plan to be like forever a virgin?
Until I'm married.
Question is, a preferred size
For what?
for being not a virgin?
1 to 2 inches? Just kidding.
No, okay. I was like, there's no way.
You know what? We're gonna skip this one. It's just I can't watch it all the way. I'm not gonna. I refuse to. Damn. So like you're sad. You ever think about you wanna fuck? Should we like putting the cringe on hold for a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video, video.
And it's unfair and continuation
Another video from those guys. Racist girl calls him white boy, part 1.
Yes! Would you date a police officer?
No, the pigs. Because the institution they support is inherently racist and profiles black and brown Americans especially, throws them into jail, which is a continuation of the slave trade, essentially. People are working in prisons for less than minimum wage, making pennies and dimes, and it's unfair, and that's what you contribute to if you're a cop.
God damn, she fucking, whew, sheesh. Okay. She ate. That's what they say, right? She ate, left no crumbs. Okay, that's fire. Now, one thing I know from my own personal experience of consuming a lot of this content so that you don't have to, usually when someone is spitting bars and is not playing the role of like the bimbos, like, no, I want a guy, I want to stay at home and cook and like if the girl is not doing that and instead just like doing this instead, like the guys get very angry. Okay? They get very angry. Fresh and Fit is notorious for this. They always fucking have like, you know, they always have the same type of girls, but then sometimes like in the bimbo pile, there's like one girl who's like, you know, spitting and immediately they fucking go crazy, okay? They go bananas mode. They're like, don't speak back to me, you fucking whore. Like, they go fucking insane. They're like, this is my show. You can't do this on my show. That's what I hear. Every time they go like, oh, I'll fucking kill you. Like, get the fuck out of here, right? Instead of, when they're trying to like present a macho, get the fuck out of my, streaming room or whatever type attitude, what I hear is, you can't make me look bad. You can't make me look bad on my show. That's what I hear. And that's what you should hear as well. That's basically what they're doing.
Bars. Bars. What are we on Instagram watching vertical videos? Because that is so real of her to say.
God.
Hit on all the points there. No notes.
My question to you is, I disagree with you on...
Yeah, I bet you do,
What?
white boy.
That's a bit racist.
Oh, God, no, you're one of those.
Oh, no, racism.
That's a bit racist.
The girl...
Oh, my God, that's awesome. That's a bit racist.
Side to side, like, whoa, no, this is crazy.
I'm also half white, so like, how can I be racist against you?
You don't think you can be racist towards someone who's white?
No, I don't, because you've never experienced racism in history.
White people haven't experienced racism.
One of the
Bro, come on. You're an adult, dog. You're literally an adult. And this girl is just fucking taking you to school right now. First of all, again, a thing that frustrates me about this counter from this guy is that there are a lot of people. It's like, what do you mean? White people have a fucking PhD in racism. We were the ones doing it. That would be a very funny thing to say. If he turned around and was like, no, we actually know racism a bit too well, as a matter of fact. But the issue with this, okay, and it harkens back to the C word narrative, the discourse, cracker, is that as long as there are enough fucking dumbasses out there who are on your side, like, you can find a hug box that will never challenge you, right? Yes, I said the word cracker, okay? Because guess what? I have the fucking pass. Suck my dick. Okay? Suck my white ass dick. Okay? Anyway. Where was I? Yeah, no one ever checks you. People just like go, dude, you're right, bro. You fucking own that racist.
What's your definition of racism?
Notice how he just keeps asking questions. He's not responding to what she's saying. He's just asking and asking because he can't.
He's just white knuckling through it too. You can tell it's fucking. It'd be so funny if they defended you if you did get banned again.
Respond to what she's saying because she's right.
I'd say basically like the persecution in any type of way that leads to the downfall of just like someone's life. Like, it's always going to affect my life. I can't take off my skin color. As a black woman, like, prejudices that exist against me don't exist against you, Brian.
She said Brian. He was already getting destroyed in this debate, but then she called him Brian. No offense to any Brians out there. It's just, you can't really win.
Sometimes if you're falling into incel ideology because I'm in their exact demographic and of course have struggles with relationships like everyone else, do you have any advice from like me? Yes. Focus on yourself, King. Okay? Focus on yourself. You currently do not have confidence. Why do I know that? Because you're in a fucking Twitch chat talking about how you don't have confidence and you're in that exact demographic. In order to build confidence within yourself, you have to believe in yourself. How do you start building and believing in yourself? By making short-term goals that correspond to midterm goals that correspond to long-term goals. Write it out for yourself and achieve slowly but surely. Start building better habits for yourself. Go to the fucking gym. Figure out what works on the top of your head and what works on your face. Okay? It takes a while, but you can get there. Do you understand? And through that process, you will start building confidence like a muscle. Hopefully, you will also be building muscles because you're going to the gym now, okay? Not like a crazy idea. It's pretty basic, but it fucking works. And I'm not just saying this with survivor's bias, even though I do have it personally, okay? You know, basic hygiene will go a long motherfucking way. A little lore on this guy. Used to be a prank YouTuber that fell off and started his comeback by conversing with people, but the incel manosphere stuff worked better, so we just pushed into that. Of course, these people are always guided by one fucking thing, okay? That's why they always self-report, dude. That's why all of those motherfuckers that I criticize regularly will turn around and be like, you're doing leftist shit because it fucking works. No, motherfucker. If it works, if I'm doing something specifically for clout and because it works, I'd be doing the shit you're doing. Because even dumb, annoying, unfunny, and untalented motherfuckers can gain prominence by simply just being a little misogynistic and owning women on the internet. And holy shit, I could do that so well. Oh yeah, I've been going through my old photos around grandma's house, and I have a message to all of you who think they're fat or ugly right now. Shit will change. You'll learn how to manage your food, workouts, and learn what kind of haircut works with your head. Things will get better, I promise. There you go. It was 2017. I wasn't even streaming on Twitch at that point. No, I didn't look like that in 2017. I'm saying I posted that in 2017. Here, I'm going to retweet this again. I love when I said I wasn't even streaming back then, and people are like, no, you were. No, I wasn't streaming in 2017, and that's not me in 2017. That's me like when I was a fucking baby. When I was 18, actually, which is crazy, which is holy fuck. That's a long ass time ago. It was 12 years ago. Not even 12, 13. Damn, been a rough 6 years. Yeah, imagine. Wait, first of all, rough. Motherfucker, I look like this now. What do you mean? Like, holy shit. I love that motherfuckers actually out here telling you when you started streaming like you didn't live it. Yeah, I know. I mean, Twitch chat. Puberty hit you disrespectfully late. I hit puberty twice. That's not even a joke. I hit puberty in college again. Anyway,
argument if you're named Brian.
And that's why you can't be racist against a white person. So I'm sorry if you feel offended, but you are white, and me calling you white boy isn't exactly racist.
I mean, you are addressing me by my skin color. I consider
your
it a
skin
bit.
color will never.
Oh my God, he's fucking breaking. My skin color.
Lead to the what is it, premature murder of yourself. Like, I don't know, like.
White people get so excited at the prospect of someone being like disrespectful to them by addressing them by their skin color, only because like the only real version of that is when they've done it to a black person and that one is actually valid. But they get so horny. They're like, oh, it's my opportunity to shine, baby. I'm about to be a victim. This is just like Emmett Till. I'm just for real, dude. I'm I'm getting lynched out here. You know what I mean? It's like, no, dude, no, it has never happened, and it's not going to happen for you. Okay, it has never happened in the history of society. It will not happen to you. Okay, and that's not even a bad thing. It's a good thing. Okay, the fact that you think that this is like racist or this is similar to systemic racism. It's great. I mean, it's just a perfect demonstration that you don't understand racism in general. Okay? That's it. That's it. That is like, you don't get it. A lot of these people just think being racist is just being mean. And that's not the case. This is something that I try to describe all the fucking time. Okay? The N-word is not just a meanie bobini word. Okay? Oh man, why are black people so mad about the N-word? The N-word carries a lot of weight. And the weight that it carries is about the history of slavery, okay? It's about the contemporary remnants of white supremacy that was a foundational principle in American societal development, okay? That's a fundamental thing that people don't understand, okay? That's the crazy thing. It's just like you never understand it. You refuse to acknowledge it. You never want to even associate with it or try to develop a better perspective on it because it makes you feel good to just think like, oh, no, black people are just like, just sad. They're just emotional.
I would actually point out one thing to you. Me as a white man, I'm the only male at this table here. There are more white men killed by police officers than women of any race combined.
I mean, then why aren't you mad? Why don't you hate police too?
Oh no.
You posted this on your own YouTube? Bro, if I got fucking roasted and toasted this hard on my show, I would do everything in my power to hide the footage. The CIA could come knocking down my door, put a black bag over my head, fly me to an Egyptian black site so they could do torture to get this information out of me, and I'd be like, nah, I'll just die. It's fine. This motherfucker willingly took this and posted it. He was like, yeah, no, this is fire. I'm getting fucking owned harder than anyone has ever been owned. You would need to do crazy psychological torture, and I still probably would not show this image. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck. What does he say?
Oh, what do you even say to that? You can't. Brian, why would you bring up police killing white men as an argument in support of the police? Why? Why would you do that?
Then why aren't you mad? Why don't you hate police too?
Because I realize that police are a necessary function of society. Without police, it would be chaos. We need police officers.
a necessary function for me and all my white boys to get blasted. If the police don't do it, somebody's going to do it, so may as well have the police do it because then it's legal. You know, that they'll kill the people. It's easy. Not really much to add to this other than it is very fascinating to watch someone be jarred out of their blissful experience of racelessness. Why did he post this? Being a white person isn't actively on Brian's mind because, you know, he's white. It's like the default. Race isn't a factor in his life because he's white. And so when that's brought up, that's racism. That's what racism is to him. And that's why it's silly. It's funny.
If a girl's on her phone while you're hanging out with her, do this. Hey, it seems like maybe you got something going on you got to take care of. All good, but after that, can you put your phone away so we can just hang out?
After you say this, a girl is going to respond in one of two ways. Oh, right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'll completely put it away.
Or she might do this.
Are you kidding me? I'm texting my mom. It's not even that big a deal. Like, you need to relax.
Oh, okay. I mean, if that's how you feel, honestly, I don't think this is going to be a good fit, so I wish you the best.
This one I don't really care about.
Wait, he just like left his own car? Just parachute out of your own car, dude. I love how, man, are we becoming more as a society? I feel like because we're so increasingly isolated and so devoid of like free car. Yeah, exactly. Chatters, free car. Give the woman your car, immediately leave. As a society, I feel like we're becoming so increasingly isolated that people are feeding you like a false sense of reality by doing these like weird step-by-step tutorials. And it, I guess, only works if you're, 15 or even like maybe 20, but you haven't really, because of COVID, like you didn't really develop properly and socialize properly. You know what I mean? Because you were like an iPad baby. You were like an iPad kid, So now you're looking at that and you're thinking, oh, this is what you're supposed to do. This is how real interactions are. Like real human interactions. Like, is that what's going on? The life flow charts they given out don't even work. I mean, yeah.
About it all, except for the ending where he gets out of the driver's side door and leaves his car. Where are you going, man? That's your car. Why?
I mean, you come off like a woman, you look like a woman, and it seems natural that you're a woman. But then you get some giant former, ex-con armed robber prisoner who's like deadlifting 600 pounds, and he's like somebody.
Yeah, you look like a woman. You're a trans woman. You're a woman. But like, what about this person I imagined in my mind that I'm fantasizing about? Ex-con. She's got big old dick, and she's got top surgery though. You know what I'm saying? And also in this hypothetical straw man, what if I were to think like this ex-con came up to me, right, and just started fondling me while I'm working out in my gym. Of course I'm shirtless because I always am, right? And then he's like, "Can I spot you, Alex?" And I say to him, I'm scared, right? I'm scared, so I say, yes, ma'am, please. And then she flops her big old lady dick on my face while she's spotting me bench press 225 pounds. That's 2 plates. Oh, my God. What if I were to hypothetically be tactically really invested in that scenario? What's going on there? Am I gay now? or are trans women? I don't fucking know anymore. God damn it. Why are they making me so hard? I'm covered in olive oil. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Jesus Christ.
He goes, "Hey, dude, how you doing? Yeah, man, I'll get to you next." He's like, "It's ma'am, I'm going to beat your ass." And he's like sitting there. That's not a woman.
It's different.
It's different.
What the fuck? Why did he just make this story up, dude? What the fuck is he doing? He's like... It's so funny with conservatives because like they saw like one video shot with like a Nokia phone, the first Nokia phone that had like a camera one time of someone, maybe like a person that just started doing HRT and stuff having a bad day in like 2007, and they've been circulating that in their fucking group chats and email listings for literally 20 fucking years now, and they just constantly think about that moment, greatly exaggerated, of course, okay, and only say like, "That's how trans women are." You know what I mean? I saw that video, it's 240p, but I'm thinking about that trans woman still to this day. You know what I mean? It's the same video always. I immediately know what he's even referencing. It's like the GameStop one, right? It's like, God forbid, dude. God fucking forbid a trans woman had a bad day one fucking time. You know what I mean? One time, dude. It's over. It's over for you trans ladies. Okay? Obsessed. Like, we know for a fact Okay, this is factually correct. We know for a fact that Alex Jones has an understanding, okay, that is vast about trans existence because Alex Jones watches trans porn. Okay, now this is, of course, he's a chaser. Obviously, a chaser implies like you're fetishizing trans people. You're still not seeing trans people as like full human beings, right? We all know that, but like, come on, dog. We know you've seen more trans women than that one lady at fucking GameStop having a bad day. Okay? We know. You got caught. You know? We all saw it, Alex.
And then sitting there letting a thug do that, it's like no one buys it.
So this is a part of Alex Jones' definition of a woman, or rather, what a woman isn't to him. Giant former ex-con armed robber prisoner who can deadlift 600 pounds and is rude to a customer service worker. Those are his signifiers for what a woman isn't, and for what a woman is, it's Blair White or somebody who looks like Blair White. So what is it specifically about that list of features that makes the person he's talking about not a woman? Is it the ex-con thing? Because, you know, there are women ex-cons. There are women who have committed armed robbery and are in prison for it. Is it the deadlift thing? Because cis women can deadlift over 600 pounds. The It's Ma'am thing is referencing a specific incident. It was a really viral video of a trans woman being misgendered in a GameStop and then saying that it's ma'am.
Yeah. This is it. I mean, he nailed it. This is the video. Like literally fucking is it not exactly what I just told you, by the way? It's so funny because it's like it's so stupid. It's like the one fucking video that everyone points to. Like, yeah, man, listen. If trans women were fucking running around constantly fucking screaming at people, okay, you'd probably have more videos. You know what I mean? And yeah, getting misgendered fucking sucks, I assume. Like, clearly she's having a bad fucking day. She's already on edge. It sucks. Also ironic because it's like typical white women behavior is like yelling at a store. But that's different. That's like, you know, if anything, this just reaffirms gender norms. I'm sorry. I'm a trans-inclusionary radical misogynist. I mean, she literally has a Karen cut. Like, it's not that hard, okay? It's not that hard for me to make this. It's not a leap. Okay? Let's continue.
You've probably seen the clip. Should be no surprise that Alex Jones is not being 100% truthful when he's reappropriating this real story that happened into his thing here. Because according to the trans woman in that story, she was repeatedly misgendered, not just one time on accident, but like 6 times. But I think more importantly here, public freakout videos happen all the time. It's only when trans people are in them that they are used as evidence to sort of legislate away their identities, using real laws that are demonic and horrific. Real laws going into effect in the government.
That's not a woman.
It's different.
7 million views this video has. Great. Just great.
That's not masculine. That's toxic masculinity.
The buzzwords. What is toxic masculinity?
You should know that. You should know that.
Yes, I'm asking you.
Oh God, they're so uncomfortable. Like I'm sorry to subject you to these. I don't want to cut them up too much. It's just like let the clip run. These are the ones that everyone's on here watching, millions of views. But man, if you can't feel that discomfort in the room.
There is that kind of perception where I guess men can't yes, they could be the provider in the family, but they also can't show emotion or stuff like that. I feel like, or they just get so mad, or like their emotions are so high where they end up showing it in anger. I feel like that happens a lot, and I've seen that firsthand.
Okay.
What? This one's tough because he asked for a definition, and unfortunately, no matter what the definition this girl gives, there's no winning here because you get a Russell Westbrook what gif afterwards, even though she identifies two pretty prominent elements of what we would call toxic masculinity, which is inability to express emotion and, as a consequence, outbursts of anger and violence. Pretty sounds good to me, but in that room, there's no winning, you know? And in this comment section, there's no winning either. She couldn't rub two brain cells together if she rented them. You can
Oh, dude, this is my favorite, which is like when you go to the comments, it's like, all right, let's take a look at the comments. And it's literally just people who don't get it, don't get the point. They're just basically fucking, they basically just run on their preconceived notions. You're never going to change their attitude. It's just like you could tell she was proud of herself for remembering the phrase.
Tell that she was proud of herself for remembering the phrase toxic masculinity. Just hearing her speak would turn off any man. Nothing about her is wife material. Just a bunch of dudes getting in a room and absolutely fapping about the idea of a woman being a stupid idiot. Keep in mind, the podcaster's rebuttal to what she was saying was a video of Russell Westbrook saying what? He says what? And that was his sort of counter-argument critique of her definition of toxic masculinity. Very high-level thinking from the men in the room. Thank you.
This guy has been sending me Goodnight Queen every single night since May.
Anything a guy does for you, he's doing for other girls. And thank you to this man for proving me right. Look at this. Look at this. Started in May. Started in May.
So I have bad news for you ladies. The account that's sending you goodnight messages is not a real account. In early May, I built an Instagram bot that would send these messages to a group of popular creators to measure the impact of artificially boosting their egos.
I used AI to create.
Bro, okay, listen. Keep this dude away from blueprints to the school, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Keep this dude away from blueprints of the school that he went to. He should not be allowed in a Walmart where he can purchase a weapon legally, and he should never be allowed to be in the vicinity of blueprints to a school. I would go so far as to probably, by court order, force him to never use knives. You know what I mean? Like, I would not allow him to have like any kind of weapon that you could, even a blunt object. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Like, I guess like the one positive is that at least he's not murdering, like he's not serially killing women instead. That is crazy, dude. That's fucking insane. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? He literally did the thing. He was like, well, we can't find something, so let's just make a weirdo behavior bot. I'm going to run this again, dude. You have to see this. If you missed it, you have to see it, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Like, you don't want to miss this. You know, you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience. All you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, right? Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky, obviously. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. An anonymous gifter, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people who no longer want to see the ads. I ran the ad break already. Get fucked. Okay, let's watch.
The men in the room. Thank you.
This guy has been sending me Goodnight Queen every single night since May.
Anything a guy does for you, he's doing for other girls. And thank you to this man for proving me right. Look at this. Look at this. Started in May. Started in May.
So I have bad news for you ladies. The account that's sending you goodnight messages.
Dude, he's like, ladies, you think getting dick pics constantly is a problem? Sorry to burst your bubble, but I've been sending my dick with a bot to thousands of women in their Instagram DMs every day. Guess what? You got fucking owned. Also, some of you told me my dick looked weird, and I don't like that. So I felt a little owned in that process. But that says a lot about society, that women are fucking bitches, dog. That's right. How fucked is that? And then dudes in the chat are like, dudes in the fucking comment section are like, yeah, King, you fucking murdered these whores. I'm so angry. Oh, why won't anybody fuck me? Ah! Fuck! Jarvis made a video about this creep already. I love that. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. This guy needs his own deep dive. I swear to God.
Account. In early May, I built an Instagram bot that would send these messages to a group of popular creators to measure the impact of artificially boosting their egos.
I used AI to create an uncomfortable sexual harassment bot to see if the girls would like it.
My plan was to start in May and send good night to single, large, popular creators.
Bro, that's awesome. Like, he literally automated harassment, dude. He made an auto harass bot. That's so weird. At no point, like, do you have zero friends? You don't have one fucking guy in your corner, in your vicinity? You don't have like a loved one, a family member who was like, hey, Hank, don't do this. Or, oh, fuck, Hank, you did this. Best not to admit it on camera. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, it's probably not something you should do. Like, people are going to look at you and go, hey, dog, you're kind of a fucking gross nerd.
And then stop the messaging around December 23rd, which is right in the midst of the holiday season and the most loneliest time for a single person. And I was going to demonstrate how much random people have influence over a
Dalton710, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
Popular creator whose entire self-worth is based upon the validation and appraisal of others.
Obviously, telling someone goodnight is not in and of itself sexual harassment, but doing it every night with no response, you're kind of like you're doing stalker activities, which is often sometimes followed with you know, photos you don't want, more detailed messages you don't want. Not great stuff.
If I don't get a good night queen, it like hurts my feelings. And I love this.
And my hypothesis was correct. These women said they missed the good night messages. They were attached to it. Follow for more big brain social hacks.
I love the scientific method. It starts off sounding like, oh, maybe it's an experiment about social media and how it affects users of it and creators. But then, you know, it's just women. Women is the people he was DMing, and women's egos was the variable in question. Super weird, man. Super weird thing to do. And very weird that I got 1 million likes. 1 million likes. Deeply depraved behavior.
Is cheating morally correct?
Yes. What's really fun about this is I don't even have to watch till the end of it because jail. He's in jail. He's in prison. Beautiful. We love it. We love it so much.
7 more days. 7 more days until my top G gets out of jail, for the record. I've been counting the days. My top G will be out of prison in 7 days unless they extend it one more time. The unjustifiable Romanian courts.
Why would a man who's earning $200,000 plus?
I don't have to watch this guy's either because he's dead. Okay, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. We'll end it on this one. Here we go.
Why would a man who's earning $200,000 plus, who can have any woman, want you?
I would be coming in with also my own 6-figure salary.
Don't give a shit about your money. We don't care about your money or your careers. Let me tell you ladies why this doesn't matter. Because we don't have access to it anyway, and you ain't gonna be spending it on us. So your money doesn't.
Why would you say that?
Wait, why not? What the fuck? What a fucking what? Bro, who hurt you, man? I mean, other than heart disease. But like, who hurt you? Why? Why would you say that? It's such a weird thing.
This is kind of like one of the earlier videos we looked at where preferences for male dating are these strictly defined things. And it's impossible for a man to be interested in dating someone that earns around what he earns. And you know, I don't buy it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. It does to Kevin, and for Kevin, you know, he probably made that or more, and he wasn't into having a woman that was making that much. But you know, that doesn't mean everybody is.
Who in general funds the relationship?
I would say men in general.
Right.
Fund.
What's the most you've ever spent on your man that's not a birthday, Christmas, or anniversary type gift, just on a Tuesday?
I spent a Tumi bag that I bought for, and it was like about $600. And it was just
$600. That ain't shit.
What?
$600.
That's an insane. What? That's crazy. What the fuck, bro? No, he was going to say that no matter what she said. Okay? He was going to say that no matter what she said. She could have said $6,000 and it would have been like, yeah, no, that ain't shit. I spend that in my sleep. No, that's a lot of fucking money for a random goddamn fucking a bag. Has chat ever seen Kevin Samuels? Yes.
$1 at dinner. So I'm sorry, your 6-figure job and everything else don't mean shit to
I don't even think she's talking to him. Like, maybe it don't mean shit to you, but like, what the fuck? I bought my man a house on Tuesday worth $3 million. That ain't shit. Yeah, literally. He was gonna say that no matter what.
So I forgot to add commentary to the end of this clip here, but I mean, you get the gist. It's just a weird guy flexing, being insecure, flexing on some random lady that he makes a bunch of money, and that's very okay. You get it. Very weird. All of these videos have this same thing in common, which is that they are just a new form of very old patriarchal ideas. Women want to do something, they shouldn't because I don't want them to. Women want to make money and have financial autonomy, they shouldn't do that because that's not what men want, because we are all the same and you should just follow suit for that reason. Women who have preferences.
His whole metaphorical questioning is that he makes 6 figures and now her 6 figures is less than his 6 figures. Yeah, literally. Like... It's so stupid.
For dating are opportunistic, but women who are independent and make a life for their own are cold-hearted, cat-loving bitches. So it's a weird thing. It's a weird place to be. Not a great place. I don't like it. I would like to get out, and you guys can come with me because the video's over now. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just about control. Yeah, as a chatter correctly pointed out, he just wants like women that he can control. I want to see
civilization. Holes or other things we've seen. We've seen relationships.
You think that that's oppression? Because you use the word oppressed.
I said women have been oppressed since the beginning of time.
How?
And it's natural.
Oh gosh. Okay.
How? Are you really? How?
Yeah, go ahead.
How?
Wait, come on, dog. Really? Like, I mean, if you're talking about today, there's even ways that you can fucking bring that up. But like, that's crazy. What do you mean how? Like, what the fuck? Like, women literally were just like basically property. Until not that fucking long ago. What do you mean how? Women have been able to enter the workplace and have like the same kind of financial dominance that you fucking flex with your goddamn Gordon Gekko ass suit like basically 2.5, 3 generations ago. The fuck do you mean?
Oh,
you're the one saying this is true. Yes.
No, here's maybe a better question.
No, because I'm not going. If
Okay,
you don't know how.
Because you don't know.
No, if I'm not going to explain to myself.
In normal conversation where people aren't sitting around and patronizing you because you're loud and obnoxious.
Oh, I can't. You're loud and obnoxious. I can't watch this. This will make me go crazy. I will lose brain cells. I'm not watching this. I'm skipping it.
Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk. These are all successful tech entrepreneurs that everyone loves. They're hot. They're cool. They're hot and cool, and everyone loves them. And I've never heard anyone say a bad thing.
The fuck am I not subscribed to Jarvis?
They're not on TikTok. That's for sure. I had to check. And that's where this guy comes in. Today we're talking about TikTok's titan of toxic tech, Ethan Kaiser. Ethan is a software engineer / entrepreneur / heartthrob who posts viral videos on TikTok about how he's hacking social media and dating apps to get famous and find love. The only problem? Nothing. Unless you consider the everything about it.
Something really toxic that you used to do or you still do.
When you have a girlfriend, you usually ask them for their Wi-Fi password when you spend the night. And when you have access to the router, it's really simple to actually check to see what other devices have connected. By doing so, you can actually determine who's been there. And you can also set this up so you can check this remotely. So let's say she might say, oh, I'm staying in tonight. Well, I can just easily check remotely to see if her device is still in her home.
Bro is a sociopath, dude. Dude, he is a serial killer. Yo, I thought, like, because he's such a dork, I thought he was, like, you know... I literally thought, like, you know, he's not, like, a stalker serial killer. Like, no, he is. He just... Why is he talking about this openly? Do people not... When he posts stuff like this, do people not realize like, oh shit, this is like very creepy and very scary? And in the lightest form, abuse. In the worst form, probably illegal. That's cool. That's very cool that he's like, hey, you want to be a criminal stalker? This STEM plus hating women, he must ride that algorithm. That's crazy. Yeah, evil Michael Reeves. Yeah, dude. Like, I made a bot that made it easier to stalk women in my neighborhood who won't fuck me. If they won't fuck me, I'll watch them fuck other people and jerk off to it. They can't stop me. It's not illegal. Oh, fuck. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail because it is illegal. I found out that what I'm doing is very illegal. Fuck.
It's not. I mean, she's lying. If another device comes online, maybe she's hitting someone.
Ew. By the way, never do that. Never do it. It's not a tech hack. It's abusive behavior. It's stalking. It's a betrayal of trust and privacy. It's not FBI level 1000. It's DiGiorno. And by DiGiorno, I mean...
No, it's not FBI level 1000. It is FBI level 1000. It means you're going to the jail that the FBI is going to put you in if we were living in an alternative universe and like federal law enforcement officers cared about cyber crimes such as this, okay? That's what it would be, but we don't live in that world, so you can just post it on TikTok, and it's fine, I guess. And then a sea of incels admire your stalking and say, I wish I could do that. God, the world is so broken.
Fucked up. Sorry, DiGiorno. Sorry, DiGiorno got kind of caught in the crossfire there. So many comments saying he's like Joe or this is problematic, but if he was a woman, we're going to be like, go off, queen. No. If anyone did this, it would be bad. If a woman did this, we would be like...
Yeah, my favorite genre of commenters on the internet is like, yeah, what this guy's doing, I actually low-key like, but if a woman did it, I would not like it. Okay? I would not like it if a woman did that one bit. Let me tell you something, okay? Women should not be allowed to do the stalking. Only men. Men are the only people allowed to do stalking. All right, let's continue.
Go on, queen. Go on to jail. Okay, maybe jail is a little harsh. Maybe go on, queen, and think about what you've done. Reconsider this, queen. You're better than this, actually.
You see, the thing about a man doing this is, what if a woman did it? They didn't do it, but what if they did? What would you do in that situation? What would you do if a woman did it? It's like, well, I don't know. People would literally fucking also be equally disturbed. It's psychotic. Anyway, I think this is better than, say, trying to go through someone's phone.
This is better than, say, trying to go through someone's phone. Just be careful because family might stop by or a roommate's friend. No, it's actually exactly the same as go.
No one would care. What are you saying? Dude, on what planet are women like above the law? Hello? What are you saying? On what planet do women not get scrutinized on the internet? I mean, seriously. Please explain to me. Like, you think, bro, not a month ago, we had a bunch of my friends, okay? Some content creators that you watch as well, openly show how upset they were that they were, without their consent, being placed in deepfake porn. And people got mad at them, okay? People literally were like, shut up. If you didn't want to be sexualized, then why are you a woman existing on the planet? Silly, dumb. I'm going to keep jerking off to deepfake AI porn of you because I'm a fucking freak. That's basically what people said. And you're out here literally acting like this is... like women would not be hyper scrutinized for this psychotic behavior. They should, and they certainly would be. Okay?
Going through someone's phone. Just because you did it with technology doesn't make it any less invasive. Just say invasive. Invading someone's privacy. I think a lot of his videos like this are creepy and weird, but people play it off as a joke because like...
Oh, for the record, even if there were like the Yas Queen brigade on a woman doing that, okay? Even if there was a Yas Queen brigade, they're also psychotic freaks. There are femcells on the internet too, okay? look to any of my fucking QRTs. I literally tweeted about going to Japan this morning and how excited I am. And someone said I'm a sex pest because I said I'm going to the island nation of Japan. And someone QRT'd it and said, I'm such a sex pest for real. I can't even travel to a different country without a fucking psychotic femcel saying I'm a sex pest. Fellas, are you a sex pest if you go to a different country? That's just a self-report. You are a psychotic person. You are an insane person. Okay? There are plenty of crazy fucking freakazoid ladies out there. Okay? Trust me. Who cares? They're just as insane.
Tech is magic to them. Unfortunately for me, I have a similar professional background to this guy, so I understand how he's doing all his cool tech hacks, and it's just strange.
I'm a boomer. What is a sex space? They're saying I'm a sex tourist. Like I'm going to Japan. It is the grossest, weirdest fucking way to interpret someone being like, I'm really excited to travel to a different country that I've always wanted to go to my entire life and never actually had the time or money to go to. And finally, I have the capacity to travel there. And I can't even imagine what it's going to be like. And then someone going and seeing a moment of honesty and you know, doing the most Twitter thing, which is a fucking femcel being like, oh, you're going there to have sexual intercourse with Japanese women that don't want it, I guess. I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's just like you're a psycho, okay? You're just a psychotic person. Twitter also said that about the GeoGuessr guy for moving to Thailand, even though he moves to a different country every month. Well, doesn't he also have a fucking girlfriend that he moves with? What the fuck is that? Yeah, it's because Japan has stupid consent laws and running with another bullshit rumor about you. Wait, what? That's a real thing? Like, people are just, like, saying that? That's insane. Are you going to fuck Japan? Yeah, I'm there to put my dick inside of fucking Mount Fuji or whatever, okay? That's what I'm there to do. I'm going to fuck the island. I'm going to put my dick in the Volcussy.
It's just weird. Don't do it.
When you are a crypto millionaire, but still hate people.
It's not a serious question. Have you considered how a trip to Japan will increase your ecological footprint? Yeah, bitch. I did. And you know what I thought about it? I don't give a fuck because it's super sweet. It's super sick. What kind of dumb question is that? People are stupid to himself. No, he's not, moron. He dropped out of school to travel around the world while he's the face of GeoGuessr via TikTok. Stop being a dumb motherfucker before I GeoGuess you. Okay, but the GeoGuessr guy's weird. No, he's not. He's fucking awesome. How do people hate the GeoGuessr guy? He hasn't even done anything. He just sits there and GeoGuesses. Bro, there you go. It's all vibes based, bro. I swear to God. He literally doesn't do anything. That's all he does. He's just a GeoGuessr. You could literally be the most like, I'm not going to do anything and I'm just going to hyperfixate on one thing and get really good at it type dude who like, you know, and that he is the perfect representation of that. And motherfuckers will still be like, I don't know. He has problematic guesses. No. He said, okay. That's a good one. Oh my God. Yeah, I saw some unhinged tweets about him on Radlib Twitter. It's literally just personal anxieties and vibes. Yeah. Sorry, bro. The vibes are off. You're a sex pest now. Congrats on being a sex pest now. It's like, it's crazy, dude. No, it's just so many like quote unquote political moves on the internet or political movements and political organizing just like revolves around not liking the vibes of a particular person because it basically reminds you of someone else that like bullied you or was mean to you when you were younger, and then turning that into like the foremost thing. Like, that's the reason why I don't like you, and that's the reason why I think you're a bad guy. That's 70% of your haters. Yeah, literally. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's because like a dude that looks like me bullied like an entire group of Radlib Twitter and like pretty much everyone else. So they just like assume, they're like waiting. They're preying on my downfall. It's so crazy. They're jealous of his doxing powers and mad he doesn't use it for bad. Yeah, they're like, why hasn't, if Geo Rainbolt is so good, why hasn't he doxed these 14-year-olds that were racist on Snapchat and caused people to go there and kill them? Okay? Yeah, that's right, Sweaty. Turns out, how can you get mad at a guy who geeks out over the Google Street View car? I can. Watch me. Vibes. This is vibes-based politics.
Holy shit. How funny is it? I've never seen a Google car in my life. And now you are here. What the fuck? Wait, I'm gonna catch up.
Radlibs were used to not getting attention from people and then learned that you can get attention from manufacturing outrage and then chose to do that as a way to get attention. Yeah.
Should we talk to the driver?
Just say you don't like autistic people and go, okay? If you're going to get mad at this kind of shit, if this kind of activity, you're just literally, you're upset that, you know, you're upset at that. That's it. There's no other reason for this, okay? This is unironically ableist. And not the good kind that I do regularly, but the bad kind. I will not elaborate on that further. Let's continue with this fucking freak.
All for me.
Cool, man. Now I want to address this up top because I think it's important. However you feel about watching this guy's stuff or about my commentary on this guy's content.
All kinds are bad and you're a bad person. Yes, you are correct. I am a bad person. I mean, you got it.
Please do not harass him or reach out in any way. It's antithetical to what we're doing here. It is going to be viewed as harassment. It's going to make me look bad because my audience and their behavior is a reflection of the community that I've cultivated. So be on your best behavior and let's keep our criticism contained to this video. It's my intention to do my little jokes and gaffes and goofs and critiques in good faith, and I would like to keep it that way. Now I do understand this guy has 1 million followers on TikTok, and that is obviously a platform worthy of goofing and critiquing, but no one deserves harassment, so don't. Okay, so Ethan's bio reads, Ethan Kaiser, big brain. That is because his brain is so large, because his hacks are so cool. He's a nerd like me. He lives in Miami, not like me. I left Florida. We've got tech/big brain humor, just as a reminder of how, you know, the humor is big brain. So big, in fact, that I may be misunderstanding it. This whole video may be me just not getting the joke. Remember, kids, if it's a joke, then you can't be held accountable for anything. It's just a prank, bro. And then finally, it says Rebound app link. So he has an app. He's got an app. There's an app for that. You know, he's got a few apps actually.
Yeah, let me go on the fucking sociopathic stalker app after liking all of his videos about how he does stalking on random women. Sir, I really loved your surveillance videos and the one where you specifically talk about what actually takes bloodstains off of your t-shirt. So I decided I'm going to get on your app and give you all of my personal information. Thank you. Is there more valuable information I can get from you about how to utilize the internet more efficiently to stalk and dox people? I really like that. Thank you for the tutorial.
We'll be talking about some of them today. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Notion.
Nope.
Today.
But ended up finding their soulmate.
App. I'll let Ethan describe it in his own words.
Did anyone
millennials plan on staying single after their toxic ex, but ended up finding their soulmate.
You might be wondering how many soulmates who made videos to this sound are still together 6 months later.
I wasn't really wondering that. No. Usually when people post stuff like this on social media, I just go, cool, and I scroll past it. And I don't make it my mission to find out more. But I guess this was like...
Why is he mad, though? Like, why don't people like this get bullied more? Like, what happened? Why are people only bullying me on the internet? Why the fuck don't these people actually? Why? It's so weird. It's like reverse on the internet. If you're like trying to be a good person, everyone yells at you. And if you're like openly showing that you're like a fucking bad person, everyone's like, King, keep it up. I love how you're a bad guy. I want to be like that one day. It's weird, dude. In the real world, it's like still kind of the exact opposite, where like, if you're a good person in the real world, people are like, oh, you're a good guy. I like you. And if someone is a bad guy, they go, oh, you're a bad guy. I don't like you. But on the internet is the exact opposite. And it's very strange. I don't understand it.
It's like a trend where people use the sound to post about their soulmate. Toxic ex to soulmate. So they're saying that like they were in a bad relationship and then they found something that was healthier for them. I don't see that. I don't see the issue for that. I mean, some people are more public with relationship stuff. I'm not, but okay, you know, whatever. To each their own.
Of the 500 most popular videos, I tracked the soulmates' relationships on Instagram. And what I found is a game changer. To track the relationships, I wrote some code and made an app called Rebound. Here it tracks in real time whether or not people are dating based on whether they follow each other. And to track a new relationship, all I need to do is put in their Instagram accounts and hit subscribe.
What does this accomplish? Why does it bother you so much that someone is expressing their love on the dancing app? Especially in a context where they were in a bad relationship and then they found a good one. Is that so?
Bro, I'm game changer. Yeah, I'm always thinking like, how can I streamline the process of people's relationships crumbling? And this is a game changer for me. Only me. I'm the one who's been thinking this. And apparently millions of other people that like this guy, but like, that's so weird. It's like how does your life materially fucking change? What the fuck? No, actually, what? Dude, you're like, not only are you just like a bad person, but you are fucking weird and gross. Being a hater is too widely accepted in our culture. I mean, like, it's fine. I'm a hater. You know what I mean? I don't have an issue with hating, but like, direct it towards people who kind of deserve it. You know what I mean? I feel like maybe it's just there's just a lot of bad dudes out there who are just like, nah, this is me. I love this. I'm hating all the people who are in relationships and talked about being in a relationship because I'm not in a relationship. I'm gonna fucking come and find you. I'm gonna prey on your downfall.
So wrong?
So hit subscribe, and bingo, I'm now tracking whether they follow each other. And sometimes things don't work out, and they break up and unfollow each other, and I get a push notification.
Nice! Hell yeah, dude! God. Oh man, I love push notifications. I especially love them when they're about love not working out. But whatever, people are nosy. I'm nosy. I just don't need a push notification.
And minutes after they broke up, I would slide into their DMs. And nearly 30% of them responded to my DM.
Okay, so I need to believe that you are not just making this app to find vulnerable people to DM. Like, it has to just be for the bit. It has to just be for the content. Because if that were the case, it would be really fucked up, I think.
Not only were most of them not soulmates, they were also already moving on, responding to DMs.
They were already moving on, responding to DMs. The DM...
Bro, men will make a mass stalking to find vulnerable women to prey on app instead of going to therapy. Like, actually. That's crazy, bro. He streamlined it. Also, the funniest part about it is that, like, he very clearly demonstrates he doesn't understand how human psychology or, like, human beings work. Because he just automatically is like, oh, they've moved on from the relationship because they responded to my DM. These are fucking normies. These are literally fucking normies, dog. Like, who knows why the fuck people respond to random DMs? You have, like, a lot of followers. That makes no sense. Like, they could be like, what the fuck's up with this guy? They don't know you're a fucking creepy stalker bitch.
In question was, hey, I saw your TikTok videos and had to reach out. You are funny. That's a compliment. Why would you assume that that is romantic at all? Like, especially if this person's like a content creator, especially because you are a TikTok creator, a larger TikTok creator, complimenting a smaller TikTok creator. Like, I don't understand why that means that they're moving on. Hey, just wanted to say I really like your videos. You're pretty funny. Oh my God, thank you. That's so kind. Moving on a little quick, aren't we? What? No, I was just thanking you for your compliment. No judgment, no judgment. Nice videos though. Thanks. Disgusting.
Not only were most of them not soulmates,
he really has to like dig in that they're not soulmates. It's like, dude, it's just, I don't know. It's like a superlative. Some people.
Yeah, pre-technology, a dude that would do this sort of thing, you would like pre-social media becoming this commonplace, people would just like kind of be like, yeah, you're a stalker. I'm going to call the authorities on you. I saw you doing this to a woman and that's fucking gross. You should go to jail. Now it's like, go ahead, King. Fucking keep doing this. I love your videos. You're reaching out and you got a 30% response rate. That's pretty fire. I wish I could be like you one day.
Say that. It's not like something to be disproven after every breakup. The divorce.
Dude sending 1,000 letters to every girl who changed their name back after marriage. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm imagining like a pre-social media version of this. He's like, I gathered every phone book. What's up, guys? I gathered every phone book in the neighborhood. And I'm looking and cross-referencing marriage certificates that I stole from the courthouse. And today, I'm going to cold call every woman that just got recently divorced to prove a point. And the point is, I'm fucking lonely and I'm a stalker.
Divorce rate is 50%, right? Like, and you're talking about like 40% of these relationships not being together after 6 months. I'm like, okay, this isn't new. This isn't news. The news is that people are excited about relationships that ultimately don't pan out. You got him there. Can you imagine dating this dude and simply suggesting that you might be soulmates? Babe, there's this trend on TikTok where people are posting their soulmates, and I'm gonna post you because I love you. The data actually disagrees with the concept of soulmates. I just love you. There's a high statistical probability that you won't forever though. Okay, I don't understand why you would say that. Facts don't care about your feelings, Marie. I have a graph.
So people are mad at me for uploading a video exposing all the fake soulmate relationships on TikTok.
I just want to point out, I'm not mad at this man. I'm making fun of something he did because I thought it was clownish behavior, you know? Like there's a difference between being mad. I just want to sort of point that out because there's going to be a lot of, oh, you're just mad or you're taking something out of context. I'm doing my best to give the appropriate and relevant context. And also, you know, all of this stuff is still available. I'm not like knowingly withholding context so that it fits my narrative. I simply cannot condense literally everything this man has ever said or did on the internet into this video. So
I'm in awe. Like, I can't even be mad at him because like he is just cataclysmically bad. He's like down bad, down abysmal. You know what I mean? He's just like I'm kind of in awe that like someone would not only like think that this is a good idea to do, but then also do it on camera. But I'm also more sad that like thousands of people, millions of people look at that and go, that's fucking fire, dog. Like, I want to be just like that. Yeah. I gotta pee.
So, you know, Ethan, if you ever watch this video and you feel like something's missing context, it is not my intention and it's my sincerest apology.
I wanted to know if they were actually going to be soulmates, so I wrote some code. I made a whole app just for this. And like 40% of the soulmates broke up in a few months. But people from those videos were saying this was creepy and that it was stalkerish. I don't know, what do you guys think?
I agree. For what it's worth, I think that some of the concepts that this guy's playing around with are interesting, but then he completely loses me in the implementation. So, for example, this next app of his.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be super famous, where everyone wants to be around you? You're the life of the party.
Hell yeah, I have.
Well, I built an app that makes it look like you have thousands of viewers on IG Live. I then took my clout to a Miami beach club to see what would happen.
Why are there so many people on
Guys, we're out here right now.
So essentially, he built an app that pretends to be Instagram Live so that he can walk around with his phone, pretending like he's live streaming, and lie to people about who he is. It's the perfect crime. Nothing starts a new relationship off right like lying about your identity.
Let's get on, guys.
So he hangs out at this, I don't know, pool party thing. And that's cool, I guess. He's always got to have his phone out, always got to be streaming so that people don't forget he's famous. But then he goes to a club that's sold out and waves around his magic clout wand.
Right now we're at capacity. I'm only letting.
So I have 45,000 people watching on Instagram Live.
We would love your shout out. I'll lock you in the back, okay?
All right, let's go.
But it works. It works. Sorry, the camera's right here. It works. I mean, as long as it isn't staged, it works. Which I have no reason to believe that Ethan would socially engineer us. He's never done that before. Side note, if you ever see me flashing around my internet numbers anywhere in real life, you have permission to murder me in cold blood. If that's...
Yeah, that's like so weird. What? Wait, so why is that like... Why is that okay? Like if a Twitch streamer did that shit with like real followers to get into a fucking nightclub, basically everyone would be universally going, you're a fucking loser. And they would deserve it. They would literally deserve it. You'd be amazed at how many people try to get away with shit, that shit at restaurants for freebies.
What it comes to, then I asked for it. My absolute favorite part of this whole thing is what the chat is saying, because you'll remember he is not actually streaming on Instagram Live, and so he has to make it seem like he has a vibrant, live, active chat, just chatting it up while Ethan's out partying in Miami. And
kind of like how you kept telling all the Twitch staff at TwitchCon. Wait, what? Kind of like how you kept telling all the staff at TwitchCon who you were to get in. Wait, what? It's a joke. No, man. No, I'm not going to ban you. It's funny as fuck. This guy's like, dude, I can't believe you went to the desk where you get your lanyard and told him your name. Oh, that's funny.
I have to read you the chat messages. He's programmed like 10 phrases to repeat in his chat, and it paints the saddest picture of all time. Guess who my favorite creator is? Who is your favorite creator? Have you ever heard of Ethan Kaiser? I hear he's a great creator. It sounds like a children's poem. Do you go live often? I like what I'm seeing. Look, I'm not trying to take too much away from developers, from programmers and stuff. But what he has essentially built, app gets thrown around a lot like it's a huge operation. He built a screenshot with more steps. Can we be honest about this? It's a camera view and then a little scrolling chat and then a number of fake viewers.
You go live often?
So
shut the fuck up.
I do want you to imagine that he's just showing a screenshot of like his follower count around places, and people are just like, oh my God. But you know, because people aren't used to people walking up to them and lying, it does, like, it works to some extent, because why would someone do that? Why would someone pretend to be famous just to like have people like them? That's like a sad thing to do, some might think. Do you go live often? I like what I'm seeing. And then the same profile picture but with a different name. Would you ever go on the same screen? Would you ever go on a date with a viewer? Will you adopt me?
Want to be my friend? This is the saddest collection of words that you could ever read in a goddamn chat. But also, it's low-key, this chat, let's be real.
He had to write all of these himself, and that is the funniest thing in the world to me. It's like, it's just kind of like dystopian and kind of sad. And I mean, I feel like that's super mean to say, but it's just a weird it's like the optics are just odd, you know? It's just funny to see what he thinks it's like to be a famous streamer. You know what I mean? And of course, when staple conversation topics like, who are you, come up, he has a response.
I never tell people in person my follow or who I am.
I never tell people in person my follow or who I am. You're not Batman. There's only so many people that can command 50,000 like concurrence on an Instagram.
Dude, you know what's really crazy about this? Like, when you're an up and coming streamer, okay, as I was at a certain point, there's this like hurdle that you need to overcome of insecurity that you're running around with a fucking fat camera. And if you don't do IRL streaming for a while, it's still kind of hard. And this guy, instead of having that like anxiety of being a fucking douchebag in public, he set up a fake version of that. So he's not even doing the content side of it. And he's just basically doing like the douchebag side of it. Like he's just like, that's not supposed to be the benefit. That is the negative consequence of streaming, when you're like looking like a fucking douchebag filming yourself in public. He's just doing it for fun, for no reason, to 0 people. How is it any different than normal IRL streamer? A normal IRL streamer, Omega Laughter, is literally doing it to an audience, an actual fucking audience. You're there not for the clout that people could potentially assume you have. Instead, you're doing it because, you know, you want to show people the experience. He's just doing the cringe shit. It's very, very odd.
Instagram live stream. Can I get into the club, please? I'm very famous. I'm sorry, who are you? I never reveal my secrets. Just to put things into perspective, when Drake went live on Instagram.
Lamau, watch the streamers protect their art. First of all, my favorite type of chatter is this guy, okay? Not only does he have an account, he has multiple accounts on Twitch. That's how much he loves Twitch. But he fucking feels this deep disdain for the content that he consumes. He's like, God, this content fucking sucks. All the fucking people that I watch are just pieces of shit. I fucking hate them. This isn't art. It's like, bro, you're watching. What the fuck does that say about you, dumbass? You don't look cool when you literally... Ha! Oh, fuck. Got him, bitch. You don't look cool to the other people in the chat or even to the Twitch streamer when you come into a chat and you're like, what I'm watching is a piece of shit, actually. This fucking sucks. Huh. You call this art? Fucking idiot. What does that say about you? You're in the chat, you're going, I made an account, perhaps multiple accounts, to just fucking shit on the content that I'm consuming. Thanks, man. Is this the guy that we watched who made a 15-minute video crying about Twitch streamers? Yeah, exactly. Like, everyone here is kind of a loser, let's be real, right? But at least we're having fun. It's like pretending to be a porn star, but only getting the cum in your eyes as a part of the job.
After the Raptors won the NBA Finals, he was getting like 75K concurrent viewers on Instagram Live, and he is also one of the biggest celebrities on the platform. So I feel like most people that big are also people who would be recognized in person, you know, but what do I know?
It took me and my team to the VIP in the club, and like and follow to see what happens next.
Okay, so he took his team, his new gang, to the VIP in the club, and what happens next? Well, I'm gonna watch this YouTube video.
What's up, guys? It's Ethan, and I want to be a celebrity. I want the fame, I want the clout, but unfortunately I can't sing or dance.
Have you tried making goofy commentary videos on YouTube?
Did you just call your followers losers? I called everybody, including myself, losers. Yes. We're all losers, but we're having fun. And if you're the type of loser fucking then yucks everyone else's yum, you're an even bigger loser. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to be that guy, you know? No, it's just like you don't come across like you're cool. When you're like, you see a bunch of people having fun and you go, dude, you guys suck. Fucking owned you. It's like, okay, cool. Thanks for your opinion, man. We're going to keep having fun.
So watching the YouTube video, it kind of makes me more upset because it's like, oh, here's how I duped a restaurant owner into thinking I was important, and so he gave me special treatment. And I get it, like, you know, it's a commentary. Should we be giving special treatment to people who we think are famous or whatever? I don't know. I don't think anybody should be getting special treatment, but the fact that you're like lying and getting special treatment as like a gotcha, like, doesn't feel good. It just feels gross. I don't know. You know, to his credit, in his YouTube video, he does shout out the spots. So that's not nothing. And I think that, you know, credit where credit's due. I think it's good that he did that. And for our last act with Mr. Kaiser, I ask you, how do you get a date? Do you put yourself out there and be yourself in a kind and respectful manner? Do you have a friend set you up?
No
Do you
shot.
use a dating app? Or do you make an app to lie? Okay. Okay.
Make an app to lie.
Make an app to lie is where
Make an
I'm
app to lie.
leaning, because that's kind of his MO.
It's D. It's going to be D.
Maybe I should phone a friend. You know what? I think I'm going to go with teach a computer to impersonate a serial killer from an early 2000s psychological thriller. Final answer. Wow. How did you know that? Now, this is going to sound completely unrelated, but American Psycho is a psychological thriller / horror movie from the year 2000 about Patrick Bateman, a wealthy investment banker in New York, played by Christian Bale, who hides the fact that he's a serial murderer with his status and charm. Just thought you should know. Wikipedia says the satirical film blends horror and black comedy to mock 1980s yuppie culture and consumerism. That was random. All right, let's watch Ethan's TikTok about dating 50,000 women in New York City.
Step 1, I reverse engineered all the major dating apps and stored 49,000 profiles in a database.
I'm going to stop you there. Why did you?
That's, first of all, I don't even believe he did that. There's no way you can do that. What? That's, no, he can't do that. That's definitely insanely illegal. There is no fucking shot you can do that. Wait, what? How can you do that? Is that legal? It's not legal. What the fuck? No, dude. No, you can fucking... Okay. What he's describing would mean taking advantage of a gigantic fucking cybersecurity flaw in a dating application that reveals the location of like thousands of women and men. Please understand what the fuck he's talking about. That is a gigantic invasion of privacy. There's no way he actually did that. Not a bug, a feature, it's all public. Wait, what? He's 1,000% scraping public information for other users? Wait, what? Where? Wait, what do you mean? OSINT is not illegal? Yes, using dating app data outside of the app is probably illegal. Wait, that makes no sense. What? Okay. Is he just scraping data from like advertisement shit? No app that is used in Europe would have to comply on GDPR to secure the data. I'm a cybersecurity engineer and it's definitely doable. Just scrap all your matches into a local database. It's easy but illegal and way too much effort. Wait, whoa. It's just bots that scrape the data from public profiles most likely. Web scraping is hella common in affiliate marketing. So it's basically just like sucking up all of the information of his Tinder swipes is what you're saying. Of all of the public profiles on Tinder. That's crazy. And gross. You are too comp illiterate to understand this? I am very comp illiterate, but I think I understand the basic principle. I thought he was taking literally every Tinder user, like every Tinder user's information and real-time location data. But it's probably only 49,000, so it's got to be local. So it's just like whoever he sees. Exactly the same shit corpos do to sell us Keurigs, dude. This shit ain't special. Yeah, but
you do that. I have to blur some of this TikTok because he just scrolls through his matches and includes their full last names. There's phone numbers in here. This is, the hell are you doing, man? We're gonna assume.
Okay, there's no way. Phone numbers, dude? No shot. No fucking shot. Dude, come on. That's not public data. If it's public, yes. No. Man, who the fuck puts their phone numbers in there? What are you, crazy?
That is a careless mistake. As for what he's actually talking about, I get it, I guess. You know, dating is difficult. I've done it. Wouldn't recommend it. That's why I don't leave this room anymore, and I just talk to you guys. Is this against the terms of service of Hinge? Probably, but all's fair.
How do you think upload your contacts to your friend works? Dude, that is not publicly accessible information. You think Tinder is like just literally giving individual phone numbers of individual accounts? No, that would have to be a breach. The fuck? That's not public. Are we serious right now? Come on. Yes, they are. That's exactly what's happening. I can't believe that. I don't agree with this. If you get the corollary and image and some Googling, you can probably get a few numbers. That's different. That's different. That what you're describing is different. The PNs are from the app. The PNs are from cross-referencing Google searches. Oh my God. That's okay. That makes sense. Okay. So he goes to like whitelists or whatever, or white pages, and he cross-references names from an area to find corresponding phone numbers. That is psychotic. That is bananas. It's psychotic. It's insane. Like the top of the hour ad break coming at the top of every hour and me somehow forgetting to run it. But fear not, I did not forget to run it. I'm going to run it right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. That's crazy. This is like literally stalker shit. He's describing what fucking all these like psychotic stalkers do on the internet. Neckbeard Waifu, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Just a 3-minute ad break now.
In love and app.
I then wrote a program to swipe right on all of them and got around 5,000 matches.
You know what? 5,000 out of 50,000, that's a 10% match rate, dude. You could have just gone through using the app regular style and had a grand old time instead of this. instead of whatever this is.
And to speak to all 5,000 women, I built an artificial intelligence based on the personalities of Patrick Bateman from American Psycho and James Bond.
See, now you're happy you got a recap of American Psycho. Let me get this straight. You could create an AI to respond with quotes from any character across film and television, and you chose the 2 least eligible bachelors possible? If your goal
He chose a murderer, dude. I mean, both of them murder, to be fair.
is to date women, I don't understand why you wouldn't choose characters from movies that women actually romanticize, you know?
Yeah, that's so funny. God, Jarvis, that is such a good lock. Yeah. He didn't even choose someone that like women find attractive. I've never seen a woman that's like, I mean, obviously Christian Bale is hot, but like, I've never seen a woman be like, oh yeah, Patrick Bateman, that's the ultimate boyfriend. If anything, they clown on that fucking attitude all the goddamn time. That's so crazy.
Like Ryan Gosling in The Notebook or Ratatouille. Don't get weird. Y'all are romanticizing Ratatouille and it's time to admit it. There's a rat making your food and you're like, cool.
The artificial intelligence used movie quotes to speak on my behalf. For example,
Would you like to accompany me to dinner? If you're not doing anything.
Sure.
Where do you want to go? Anywhere you want. Just say it. I can get us in anywhere.
Aren't these the things that he says before he kills you?
And also, it's not even like, it's supposed to be gross. Please understand. He's not a cool character. Guys, what's going on? I'm about to turn Jordan Peterson up in this bitch. I'm about to start crying saying, what's going on with men? Bro, he's like, he looks cool because he's fucking, you know, he's a good looking guy. But like, he's not, like, that's supposed to be weird and gross. Like, he's actually like having a mental breakdown because like the commodities that he consumed makes up the entire character because he has nothing. Like, he's a hollowed out shell of a man. And the only way to feel something is by murdering people. Please, you're not understanding it. You missed the point. What the fuck? That's so weird, man.
Like, isn't this weird? Like, what is happening? Is the joke, haha, you fell for me using murderer quotes. Let's get married. Also, not to victim blame, but I don't know that I would want to date someone who failed the Turing test. But I also wouldn't want to put my potential partner in a situation where they may not know that I'm a computer. You know, these are 2022 problems. So these are not really things that we've talked about too much. But yeah, can my date solve a CAPTCHA? You know, like these are maybe concerns I didn't know I had, but now questions that I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna start every date with a little bit of a CAPTCHA. Tell me, which of these are cars? Where do you want to go? Anywhere you want. Just say it and I can get us in anywhere. It's just the manic energy of this. It doesn't matter to me. What's your favorite drink? Vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. Would you like to see my apartment? Not on the first date. This poor girl. All right. I think that it should be illegal to use this.
All right. What, did he put fucking Matt McConaughey and Dazed and Confused in there? What the fuck is that? Neither of those characters say that.
Many exclamation points on a dating app for any reason. Just the second you hit that third exclamation point, jail.
Like and follow for more big brain hacks.
Ugh. I'm not trying to make up things that I don't like about these videos, but like, look what I did. And then you like show your girlfriend or something. Like, ugh, I don't know. To the credit of the random people who he's accosting with serial killer movie quotes, I don't think many of them did like it. Like in his video about this, there are more examples of people not being into it.
Now, I've been on these dating apps.
Wait. Did you know Ted Bundy's first dog, a collie, was named Lassie? Haha. This is weird. Goodbye.
Into it?
Now, I've been on these dating apps before and I've had very little success, where even if I match with someone, I usually get ghosted.
And this is my villain origin story. This is one thing I will show out of context because I don't think you need the context. He's just talking about like how he's like designed this algorithm. And when I was watching this, I like groaned audibly.
We now know that everyone that comes after them is also below our standards. So we can just...
Oh, you know he lives with his parents. There's no way he lives on his own. Please don't tell me he lives in this apartment on his own. This interior design is made by a 58-year-old woman named Barbara, okay? It looks like a fucking hotel, dude. No shot.
Delete them and only focus on the bunch we like. It's important to note that when setting my standard, I made sure that I was sober and had no other substance in use, as this historically has skewed my data negatively.
Gross, dude. The sad part about this is that, like, a lot of people are really into it. And I just think that I just don't. Okay, I understand why people are into it, because dating is hard, and that's true.
That's an Airbnb while he's on the run. Yeah, he's literally evading the authorities, but he can't stop himself. He can't stop himself from fucking constantly trying to rizz up women in his way, which is, of course, cyber stalking by using security flaws in applications and data scraping. And making YouTube videos about it. There's literally just an entire team at the FBI dedicated to his cyber crimes. They're just watching his YouTube videos. They're like, damn, bro, write that down. Write that shit down. He did it again. That's crazy.
You know, I concede dating apps, it's like very discouraging. It's very difficult to date. But I just don't think this is the way. I don't think this is how to do it. For me, it calls to mind that old adage, just because you can doesn't mean you should. It just feels ethically wrong to me. I feel like if these women were aware of what was going on, obviously they wouldn't consent to it. And it just makes me feel uncomfortable. Also, what's the game plan here? Do you never reveal your methods? Or like what happens when you show up to the date and you're like not a complete tool? Unless, like, what do you say to your grandkids when they ask how Meemaw and Peepaw hooked up?
To be fair, though, if, like, someone is getting rizzed up by fucking Patrick Bateman quotes, and it's not even, like, a particularly clever use of AI, it was just spitting out Patrick Bateman quotes that are, like, directly one-to-one from the movie, you know, she's already, you know, you can't get much worse than that, you know? You literally can't get much worse than that. Also, I don't even know if it's AI. I think it's just more so him writing the messages from the movie. I don't know.
I tricked your Meemaw with a highly sophisticated dating algorithm. What did you say? Well, I said, I have all the characteristics of a human being: blood, flesh, skin, hair, but not a single clear, identifiable emotion except for greed and disgust. Something horrible is happening inside of me, and I don't know why. It's a little alarming how excited people are about it, but I think it's because, you know, people just, they want to find love and they don't know what to do. You know, bro, the personality of Bond and Bateman? Goat. I can see it all now. Even after they all find out that you did this and I was totally genuine, you will still be the preferred one. FML. That's what we're doing.
Oh, God, that's what incels are. That's like incels always. It's just like, I feel so bad for myself and I'm just going to write about it on the internet.
And I feel bad. You know what I mean? But this, I don't think this is something that everyone should aspire to or admire.
Men will call themselves Sigma, but really they just got a personality disorder. Yeah, this is like, people used to talk about like BPD, like women with BPD in similar terms, but like this is the same shit. This is the male version of that. Okay? It's just, please, you know, what the fuck?
There's a reason that people aren't doing this. It's not that for lack of the skill or, you know, like ability to put two and two together. It's just kind of a creepy thing to do. Look, I'm going to call it here. And look, I don't get to decide what's right and wrong in this life.
BPD, big penis disorder. Yeah, I got that. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I think that this is a little goofy, and more than a little goofy in some cases. Creepy, you know, is a word that I might use. Toxic, sure. I think that he's kind of adopted that word himself. I think that he knows how it's going to be perceived, but he's doing it anyway. But whatever. I think it's kind of goofy. I think it's kind of clownish. I think it's morally gray at best. Some of these things. You know, the good news is I don't get to decide everything in the world. But I did, you know, want to kind of throw my 2 cents in because people really do kind of look past the ethics of things when they're promising something that we want. I hope you enjoyed this video, if that was possible. And I will see you next time.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to call it a night for myself. Okay. That's right. Night time for me. And I will see you tomorrow. Back with some more content. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot I missed. Okay. Like the boy video. New psychedelic video from John Oliver, everyone's favorite Brit. And I'm hungry and I'm going to go eat. So I'll download Atomic Heart and maybe, just maybe, I'll play that tomorrow. For fucking Tuesday. For fucking Tuesday, lads. All right. No, boy, I'm going to be mad tonight. Don't be mad. Be glad. Like I said, I will see you all tomorrow. All right, everybody. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.